are the very backbone of India's growth story, shaping its journey towards becoming a $5 trillion economy. This conclave is a platform to explore the immense potential of emerging businesses, to discuss the challenges they face, and to uncover the solutions, the innovative solutions that will propel them forward, from navigating financial and technological hurdles to fostering sustainability and global competitiveness. The conversations today will focus on empowering MSMEs to lead India's next big growth leap. We are honored to have with us an illustrious lineup of policy makers, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, and innovators who will share their insights and experiences to inspire and guide us. Together, we aim to have a roadmap for MSMEs to not just recover but thrive in this dynamic economic landscape. So let's get started with a day filled with thought-provoking discussions, actionable ideas, and a shared vision for a stronger and a more resilient MSME ecosystem. Once again, welcome to the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave, where India's growth engine takes center stage. Before we get started, let me also now take a minute to thank our sponsors who made this conclave happen. It is co-presented by National Stock Exchange and Gold Plus Group, co-powered by Yes Bank and Rungta Mines, Prayag Polymers, KEI Industries, Rajesh Masala, Vectus Tanks and Benson Polymers, and a special thanks to ACC Cement and Ambuja Cement and Jagat Pharma, and associate partners Ajanta Shoes, Hicks and Surya Fresh Foods. To kick off this conclave, we have with us our esteemed chief guest, Sri Jayant Chaudhary, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He's a dynamic young leader connected to the grassroots and probably the best man fitted for an industry, for a ministry that is going to address the challenges of young people. Nobody can find a better fitment than Mr. Jayant Chaudhary addressing the skill gap, the entrepreneurship needs of a young nation looking to break barriers and build. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time. Please come, sir.
Barely young.
That should be working, sir.
I was saying you introduced me as young. At 45, I should classify myself as barely young. Just fitting into the category, maybe.
Just about, but no, that's how we define.
And my birthday is coming, so just a few more days to go.
Yes, indeed, yes. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time for joining us in this very important session. A session which I feel is most important given that there is so much of conversation around jobs. इतनी रोजगार की बात है, ये देश युवा है, 65% जनता इस देश की 35 साल से कम उम्र की है. कौशल की, रोजगार की जब हम बात करते हैं, आपके मंत्रालय की बात उठती है. सबसे पहले जब हम ये चर्चा शुरू करते हैं, मुझे ये पूछना है आपसे, क्या प्राथमिकताएं हैं आपके मंत्रालय की? क्योंकि ज़रूरतें बहुत बड़ी हैं, बहुत कुछ करना है, समय उतना ही है, तो आपके हिसाब से कौन सी 3-4 ऐसी बड़ी प्राथमिकताएं हैं जिस पे आप इस वक्त ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाह रहे हैं?
थैंक यू. सबसे बड़ी बात जो ध्यान देने की है कि आज हम कौशल विकास की बात करने लगे हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात करने लगे हैं. देयर इज़ अ रिस्पेक्ट इन द मेन स्ट्रीम फॉर स्टार्टअप आइडिएटर्स, इनोवेटर्स, पीपल हु टेक रिस्क्स, यंग पीपल. क्योंकि हमारी देश में परंपराओं के आधार पे समाज चलता है
जी,
जो हमारी एक मजबूती भी है. लेकिन अब वो समय चला गया, जैसे होता है ना घर में कि 2 बड़े लोग बात कर रहे हैं और बच्चा आता है, कहते नहीं अभी बड़े लोगों को बात करने दो. आज यंग लोगों का एंगेजमेंट पॉलिसी में, सोशल सेक्टर में, इंडस्ट्री में, साइंसेस में, हर फील्ड में इट इज़ बीइंग रिकग्नाइज्ड. तो मेरा जो सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि सीधा हमारा ताल्लुक नौजवानों से है, फ्रॉम 15 years to 45 years, we are looking at how we can make skilling aspirational, how we can make it exciting, how we can re-engineer our skilling ecosystem to make it more market oriented. क्योंकि जो 10 साल पहले आवश्यकता थी, जो उद्योग, जो नया उद्योग, जो स्टार्टअप सिस्टम की ज़रूरतें थीं, वो अलग थीं,
जी,
आज अलग हैं. और वाकई 10 साल में बिल्कुल शायद बिल्कुल ही बड़े व्यापक स्तर पे एक परिवर्तन और आने वाला है। तो उन चीज़ों के लिए थोड़ा फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग स्ट्रेटेजाइज करना, और जो हमारे लेगेसी सिस्टम्स हैं जो हमें एहसास नहीं होता, उनका फुटप्रिंट बहुत बड़ा है। देश में 15,000 से ज़्यादा ITI हैं। ITI इज़ द फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स। जो यंग लोग ITI सिस्टम में हर साल 15 लाख हमारे ग्रेजुएट हो रहे हैं, कोई 2 साल का डिग्री डिप्लोमा कर रहा है, कोई 1 साल का डिप्लोमा कर रहा है, कोई 6 महीने का डिप्लोमा कर रहा है। वी हैव टू मेक इट दैट द मोमेंट दे पास आउट ऑफ एन ITI, दे आर इधर उनकी कॉम्पिटेंस लेवल उस स्तर पे हो कि या वो अपना काम स्थापित कर रहे हैं, व्यापार स्थापित कर रहे हैं, कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं सोसाइटी को, स्किलिंग के बारे में लगातार सोच रहे हैं, निरंतर सोच रहे हैं, अपने आप के विकास के लिए निरंतर सोच रहे हैं, और उनको नौकरियां मिल रही हैं
जी।
तो ये बहुत मैमथ टास्क है। इट इज़ नॉट ईजी टू डू, एंड हियर वी नीड पार्टनरशिप ऑफ आवर स्टेट्स, ऑफ आवर इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स। वी वांट पीपल जिन्होंने अपने काम स्थापित किए हैं, जो MSME यूनिट्स चला रहे हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री के क्लस्टर्स हैं। वी वांट जो हायर एजुकेशन की संस्थाएं हैं। We want a greater level of engagement between the skilling ecosystem, our ITIs, our PMKKs, PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana के हमारे training partners, and all of these institutions.
जी.
So that is the first big task that we need to do. Second, that today at the highest level, प्रधानमंत्री जी के स्तर पे,
जी.
वो कोई भी मंच हो, कोई भी अवसर हो, वो नौजवानों के लिए सोचते भी हैं और बोलते भी हैं। तो वो उनका जो एक विजन है वो प्रेरणादायक है, और वो बहुत दरवाजे जो बंद थे इस मंत्रालय के लिए, हमारी टीम के लिए, देश के नौजवानों के लिए, उन दरवाज़ों को खोल रहे हैं।
जी।
आज भारत सरकार जो डीप टेक्नोलॉजी होती है, पीपल वोंट नो, डीप टेक्नोलॉजी इज द इंटरफेस बिटवीन ट्रेडिशनल स्टेम एंड डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग। हाउ यू कैन मेक स्टेम, योर साइंसेज, योर मैथमेटिक्स, that capability oriented to a consumerist market and come up with new solutions that solve societal problems. उस deep technology के लिए एक startup policy सरकार बना रही है।
इनफैक्ट
तो बहुत exciting landscape है।
जी, हम ये चर्चा तब कर रहे हैं जब टेक्नोलॉजी की, AI की बात इस वक्त बहुत ज़्यादा है, और कहा जा रहा है जो पुराने जो जॉब्स थे, जो आज से 10 साल पहले थे, वो शायद आगे 5 साल बाद होंगे भी नहीं। इस तेज़ी से टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है, तेज़ी से चेंज हो रही है, इसमें AI का, टेक्नोलॉजी के चेंज में स्किलिंग का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है कि कैसे हम अपने युवाओं को वो कौशल दें, उस तरह से ट्रेन करें कि आगे के 5, 10, 15 साल भी वो इनेबल्ड रहे, जैसा हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, फ्यूचर रेडी वर्कफोर्स के लिए वो तैयार हों। और ये मुझे लगता है एक बहुत बड़ा आप लोगों का एरिया ऑफ फोकस होगा।
सच्चाई तो कुछ लोगों को कड़वी लगेगी, लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि आज हम कोर्स कर रहे हैं, कोई ज़रूरी नहीं कि 10 साल बाद उस कोर्स की कोई डिमांड होगी। दैट डज नॉट मीन यू डोंट नीड टू डू दैट कोर्स, यू नीड टू डू इट टुडे, right now, and maybe you need to upskill and reskill yourself 2 years from now, 5 years from now. So एक निरंतर लाइफ साइकिल में एक स्टूडेंट की लाइफ साइकिल को ट्रैक करना, उसके लिए कस्टमाइज सॉल्यूशंस ढूंढना, जैसे अपार ID हो गया, आपका एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट जब इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज हो जाएगा, सेटअप हो जाएगा, नेशनल क्रेडिट फ्रेमवर्क हो जाएगा, इट विल क्रिएट फ्लेक्सिबल लर्निंग पाथवेज, तो फिर ये पॉसिबल हो जाएगा। अभी जो एक धारणा है कि भाई डिग्री कर लो, कॉलेज में एडमिशन ले लो, और कुछ नहीं हो रहा, चलो BA कर लो, नौकरी मिल जाएगी, अब वो स्थिति नहीं है।
समय चला गया।
वो समय शायद बहुत पहले ही चला गया था, लेकिन आज लोगों के अंदर एक जागृति बन रही है। शॉर्टर टर्म प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज की, स्किलिंग कोर्सेज की बहुत डिमांड है, कोई भी संस्था कर रही हो। आई रिमेंबर फ्यू डेज अगो आई ट्वीटेड अबाउट रिमोट सेंसिंग was doing a short term free course on AI. The moment I tweeted, within half an hour, their website crashed. Because इतनी बड़ी तादाद, इतने hits आ गए, they were not prepared for that demand. So you're right कि AI, future tech, industry 4.0, robotics, concepts we're not even thinking of today, उसकी demand बहुत ज़्यादा है. That means the young people of today are aware कि skill gap कहाँ है.
जी.
तो अगर जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि वी हैव टू बिकम द ग्लोबल स्किलिंग कैपिटल, वी हैव टू एड्रेस दोस स्किल गैप्स।
जी, प्राइवेट सेक्टर की, निजी क्षेत्र की बात करते हैं तो उनका भी योगदान बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि ये सारा का सारा भार सरकार अपने आप नहीं उठा सकती, क्योंकि बहुत काम करना है, बहुत बड़े स्तर पे करना है। आपके हिसाब से आपके मंत्रालय की सोच किस दिशा में है कि कितना योगदान निजी क्षेत्र से ले सकते हैं और किन-किन दिशाओं में निजी क्षेत्र से बात हो रही है इस वक्त?
Profit cannot be seen divorced from social realities. Every profit-making enterprise is envisaged as a social enterprise, at least in India. If you're a developed country, you can, keep running after the green or just the profit-oriented thinking. In India, with our problems, you step out of this hall. This is a grand hall. What a beautiful screen. You step out of here and you will see the reality of India. So no big corporate in India can stay and survive and compete in isolation. They have to engage with society. They have to help solve some of India's problems. That is the thinking we have today. हमारा 60,000 करोड़ का भी बजट में ITI का अपग्रेडेशन स्कीम अनाउंस हुआ है. 60,000 करोड़ में 30,000 केंद्र सरकार देने को तैयार है. 20,000 करोड़ राज्यों को आगे आके देना है. और कंट्रीब्यूशन 10,000 करोड़ जो हम CSR कहते हैं वो इंडस्ट्री को देना है. They can contribute by giving teacher training programs, equipment, infrastructure, meeting OPEX requirements of these institutions. There are various models that we are working with. ये एक उदाहरण है. ऐसे हर फील्ड में आज एजुकेशनल संस्थाओं का इंडस्ट्री के लिए जो एक तालमेल बना के काम करने का एक मैंडेट है जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने दिया है वो बहुत प्रोग्रेसिव है. आज UGC has issued draft guidelines for embedded apprenticeship programs, degree programs. You can pursue an undergraduate degree and you can look at what a corporate culture is, what is required on the manufacturing floor. Industry can assess you even before you pass out from your college or institution. So they know exactly what they are getting. So वो hand holding अब जब आप एक छात्र हो तभी से शुरू हो जानी चाहिए. स्कूल के सिस्टम में ही आपको एक्सपोज हो जाना चाहिए कि ये आपकी फॉर्मल क्लासरूम एजुकेशन है, उसके बाहर की दुनिया है, कैसे आप उसमें compete करेंगे. This is a mammoth task and we have to do that together.
आपने कहा राज्य सरकारों के साथ बहुत काम करना है तभी ये आगे जा सकता है पूरा विजन इसका. कोई ऐसी राज्य सरकारें हैं जिनके साथ कोई स्कीम्स हैं जिनमें काम आगे तेजी से बढ़ता है, उनमें काम नहीं बढ़ता है? कोई एक ऐसे स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल्स हैं राज्य सरकारों
many
के साथ?
examples. We think we've transitioned from a planned economy where top down very prescriptive policies were the norm and there were no exceptions allowed to a state where actual grassroots innovation is happening. There are various such examples of policies. Andhra Pradesh CM बने, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री आज स्किल की बात करते हैं, CM बने उन्होंने 5 पहले घोषणाओं में एक स्किल की बात कही. उन्होंने कहा हम स्किल सेंसस कराएंगे. देश में सेंसस होता है, कुछ लोग जाति को और खोजना चाहते हैं, भारत की खोज की यात्रा में वो जुटे रहते हैं. तो अभी उन्हें खोजना है कि तुम्हारी जाति क्या है, सबसे पूछना चाहते हैं इस कमरे में जितने लोग बैठे हैं, बताओ तुम्हारी जाति क्या है, तुम्हारी जाति क्या है, तुम्हारी जाति क्या है, आपकी जाति क्या है. और दूसरी तरफ एक राज्य सरकार कह रही है कि हम ये जानना चाहते हैं आपका स्किल क्या है, कैसे आपको इंडस्ट्री के साथ जो उनकी आवश्यकता है उनके अनुरूप आपको हम सामर्थ्य दें, आपको तैयार करें. तो और इस तरह के कई उदाहरण हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आई फाइंड आसाम, नॉर्थ ईस्ट हैज़ इट्स ओन प्रॉब्लम्स बिकॉज ऑफ ज्योग्राफी, बिकॉज ऑफ रीच. कभी कोई भी चीज़ जो अच्छी चीज़ होती है उसको स्केल तक पहुंचाने में दिक्कतें आती हैं और वहाँ आपके ट्राइबल के अलग काउंसिल्स हैं, कई विषय जो ज़मीन से जुड़े वो उनके डोमेन में आते हैं. लेकिन इफ़ यू लुक एट आसाम, there are a number of initiatives that the Assam government has undertaken to look at the skilling ecosystem.
बंगाल की बात करिए, तमिलनाडु की, केरला की, उन सब क्षेत्रों, उन सब राज्य सरकारों के साथ कुछ?
अब मैं कुछ कहना नहीं चाहूँगा.
जी.
वो अभी भी पुरानी एक लड़ाई, उन्हें लगता है कि ये पॉलिटिक्स में पैटर्न रिपीट होता है. जो चीज़ 40 साल पहले पॉपुलर थी वही चीज़ आप जपना शुरू करोगे और फिर वही समय आ जाएगा और हम दोबारा ताकत में आ जाएंगे, जबकि समाज उससे आगे बढ़ चुका है. तो आइडेंटिटी पॉलिटिक्स इज स्टिल देयर. आई एम नॉट डिनाइंग दैट. व्हाट इज दैट आइडेंटिटी दैट एज पॉलिसी मेकर्स वी नीड टू एंगेज विद? इज इट स्टिल कास्ट और कैन इट बी रूरल अर्बन? कैन इट बी जेंडर डिवाइड? Can it be our disadvantaged groups, social groups? So it's just a different way of thinking.
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात करी है आपने कि कुछ नेता जो हैं वो शायद एक दूसरी खोज में निकले हैं। आपने कहा जाति की खोज में निकले हैं, कुछ लोग स्किल की खोज में निकले हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये चर्चा जो नेशनल स्तर पे भी हो रही है, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पे भी हो रही है, वो इस देश को आगे ले जा रही है या पीछे ले जाने का काम कर रही है? जो जाति गणना की बात होती है बार-बार।
अच्छा है ना, ये लोकतंत्र है, दिस इज वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी। चर्चा तो होनी चाहिए, चर्चा से हम बच नहीं सकते। दुर्भाग्य है कि जो चर्चा सदन में होनी चाहिए वो नहीं हो पाती है। तो it's fine, it's part of politics. It is incumbent on every party to announce their positioning on these issues. So मैं किसी को दोष नहीं देता हूँ, ये तो जनता को तय करना है और 3 टर्म से जनता तय ही कर रही है।
आपने सदन की बात करी। सदन में इस वक्त 2 विषयों पर चर्चा, एक पे होने की उम्मीद थी और दूसरी दिशा में चर्चा निकल गई। पहली चीज़ मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी, जो संविधान को लेके इस वक्त बहुत पॉलिटिक्स भी हो रही है, बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी भी हो रही है, आपका क्या टेक है इस पे? आपका क्या विचार है इस विषय पे?
संविधान is the basic framework of what holds us together, what makes us all Indians, despite our own identity, despite our own background, our own problems. That is what holds us together as a nation. तो और सबको एहसास है, संविधान नहीं होता तो हमारी देश की लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा इस तरह से नहीं तय हो पाती। कोई भी पार्टी आ जाए, कितनी बहुमत आ जाए, 400 पार आ जाए, 500 सीट आ जाए, कोई पार्लियामेंट में कितना ही किसका दबदबा हो, वो संसदीय प्रणाली के तहत भी देश के संविधान के मूल ढांचे से कोई खिलवाड़ नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि आवर इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर वेरी स्ट्रांग. You can't tear them down just by leveling allegations. We have courts, we have independent institutions, we have constitutional authorities. Our election commission must be given credit that they are able to conduct on such a massive scale in the largest democracy of the world, elections, which are largely, it's controversial, but largely they are incident free. And now we are trying to engage कि हम सारे 3-tiered में और सब जगह एक टाइम पे चुनाव हो जाएं, उस आइडिया के पावरफुल आइडिया के साथ भी हम engage कर रहे हैं. So I think this is a time where there will be always people who will be naysayers. We have to think about what is brand India. Like NDTV has a red mic. You're aware of your brand. Your logo is very powerful. Similarly, what does India stand for? India will always stand for democracy, our cultural sampada, जो हमारी विरासत है, उसका एक global appreciation है. We will always be one of the largest attractive markets for investment, for trade flows, for manufacturing, and we will also be one of the largest investors in the world. We will be a country that will always engage with global missions, whether it's climate change, where we've given a very ambitious target, and we are exceeding our own expectations. Or it is about democracy and deepening democratic roots in the world. Whether it is about India taking a position on rising wars and global conflicts, sectarian conflicts, which are happening in many corners of the world. That is brand India. Our Indian brand is about the skilled young person who can be an ITI graduate, who can be an engineer in an IIT or an IIM or even a state college, and who can reimagine a product that can meet a global desire and a need.
बहुत पावरफुल बात कही आपने, एंड दैट इज़ एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ब्रांड इंडिया इज़. और वही एक मार्गदर्शन है जो सरकार इस वक्त कर रही है. $5 ट्रिलियन की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, उसी जर्नी पर हम लोग हैं. 2 बातें आपने कही जिस पे मुझे लगता है मुझे ज़रूर पूछना चाहिए, एंड आई एम श्योर ऑडियंस भी आपका इस पर एक व्यू चाहेगी. पहला ये वन नेशन वन पोल आपने कहा. इस वक्त वो जेपीसी फॉर्म होगा और उसके बाद वो एक अपना पूरा एक प्रोसेस पूरा करेगी. क्या आपको उम्मीद है कि वन नेशन वन पोल पर क्या एक पॉलिटिकल कंसेंसस बन सकता है? ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज़ का व्यू इस पर काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या कंसेंसस बनाया जा सकता है इस पर, और कितना गेम चेंजिंग है ये?
इस देश में ऐसा कोई विषय नहीं है जिस पे कंसेंसस नहीं बन सकता. पॉलिटिक्स इज द आर्ट ऑफ
बिल्डिंग कंसेंसस,
having dialogue. So I'm sure many parties who are even opposing it today will find value in it. And if they find value in it, they'll take the middle path. So I have absolutely no doubt that if we put our mind to it, that it can become a reality. उसके एक फ़ायदे क्या हैं? सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि आप देखो प्रधानी का वोट अलग है, और जो प्रधानी की वोट होती है ना, वो सबसे ज़्यादा एक्यूरेट होती है, मानी जाती है, क्योंकि प्रधान डोर टू डोर कैंपेन करते हैं। वो कोई बाहर भी होता है उसको बुला लेते हैं, और वो वापस आता है वोट डालने के लिए। वोट उसकी पड़ी बागपत के गांव में है, लेकिन रहता बेंगलोर में है, बट ही विल कम बैक टू पुट हिज वोट. So that is how powerful our panchayati systems are. Today, if that pradhani vote can be institutionalized, and that is the vote that will be cast in an assembly election, in a parliamentary election, that is a step towards increasing the trust in our democracy. कि आपके मत अधिकार को संरक्षित रखने के लिए शायद सबसे बड़ा कदम यही है. बाकी जो लोग कहते हैं कि वोटर को पता नहीं है, अरे एक बार चुनाव करोगे, प्रधानी की भी वोट डालनी है, विधायक को भी चुनना है, सांसद को भी चुनना है, तो क्या मतदाता कर पाएगा? मैं कहता हूँ बिल्कुल कर पाएगा. अब आप मतदाता को मूर्ख सोचना समझना बंद करो. देश का मतदाता बहुत कुछ जानता है, अपने विवेकपूर्ण फैसले से देश को दिशा देने का काम कर रहा है. यही लोकतंत्र है. एक तरफ जो लोग इसका विरोध करते हैं, वो एक तरह से वो लोकतंत्र का ही मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं. उन्हें खुद विश्वास नहीं है लोकतंत्र में, क्योंकि किसी एक सिस्टम के तहत वो अब तक हावी रहे हैं. उस सिस्टम में वो परिवर्तन नहीं होने देना चाहते. दे आर द स्टेटस कोस. दे डोंट वांट टू रीइमेजिन इंडिया. दे डोंट वांट टू टॉक अबाउट डेवलप्ड कंट्री. कैन इंडिया बिकम अ डेवलप्ड कंट्री? They never thought like that. They don't want to imagine India's polity where we can have one time, one election in 100 days, and then you focus on work.
पर कहा जा रहा है इससे संविधान खतरे में होगा अगर वन नेशन वन पोल आएगा तो.
लोकतंत्र में सरकार हमेशा खतरे में होती है. जो काम हम कर रहे हैं, हमेशा हमें जज करना है कि हम जनता के विश्वास को, जो हमने जीता है, मैंडेट लिया है, उसको हम बना के रखें अपने निर्णयों के साथ, फैसलों के साथ. लिमिटेड मैंडेट सबको दिया गया है. नथिंग इज परमानेंट. 5 साल का टाइम है. द क्लॉक इज टिकिंग, एंड वी आर वेरी अवेयर ऑफ दैट.
जी, मुझे पता है आपका भी क्लॉक इज टिकिंग. यू ऑल्सो हैव टू गो टू द पार्लियामेंट. आखिरी 2 सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी. पहला ये कि आज जो है, कल सदन ये सेशन ख़त्म होने वाला है, और कहा जा रहा है कि जितना काम होने की उम्मीद थी उतना नहीं हुआ है, बिकॉज ऑफ द लॉक जैम दैट हैज़ कंटिन्यूड. ऑपोजिशन के 2 एक मुद्दे थे जिन्होंने पूरे सेशन पे हावी रहे. आपको क्या लगता है कि किस तरीके से एक डायलॉग या कंसेंसस बिल्ड किया जा सकता है ताकि जो ज़रूरी लेजिस्लेशन है, जो ज़रूरी लॉज हैं, वो आगे बढ़ सकें और सारा सदन की कार्रवाई जो है जिस तरह से अभी स्थगित हो जाती है ना हो?
ये मेरे पास उत्तर होता तो शायद सदन चल जाता.
जी.
पहले सप्ताह क्यों नहीं चला? Why was opposition in the first week of this session? What were they, so aggressive about? What were they aggrieved about? What were they agitating against? Adani. So for Adani, for the first week our session was wiped out.
जी.
Now they will say कि आपने अपमान कर दिया और इसलिए हम सदन नहीं चलने देंगे. So these are all political maneuvering and narrative building, which has happened before and it will probably happen in the future. But it is a shame. मुझे वो समय याद है कि जब मैं लोकसभा सांसद था, राज्यसभा में थोड़ा आपका बड़ा एक दृष्टिकोण हो जाता है. आई एम नाउ रिप्रेजेंटिंग द होल स्टेट ऑफ यूपी, बट आई वाज अ लोकसभा एमपी फ्रॉम मथुरा, एंड आई रिमेंबर गोइंग टू विलेजेस जहाँ लोगों ने कहा जी हमने आपको लोकसभा की चर्चा में देखा. आज वही गांव के लोग, वही देश का नौजवान, क्या लोकसभा और राज्यसभा की गतिविधियों में वो रुचि रखता है? वो विश्वास रखता है कि वहाँ जो सघन चर्चा हो रही है वो उसकी चर्चा है? उस चर्चा से क्या वो जुड़ना चाहता है? हमें खुद एज अ नेशन, एज अ कंट्री, वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट दैट. In today's world, you are seeing in US, there's a dialogue about the DOGE. They've set up a new department for government efficiency.
जी.
So we'll also have to reimagine role of governments, role of parliament. And I think it's a shame that हमारी संसद चल नहीं पा रही. हमारी विधानसभाओं में भी आप देखें सुचारू रूप से कई राज्यों में 4 दिन, 5 दिन, 6 दिन सदन चलता है, फिर चल नहीं पाता. I think as a nation we need to deliberate and come up with some solutions.
बिल्कुल, इस पे उम्मीद है और उम्मीद पर ही हम इस चर्चा को समाप्त करते हैं कि शायद अगले सेशन में और चर्चा होगी, सार्थक चर्चा होगी, और देश के जो हम विकास की बात कर रहे हैं उस पे और काम होगा. जयंत जी, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टेकिंग आउट द टाइम. फाइनल वर्ड एज वी रैप दिस अप, कोई एक मैसेज आप जो देना चाहेंगे. यहाँ पे बहुत युवा इस वक्त जुड़े भी हुए हैं, हमारे चैनल पे भी बहुत सारे युवा जुड़े हुए हैं. कोई एक मैसेज जो आप देना चाहेंगे स्किल्स को लेके, यूथ को लेके जो इतनी बात होती है उसके संदर्भ में.
I don't have a tagline for them, but I think we are a young India, and India is emerging in the world. I think it is our time. I'm barely young. Actually, to be accurate, it is your time. That's what I'll say to young India.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. जैन जी एक फोटो और पिक. यस. I would now request my colleague Sikta Deo to now come on stage and take this conversation forward. अभी एक
हम एनडीटीवी के इमर्जिंग बिजनेस कॉन्क्लेव में हैं, तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि भारत सरकार में जिस मंत्रालय की जिम्मेदारी जिस मंत्री ने संभाली हुई है वो हमारे कॉन्क्लेव से जुड़े. तो हमारे साथ अब सूक्ष्म लघु मध्यम उद्यम मंत्री भारत सरकार के श्री जितिन राम मांझी, माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे साथ सीधे इस वक्त जुड़ रहे हैं. जितिन राम मांझी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला है. इमर्जिंग बिजनेस भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी का अहम हिस्सा है. ये सेक्टर ना सिर्फ हमारी इकॉनमी को मजबूत नींव देता है, बल्कि हमारे देश में रोजगार के सृजन के लिए दूसरे सबसे बड़े सेक्टर के तौर पर भी है. इसीलिए हमारे एमएसएमईज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हैं. आप इस वक्त इसी मंत्रालय को संभाल रहे हैं, ऐसे में आप हमारे इस कॉन्क्लेव से जुड़ रहे हैं. इसके लिए एक बार फिर आपका शुक्रिया. कुछ ज़रूरी बातें इस वक्त सरकार के नज़रिए से हम समझना चाहेंगे. पहला सवाल तो यही कि एमएसएमई भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी का अहम हिस्सा है. इसको भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का बैकबोन कहा जाता है और हम ये सब जानते हैं. ऐसे में $5 ट्रिलियन अर्थव्यवस्था के लक्ष्य को हासिल करने में इनोवेशंस, जॉब क्रिएशंस और समावेशी विकास में एमएसएमई की भूमिका कितनी अहम होगी मांझी जी?
देखिए, एमएसएमई विभाग एक महत्वपूर्ण विभाग है जो कृषि के बाद सबसे ज़्यादा भारत को आय प्रदान करने वाली और रोज़गार प्रदान करने वाली ये विभाग है. और इसका आकलन इसी से लगा सकते हैं कि ये जीडीपी का योगदान समस्त भारत का 30.1% है और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में योगदान इसका 35.4% है. उसी प्रकार से एक्सपोर्ट जो जिस देश का ज़्यादा होता है उसको समृद्ध माना जाता है. तो एक्सपोर्ट का जहाँ तक सवाल है, हमारा विभाग के द्वारा 45.73% इसका योगदान है. तो वैसी परिस्थिति में हम लोग जो आप कह रहे हैं कि 5 ट्रिलियन अर्थव्यवस्था को लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने में इसकी क्या योगदान है, तो इसी से वही किया जा सकता है कि हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, जीडी में, एक्सपोर्ट में, इस सब में हम अव्वल और काफ़ी सहयोग देते हैं. इसी माध्यम से हम इसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं.
जी मांझी जी, एक और जो हकीकत भी है और अहम सवाल भी, एमएसएमईज को सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास का प्रेरक माना जाता है. ऐसे में सरकार की ओर से इस क्षेत्र को बढ़ावा देने के लिए लोन यानी कि फाइनेंस तक आसान पहुंच, डिजिटलाइजेशन और बाजार से इनको जोड़े रखने के लिए क्या पहल इस वक्त सरकार की तरफ से हो रही है?
सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास का प्रेरक इसलिए भी माना जाता है इसको कि भारत में युवाओं की संख्या ज़्यादा है और युवा यहाँ पर बेरोज़गार ज़्यादा हैं। हमारा जो एमएसएमई विभाग है उन युवाओं को रोज़गार प्रदान करके और उन लोगों को हर तरह से सामाजिक आर्थिक और शैक्षणिक उन्नति प्रदान करता है। इसके लिए हम कहना चाहते हैं कि एक उद्यम पोर्टल है हमारे के यहाँ। उस उद्यम पोर्टल में हमारे युवा लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन कराते हैं, जो आज तक लगभग 3.16 करोड़ यानी कि 3.25 करोड़ युवा लोग उस पर निबंधित हो चुके हैं। और उसी प्रकार से एक उद्यम शिष्ट है जो छोटे छोटे उद्योग को आगे बढ़ाता है, उसमें भी 2.43 करोड़ रुपया यानी कि 2.5 करोड़ लोग उसमें निबंधित हैं। तो इस तरह से हम निबंधन दे करके आज तक हम लोग लगभग 23 करोड़ लोगों को नियोजन दे चुके हैं। तो इससे समझा जा सकता है कि जब हम कितना बड़ा इसमें योगदान दे रहे हैं। और जहाँ तक ऋण देने की बात है, ऋण में हमारे के यहाँ ये सुविधा है कि हमारे एमएसएमई यूनिट के लिए 5 करोड़ तक के जो लोन हम लोग देते हैं उसमें बैंक गारंटी की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं होती है। तो इससे सहूलियत युवाओं को और क्या हो सकती है। इसी के चलते इतना युवा लोग आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हम इसको आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। 30/6/2024 तक लगभग हम लोग 6.78 करोड़ रुपया का बैंक गारंटी दे चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल। और एमएसएमईज के लिए इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स, सरकार, वित्तीय संस्थानों के बीच साझेदारी ज़रूरी है ताकि कॉम्पिटिटिव, रेजिलिएंट और सस्टेनेबल इकोसिस्टम बना रहे। लेकिन ये देश की आर्थिक वृद्धि, रोजगार सृजन और सतत विकास यानी कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट को कैसे बढ़ावा दे सकती है?
उसने न्यूज़ हेडलाइंस दी हैं 3।
देखिए, जो ऊपर 2 बातें हमने कही उसमें इसका भी प्रश्न सन्निहित है। लेकिन आगे आप देखिए, हमारे के यहाँ प्रधानमंत्री विश्वकर्मा योजना चलाया जा रहा है, जिसमें 18 योजनाओं को, छोटी छोटी योजनाओं को हम लोग टेकअप किए हुए हैं और उसमें उन लोगों को प्रशिक्षण देते हैं और प्रशिक्षण देने के साथ साथ उनको लोन देते हैं, बैंक गारंटी देते हैं, सब्सिडी देते हैं। उसी प्रकार से एक योजना हमारे के यहाँ है PMEGP, प्रधानमंत्री रोजगार गारंटी योजना। इसको भी हम लोग 21/11/24 तक अभी तक 9.84 लाख लोगों को सहायता प्रदान हम लोग कर चुके हैं। और कुल सृजित रोजगार इसमें जो प्रधानमंत्री EGP योजना है उसमें 80.33 लाख लोगों को हम लोगों ने रोजगार दिया है। और इसमें सबसे बड़ी विशेषता है कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में जो रोज़गार होते हैं उनको हम 80% रोज़गार उनको दे रहे हैं और शहरी क्षेत्र के लोगों को 20% दे रहे हैं। इस प्रकार से लचीला कहिए, इस प्रकार से कहिए, सबका अप्रोच उसमें हो जाए, सबका समावेश हो जाए, इस लाइन पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और इससे बहुत फ़ायदा हो रहा है एमएसएमई विभाग से।
जी, मांझी जी, आपसे हम ये भी समझना चाहेंगे कि कैसे इस कॉन्क्लेव में किए गए संवाद और साझा किए गए विचार नई रणनीतियाँ, कोऑपरेशंस, इनोवेशंस को दिशा दिखा सकते हैं जो भारत की विकास इंजन को शक्ति प्रदान करने में और आत्मनिर्भर भविष्य की ओर ले जाने में सहायक हों।
देखिए, सम्मेलन के माध्यम से हम लोग एमएसएमई का प्रचार करते हैं कि एमएसएमई वैसे लोगों के लिए है जो बड़े बड़े कंपनियों से मरहूम होते हैं, जो बड़े बड़े कंपनियों में पहुंच नहीं सकते हैं। छोटे छोटे कंपनियां, जिसे हमने कहा कि उद्यम पोर्टल है, उद्यम असिस्ट पोर्टल है, उन लोगों के माध्यम से हम लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी तक कर चुके हैं। 5 करोड़ समथिंग से ऊपर लोगों का हम लोग रजिस्ट्रेशन कर चुके हैं। और इसके लिए हम लोग मेगा कैंप लगाते हैं। अभी वर्धा में हम लोग लगाए हैं, जयपुर में हम लोग लगाए हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा कि यहाँ दिल्ली में जो वर्ल्ड फेयर लगा उसमें हमारा करीब करीब 50 प्रतिष्ठित स्थान थे जिसमें क्वायर बोर्ड को गोल्ड मेडल मिला है। तो इस तरह से भी हम लोग प्रचार कर करके अपना सेल को बढ़ाते हैं और लोगों से बात करते हैं कि भाई आप हम लोग MSME में जुटिए। और यहाँ तक हर जिला, हर प्रांत के हर जिला में, हर कैपिटल टाउन में इस प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं होती है। कौशल विकास के लिए उनको, टेक्निकल नो हाउ के लिए उनको ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, उनको उसके लिए पैसा देते हैं, उनको टूल किट्स देते हैं और समय समय पर उनको ज़रूरत होती है तो मैकेनिकल नो हाउ भी हम लोग प्रदान करते हैं। इस तरह से सब लोगों को हम लोग मदद करते हैं। तो सम्मेलन, बड़े बड़े फेयर में शोरूम और रिसर्च सेंटर और प्रशिक्षण सेंटर, ये सब के माध्यम से हम लोग इसमें काम करते हैं।
जी मंजू जी, मैं मालूम है कि आपको जाना है, इसलिए एक आखिरी सवाल। मिलकर काम करने से भारत के MSMEs अपनी पूरी क्षमता से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और देश की विकास यात्रा को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। ऐसे में आपके मुताबिक सरकार क्या चाह रही है, आगे का रास्ता क्या हो इस वक्त?
में हम आपसे कहना चाहते हैं कि आज भले 21वीं शताब्दी में आकर हम लोग बड़े बड़े उद्योगों को प्रश्रय दे रहे हैं, लेकिन एक डाटा आपके सामने हम प्रेषित करते हैं कि आज 24,000 बड़े बड़े हमारे के यहाँ हेवी इंजीनियरिंग फैक्ट्रीज़ है, 24,000। और हमारा जहाँ MSME का सवाल है वो 6 करोड़ यूनिट हमारा काम कर रहा है। तो आप जोड़ लिया 6 करोड़ यूनिट में, आपको जैसा मैंने कहा कि हमारा 23 करोड़ लोग उसमें लगे हुए हैं। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि जो भारत में, जैसा पहले मैंने कहा कि यहाँ युवा ज़्यादा हैं, बेरोज़गार ज़्यादा है और उस बेरोज़गारी को हम बड़े बड़े फैक्ट्रियों से नहीं पूरा कर सकते हैं, दूर कर सकते हैं बेरोज़गारी, उसको हम MSME के द्वारा ही कर रहे हैं, जिसकी चर्चा हम लोगों ने किया कि उद्यम पोर्टल बनाया है, उद्यम असिस्ट पोर्टल बनाया है, PMEGP योजना चला रहे हैं और MSME यूनिट के लंबित भुगतान जो होता है उसके द्वारा भी हम लोग बहुत उनको रिलीफ देते हैं। और इस चीज़ का कंसेप्ट ये है कि हमारे प्राचीन काल में भारत को जगत गुरु कहा जाता था, धन्य धान्य से हम लोग सब तरह से ठीक थे, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का कोई चिंता नहीं थी या वायु प्रदूषण का भी कोई चिंता नहीं थी। आज सब चिंताएं हमारे सामने है। तो जैसे ही हम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड उत्सर्जन करने का जो मात्रा है उसको कम करेंगे, वैसे ही ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का मामला शांत होगा और हमारा जो वायु प्रदूषण हो कम होगा। और फिर जो वर्षा आज जो हमारे क्षेत्र के लिए 33% होना चाहिए वो मात्र 16% हो रहा है। ग्रीन पट्टी जो 33 होना चाहिए वो भी 15-16 है, जिससे कि हम लोगों को वायु प्रदूषण का सामना करना पड़ता है। तो हमारा MSME का यही उद्देश्य है कि अधिक से अधिक ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों का विकास करके और कम से कम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड उत्सर्जन करके लोगों को रोजगार दें, ताकि भारत हमारा पुराना गौरव को प्राप्त कर सके।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। हम जानते हैं कि भारत सरकार इमर्जिंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है और बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमारे इस अहम कॉन्क्लेव से जुड़े। और अब अगले सेशन को आगे बढ़ाएंगी मेरी सहयोगी गौरी द्विवेदी। गौरी।
Let him fix the... I now invite Dr. Shubhranshu Shekhar Acharya, Chairman and Managing Director of NSIC, to please come up on stage. Dr. Acharya took over the charge of the Chairman and Managing Director of National Small Industries Corporation this year. Thank you so much, sir. And prior to his present assignment, Dr. Acharya was the Chief General Manager of SIDBI, so someone who understands MSMEs, small-scale industries very well. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out the time and being part of this conclave where the effort is to try and first identify the challenges that MSMEs face and most importantly, try and find those solutions, innovative, cost-effective solutions that can really propel their journey. And to that effect, the first question I want to ask you is that NSIC has been a cornerstone in supporting India's MSME sector. And can you share some of the key initiatives that NSIC has undertaken to empower small and medium businesses?
Very good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for making me part of this conclave. See, you have asked so many questions which is hidden in one question.
Yes.
So when we talk about NSIC, it has been a part of India's growth story, and it's a very, very old institution set up in 1955. So this February, we are completing 70 years of our existence. And during this last 70 years, NSIC has contributed immensely in various facets of MSME growth. At that point of time, there was no MSME. We were calling it small-scale industries. As you, in your initial remarks, were referring to small-scale industries. So today, when we talk about MSMEs, the Honorable Minister, sir, also has indicated. See, today we are facing a situation when almost 1.5 crores, 15 million youth come out of our colleges, our universities every year. And it is just not possible for any government to provide them jobs. So the only sector that can generate jobs for the teeming youth of our country is the MSME sector. It produces jobs at less capital investment. And today, the number of MSMEs in the country is a humongous 7 crores. I think it is more than population of several big countries also.
Yes.
See, if that is the kind of a size we are talking about, and we are talking about a sector that is contributing 30% of our GDP and employing such a huge workforce, then we need to see that this sector prospers, and to do that, what are the challenges it is facing? So if you see the challenges, of course, everybody will talk about the challenge of credit. No, credit is, in my opinion, is the last part. The last thing that somebody needs is credit. Yes, credit is extremely important. But if credit is available, but we do not have technology, we do not have the necessary skill sets, we do not have the market linkages, then only credit is not enough. So a holistic approach for making our MSMEs competitive in the entire ecosystem, in the entire environment is extremely important. So when you talk about the challenges, it is the challenge of credit, of course, is there. Then the challenge of marketing, challenge of technology, and the biggest challenge, I will say, is to become ESG compliant. Because today everybody wants to make their entire supply chain a green supply chain.
So compliance burden is a key, is one of the major challenges.
I will not say it's a
the
burden.
MSMEs.
See, it is not a burden. See, if you see that today, in earlier times, people were talking about pollution control. If you remember, in the early part of this century, the focus was on pollution control. But there is a growing realization there is no solution to pollution once it is created. So it is pollution prevention. And then that has gradually metamorphosed into what we today know as ESG, right? Environment, social, and governance. Yes. So it is extremely important how we are socially responsible, how we are governing ourselves. So when we say about ESG, it is actually by complying to ESG, we are making ourselves more, competitive in the market. And it is more important to be in business than to meet these standards. There are carbon border tax mechanism that the European Union is coming out with. We are talking about so much of exports from India from the MSME sector. So if we have to continue to remain competitive in this world market, then we have to be compliant. So there is no second option, and it is not a burden, rather it is an investment in ourselves.
Okay, so ESG is, and the overall regulatory landscape is something that they need to navigate better. But in terms of, specifically, if one were to talk about integration with larger supply chains, that's also an ongoing process and very important for MSMEs. How can NSIC aid in that integration? And that can also, of course, ensure more markets, newer markets, more export potential. Talk to us about NSIC's role in such areas.
Okay. See, marketing, what you just said about linkages, it is extremely important that we establish market linkages for our MSMEs. Now, recently, Government of India, in fact, NSIC is 100% institution owned by Government of India through Ministry of MSME. So the initiatives of Ministry MSME, many are driven by NSIC. So one important initiative that has come in this direction is a team initiative, that is trade enablement and marketing initiative that has been recently launched, and this is to digitally enable our MSMEs to onboard themselves on digital marketing platforms. So today, we all know about Alibaba of China, how it totally revolutionized the marketing of Chinese products across the world. In India, we have started late, but definitely there are marketing channels available, but there is no integrated digital marketing space that was there in the country. So the government has come out with ONDC, that Open Network for Digital Commerce, and this initiative, Trade Enablement and Marketing initiative by Government of India, which is driven by NSIC, is to onboard 500,000 MSMEs in next 2 years over digital market platforms. So this is one initiative that is going to change the landscape, and of course, that will be taken further forward.
500,000 MSMEs in how long?
2 years' time.
2 years.
2
And how
years'
much has
time.
happened? What's the kind of onboarding
It has just
right
been
now?
launched.
Okay.
It has just been launched. I think, because, it needs a lot of groundwork to be done. It is not that, you announce and from next day onwards you start onboarding, because you have to help them in digital cataloging, you have to, set in place the, logistics, and enable them in understanding what exactly is to be done to handle maybe customer grievance, product returns, so many things are there. So first we have to enable them in terms of giving them necessary capacity building support, and then it has already started, and then the onboarding process will start. So that's why the 2-year timeline has been given for onboarding 500,000 units.
You must be speaking to MSMEs in this entire process of onboarding. What's been your feedback till now? What's been your assessment as to what are the biggest areas or the loopholes which need to be plugged so that they can access markets better? Because that's something that's critical to be able to identify in their journey.
Absolutely. See, if you see that MSMEs are largely single-person enterprises, right? So the same person has to deal with all the challenges that the enterprise faces. So whether it is a challenge of availing credit, whether the challenge of meeting the technology, or managing the shop floor, or marketing the products, everything by and large, very capacity building inputs to the MSME entrepreneurs to make them understand how the system runs, how to prepare digital catalog, for example, what I was telling. In a digital market space, it is important to give them the touch and feel of the product. So it is very important to have a proper digital catalog. So we are supporting them towards that. Then to also support them in handling the logistics and the other parts of digital market space, because there will be product returns, there will be logistics issues, there will be payment issues, integration with payment gateways, there are so many things. So initially the effort is to build the capacity of the MSME entrepreneur, because we understand that MSMEs are largely single person enterprises.
35,000 MSMEs registered on the Udyam portal have shut down since 2019, indicating ongoing struggles in the sector. What steps has NSIC taken to ensure that these struggling enterprises are able to survive and once again get back on the thriving growth journey?
See, last, I'll not say the immediate preceding year, but the year you mentioned from 1920 to perhaps up to 22 was a difficult period for the world at large. We all faced the pandemic, and at that point of time, definitely there are units which got shut down. And in fact, to prevent that, government had come out with lot many schemes, including the emergency credit line scheme. You all are aware about the emergency credit line scheme, because at that point of time, that giving them credit without any collateral at a very, very competitive rate was very important. And government infused 3,68,000 crores without asking for any collateral or any guarantee. Government gave the sovereign guarantee to the banks. 20% of additional credit support, 20% of credit outstanding as on 29th of February 2020 was given without asking a question to the MSMEs. And that prevented, in fact, 98% of the MSMEs who benefited actually have faced the pandemic in a much, much, much better fashion. And that's how the pandemic induced problem of a shutting down of MSMEs was prevented. Yes, there could still be some units which are facing problems, but banks, institutions, including even NBFCs and other government support agencies are working to ensure that how we can revive those units by providing them the necessary support, funding support, etc.
Yes. We spoke about the challenges, but in your assessment, what would be your top 2-3 priorities going forward to ensure that this journey of helping MSMEs continues?
See, we have to see that how do we address the challenges faced by the MSMEs. As I said, what are the major challenges? One, coming back again, they are single person enterprises. And, in the shop floor, it is also very important to ensure that the necessary skill sets are available. It is not important to get money and purchase a machine. It is also important to ensure that we have necessary skills to run that machine, right? Okay. So the skill gaps are being identified and necessary skill sets are being imparted to youth who are getting absorbed by the MSMEs. Because unless you have the necessary manpower to handle these shop floor machines, it is going to be difficult. That is number one. Then number two is the challenge of marketing, as I said. So we are, we have a marketing platform, B2B platform called MSMEglobalmart.com.
Yes.
That is run by NSIC. And till today, we have more than 200,000 MSMEs registered over that platform. We are trying to expand it. I was giving the example of Alibaba. Maybe, we can also position it going forward in that fashion. We have to provide channels, both digital channels, whether through NDC, that is a B2C,
okay.
and we have to also provide them B2B channel, and we have to harness the power of technology.
Okay.
So that is how, by harnessing the power of technology, we want our MSMEs to access market.
Okay. So technology, skills, marketing, credit are some of those areas
Absolutely,
that NSIC is working on. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Acharya, for really decoding for us what is the next phase of priorities for the government and how it's aiding MSME sector in terms of getting on to its growth journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure.
Thank you so much for this. Yeah. We'll take a photograph, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now invite Sikta, my colleague, to in fact take these proceedings forward from here. Over to you, Sikta.
अगले सेशन के लिए मैं मंच पर बुलाना चाहूँगी मिस्टर सुभाष त्यागी, मिस्टर राजेश कुमार अग्रहरी और मिस्टर नितिन अग्रवाल को कि वो यहाँ मंच पर मेरे साथ आएँ और सेशन को आगे बढ़ाएं। भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में इमर्जिंग बिजनेस का अहम योगदान है। स्टार्टअप्स और उद्योग भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को ना सिर्फ मजबूत बना रहे हैं बल्कि वैश्विक मंच पर भी देश का परचम लहरा रहे हैं। तो आज हम ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि कैसे ये व्यवसाय युवाओं की सोच और तकनीकी आत्मनिर्भरता आर्थिक रूप से समृद्ध बना रहे हैं, देश के भविष्य का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। तो आइए मिलकर समझें भारत के उभरते एमएसएमईज की दुनिया को। हमारे साथ एक बेहद खास पैनल, सुभाष त्यागी जी चेयरमैन गोल्ड प्लस ग्रुप के, राजेश कुमार अग्रहरी फाउंडर राजेश मसाला उद्योग के और नितिन अग्रवाल सीईओ प्रयाग पॉलीमर्स के। आप सभी का स्वागत है हमारे इस खास कॉन्क्लेव में। सुभाष जी, मैं अगर आपसे शुरू करूं, ये बताइए कि आपने अपने व्यवसाय को, अपने बिजनेस को ग्लोबल मंच के लिए, वैश्विक मंच के लिए कैसे तैयार किया?
देखिए, 2009 में पहली बार हमने फ्लोट ग्लास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शुरू की हरिद्वार के पास रुड़की में, उत्तराखंड में जो आता है। और उस टाइम पर बहुत छोटी लाइन 460 टन पर डे से कैपेसिटी शुरू की थी, जो अभी इस थोड़े से स्पैन में अभी बढ़ कर के 3150 टन पर डे हम ग्लास बना रहे हैं। यानी ऑलमोस्ट 7 गुना ये हमने अपने बिजनेस को किया। और जहाँ तक ग्लास का सवाल है, एक चीज़ आपको बहुत शायद अच्छी लगेगी इसको सुनने में भी, कि ग्लास बनाने वाली सिर्फ 5 इंडस्ट्री हैं इंडिया में, और 5 में 4 मल्टीनेशनल हैं, हम सिर्फ अकेले इंडियन हैं और सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं। ग्लास बनाना एक बिल्डिंग मटेरियल है। अभी तक मैक्सिमम ग्लास इंपोर्ट होता था, लेकिन हमने एक तो मेक इन इंडिया में इसको, एक गवर्नमेंट की भी हेल्प हुई और हमारी भी हेल्प हुई कि हमारा इतना बिजनेस बढ़ा। गवर्नमेंट भी उसमें बहुत बड़ी अच्छी एक वो कोशिश कर रही है मेक इन इंडिया बनाने में। हमने ग्लोबल ये कि BIS स्टैंडर्ड गवर्नमेंट ने इसको बहुत ही स्पीड से अभी जैसे लागू किया, तो उससे बिजनेस अब कहीं भी प्रोडक्ट बन रहा है, चाहे वो अमेरिका में है, चाहे वो यूरोप में है, चाहे इंडिया में है, प्रोडक्ट सेम है। अगर इंडिया में भी इंपोर्ट होना है तो फिर वही ग्लास इंपोर्ट होगा जो ISI मार्क होगा, BIS स्टैंडर्ड के मुताबिक होगा। हमारा ग्लास एक्सपोर्ट होगा तो उसी तरह से होगा। इसलिए ग्लोबल मार्केट में आज इंडियन मार्केट और ग्लोबल मार्केट में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। सारा प्रोडक्ट एक जैसा है और सब जगह जा सकता है, सब जगह फ्री है। इसमें गवर्नमेंट की बहुत बड़ी कोशिश जो BIS स्टैंडर्ड को मेंटेन करने की हुई है, उसने बहुत बड़ी हेल्प की है इसमें।
अब दूसरी जो बड़ी चीज़ राजेश जी आपसे समझना चाहिए कि अब जो इनिशिएटिव्स हैं सरकार के, चाहे वो मेक इन इंडिया हो, वोकल फॉर लोकल हो, उस तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स को आपने अपनी कंपनी की ग्रोथ को लेवरेज देने के लिए किस तरह से इस्तेमाल किया?
देखिए, 2014 के बाद एक जो चेंज आया है, सबसे बड़ा चेंज आया है लैंड ऑर्डर का। आज हम कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो हमारी पूंजी सलामत रहेगी, इसकी गारंटी होती है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि 1997 में हमने 2 लाख PMGSY से हमने स्टार्ट किया था। और मेरा अपना मानना है कि इंडस्ट्री को डेवलप करने के लिए किसी मदद इमदाद की उतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो सेकेंडरी है। पहला है दूरदृष्टि, पक्का इरादा, कड़ी मेहनत और ईमानदारी। यह प्रोपागंडा करने से नहीं होता है। ये चीज़ जब समाज में उतर जाता है, लोगों के दिमाग में आ जाती है, तो वही ब्रांड वैल्यू बन जाती है। और ब्रांड वैल्यू बनने के बाद धन की भी तंगी नहीं आती है। और हम तो मसाला सेक्टर से हैं। आदिकाल से मसाले का व्यापार भारत से जुड़ा हुआ है और आज मसाला इंडस्ट्री अच्छा कर रही है। और हमें इस बात को कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि कुछ इश्यूज़ पैदा किए गए जैसा कि वैश्वीकरण जो हुआ तो इसमें प्रतिस्पर्धा भी पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है। बांग्लादेश, पाकिस्तान, खाड़ी देश, उन लोगों ने अभी आप सबके सामने बात आई होगी कि पेस्टिसाइड यूज हो रहा है, तो मसाले में नहीं यूज हो रहा है। इस बात को सरकार इतनी जल्दी समझी कि जितना हम चाहते थे उससे ज़्यादा गवर्नमेंट ने और विभागीय अधिकारियों ने काम किया इस पे, और उसका परिणाम यह है कि आज मसाला सेक्टर में इंडिया वो वर्ल्ड लीडर है पूरी दुनिया में। और मसाला सेक्टर जब ग्रो करता है तो किसानों को कैश क्रॉप मिलती है, मसाले से अच्छी इनकम होती है। पूरा दक्षिण भारत आपका ये मसाला से ही उसकी मेन आय का जरिया है किसानों का।
जी।
तो आपके चैनल के माध्यम से मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ जो नए उद्यमी हैं कि मेरे जैसा आदमी जब खड़ा हो सकता है तो आज तो साधन और गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी दोनों आपके पास उपलब्ध है। हम लोगों ने जब 97 में शुरू किया तो हर पग पग पे कांटे थे, और आप मीडिया से जुड़े लोग हैं, आप ज़मीनी हकीकत ज़्यादा जानते हैं। उस समय ये होता था कि इंडस्ट्री जहाँ लग रही है तो कौन कौन डिपार्टमेंट का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, तो उसकी वसूली पहले निश्चित हो जाती थी, तो इसीलिए ज़्यादातर उद्यम सैक करते थे। आज अनुकूल वातावरण है। आप जैसे चैनल के जो अग्रिम सोच वाले मीडिया के लोग हैं उनका भी सहयोग हम लोगों को पूरा मिल रहा है, तो इसके लिए मैं बधाई देता हूं आपको आज इस कार्यक्रम के लिए भी। और पैसा सेकंड है, पहली चीज़ तो आप अपने अंदर इच्छा शक्ति और ईमानदारी डेवलप करें तो आपको हर जगह सफलता मिलेगी।
बिल्कुल, बिकम द गो गेटर। लेकिन नितिन जी, आज सुबह हमने 2 केंद्रीय मंत्रियों को सुना। भारत सरकार नए व्यवसाय को लेकर, इमर्जिंग बिजनेस को लेकर, उनको सपोर्ट करने को लेकर प्रतिबद्ध है। कौशल विकास एक अहम पहलू है भारत सरकार का, जिस पर वो लगातार जोर दे रही है। ऐसे में आप अपने बिजनेस में अपने वर्कफोर्स को अपस्किल करने के लिए क्या कोशिशें करते रहते हैं ताकि आपकी वर्कफोर्स बदलते वक्त के साथ रेलेवेंट बनी रहे?
हम देखिए, आज के टाइम में इंडिया सबसे ज़्यादा यूथ हमारे यहाँ है, सबसे ज़्यादा वर्कफोर्स हमारे यहाँ है। वर्ल्ड में कोई भी काम करना है, कुछ भी है, आज हर कंट्री इंडिया की तरफ इसलिए देख रही है क्योंकि यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा वर्कफोर्स है। उसको स्किल करना, आज की टेक्नोलॉजी का अडॉप्शन लेके आना, ऑटोमाइजेशन को अडॉप्ट करना, उसके लिए ट्रेनिंग और डिसिप्लिन ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। आज से पहले इतना नहीं होता। आज हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं हर वीकली बेसिस पे, हम लोग ने 2 घंटे रखा हुआ है कि टीम को नीचे से ऊपर हर लेवल पे उनको ट्रेन किया जाए। डिजिटलाइजेशन, वीडियोस, इतनी चीज़ें आज अवेलेबल हैं जहां उनको बहुत आसानी से हम लोग ट्रेन कर पाते हैं। वर्ल्ड में क्या चीज़ चल रही है, क्या नया टेक्नोलॉजी चल रहा है, कैसे लोग अपने आप को ईजीली उस सिस्टम में डाल रहे हैं, उस चीज़ को सिखाना करना बहुत आसान हो गया आज के टाइम में। सो वीडियो के माध्यम से, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से लोगों को आज स्किल करना आसान हो गया है। और बिना ट्रेन करे और उनको डिसिप्लिन लाए आप नहीं बढ़ सकते आगे।
बिल्कुल। और स्किल एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो लगातार बदलती है बदलते वक्त के साथ। लेकिन ऐसे में सुभाष जी, क्या पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की भूमिका अपस्किलिंग में अहम है? आपने अपनी इंडस्ट्री में क्या देखा है?
बहुत ज़रूरी है, पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं एक चीज़ देखता था, जो अभी वर्कफोर्स की भी आप बात कर रही हैं, मैंने चाइना को बहुत अच्छे से स्टडी किया शुरू में, क्योंकि हमारी कंट्री और उनकी कंट्री की ऑलमोस्ट पॉपुलेशन सेम है, बिज़नेस करने का तरीका ऑलमोस्ट सेम है। तो उसमें एक चेंज है बहुत बड़ा कि वहाँ पर क्या है कि अगर इंस्टीट्यूट खुले हुए हैं तो इंस्टीट्यूट पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट के इंस्टीट्यूट खुले हुए हैं, कि अगर हम ग्लास बनाते हैं तो 1, 2, 4 इंस्टीट्यूट ऐसे होंगे जिसमें सिर्फ ग्लास से ही रिलेटेड एजुकेशन होगी। और अगर कोई दूसरा प्रोडक्ट है, ये पाइप बनाते हैं, तो पाइप से रिलेटेड ही एजुकेशन होगी। उससे एक बेनिफिट है बहुत बड़ा कि अगर मेरे को आज की डेट में वर्कफोर्स चाहिए, अब एक हमने बेलगांव में भी इंडस्ट्री लगाई है, ऑलमोस्ट 3000 करोड़ रुपए की इंडस्ट्री है, 3 लाइन है, एक सोलर लाइन है और 2 फ्लोट लाइन है। उसके लिए मेरे को 2000 लोग चाहिए थे। आप सोच सकती हैं कि 500 किलोमीटर के एरिया में जितने इंस्टीट्यूट हैं उन सब के इंटरव्यू करके पूरी फोर्स हम अपने यहाँ पर ले आए तो 2000 आदमी पूरे नहीं कर पाए। तो एक तरफ बोलते हैं कि बहुत ज़्यादा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ ये है कि मैन पावर तो है भी नहीं। तो ये पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप से बहुत सॉल्यूशन हो सकता है कि जिसमें मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट है, मैं अपने बिहाफ पर किसी को बोलूं कि आप अपना इंस्टीट्यूट खोल लीजिए, जितनी भी आपके पास मैन पावर होगी वो सब मेरे यहाँ कंज्यूम हो जाएगी। ऐसे ही बाकी दूसरी चीज़ों में भी पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिससे दोनों को एक दूसरे को हेल्प होगी। अब किसी को इंडस्ट्री लगानी है, इंडस्ट्री के लिए मैन पावर वो किसी दूसरे स्टेट से ले करके आ रहे हैं, तो उससे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होने वाली है। तो वर्क फोर्स के लिए मेरा तो अपना मानना है कि ऐसे लोग बहुत होंगे जो एजुकेशन में रहना चाहते हैं, मेरे जैसे होंगे जो इंडस्ट्री में रहना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अगर दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन बन जाए तो दोनों को हेल्प हो जाएगी। वो उनका एजुकेशन का बिजनेस बहुत चलेगा, मेरा अपना बिजनेस बहुत चलेगा। तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप के बिना तो ग्रोथ भी नहीं हो सकती, तो इसलिए उसकी इम्पोर्टेंस तो बहुत बड़ी है इसमें।
राजेश जी, स्किल्स को डेवलप करने के लिए कोशिशें क्या सरकार ही करती रहे, क्या प्राइवेट जो प्लेयर्स हैं क्या वो इसमें नहीं आ सकते हैं?
देखिए, एक तो मैं इस गुड सीन के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि पहली बार स्किल डेवलपमेंट का इंस्टीट्यूट खुले और मंत्रालय बने। मेरी मसाला की इंडस्ट्री है, उसमें कई तरह के स्किल की ज़रूरत होती है। कुछ टेक्निकल हैं, कुछ इलेक्ट्रिक से संबंधित हैं, कुछ कंप्यूटर के लोग हैं और ऑपरेटर हैं पिसाई के लिए। तो इन सब को हमें आज ज़रूरत जब पड़ती है, तो जैसा भाई साहब ने कहा कि ये एक स्टिकर जो लोग चस्पा करते हैं कि रोज़गार नहीं है, हम लोग इसकी कमी से जूझ रहे हैं, ये बात 100% सही है। हम बगैर ट्रेंड लोगों को जब लेते हैं तो उनको 2 साल 4 साल हमको लग जाते हैं उनको सिखाने में। और मुझे यह कहने में संकोच नहीं कि 97 के बाद आज मेरी इंडस्ट्री में ऐसे अनट्रेंड लोग ट्रेंड हो गए हैं जो टेक्निकल एजुकेशन वालों की भी मात देते हैं। तो इंडस्ट्री जहाँ डेवलप होती है वहाँ किसान को भी सहूलियत मिलती है, अनएम्प्लॉय को एम्प्लॉय भी मिलता है, उनको रोज़गार भी सृजन होता है। और मेरा अपना मानना है कि आज आप बाज़ार में चले जाइए, आपको भी 50 वर्कर की ज़रूरत हो तो आपको पसीने छूट जाएंगे। ये सरकार की सोच और बढ़ते इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ की ओर संकेत देता है, इसमें कोई संकोच नहीं है। अब राजनीतिक लोग कुछ बोले, उनकी भाषा अलग होती है, हम लोग बिजनेसमैन हैं, हम व्यापार करते हैं। आज व्यापार के तरक्की में जितना योगदान सरकार का है उतना हमारे जो युवा उद्यमी हैं ये भी अच्छा कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, और ये हमारे बैकबोन है हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था के, और यही नींव है, क्योंकि कृषि के बाद एमएसएमई वो दूसरा सेक्टर है जो रोजगार दे रहा है लोगों को।
और हमारे जैसे हम फूड प्रोसेस से आते हैं,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
तो ये सीधा सीधा किसान को इफेक्ट करता है। लेकिन आज क्या होता है कि आज किसान को उसका के व्यापारी को गाली दिलवाओ, व्यापारी को उकसाओ, अधिकारी से लड़ाओ, लेकिन जब सही दिशा में काम होता है तब सुभाष चंद्र बोस जैसी क्रिएटिविटी आती है। जैसे देश आज़ाद हुआ वैसे इंडस्ट्री के सेक्टर में जब हम तरक्की करेंगे, हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था जब मजबूत होगी, 5वें से हम तीसरे पे आएंगे, तो ज़्यादा पैसा देश के खजाने में भी जाएगा और वह गरीब जनता की भी जेब में जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, और इमर्जिंग बिजनेस वो जरिया है ये ज़्यादा पैसा हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था से जोड़ने का। अब नितिन जी, कोविड हुआ, लॉकडाउन हुआ, सब कुछ बंद हो गया था। इस पैंडेमिक ने हर किसी को, बड़े छोटे व्यवसाय करने वाले, नौकरी पेशा को बहुत कुछ सिखाया। कोविड के दौरान कई कंपनियां बंद हो गईं, कोई अभी भी उसके जो इम्पैक्ट है उससे जूझ रही हैं और काफ़ी दिक्कत अभी भी कई कंपनियों को है। ऐसे में आपके पर्सनल अनुभव क्या रहे? आपने कैसे उसका सामना किया, कैसे उससे जूझा कि आप उससे उबर पाएँ?
पेंडेमिक ने काफ़ी कुछ सिखाया लोगों को। इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट्स बंद हो गए। आपके लिए इंडिया वाज द बिगेस्ट मार्केट। जो चीज़ हम लोग इंपोर्ट कर रहे थे उसके लिए इंडिया में हमें खोजना पड़ा कि कौन बना रहा है। जो लोग एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे उनको इंडिया के अंदर मार्केट ढूंढना पड़ा। तो वो 1-1.5 साल जहाँ ये सब रिस्ट्रिक्शंस रही, लोगों को काफ़ी कुछ यहाँ डेवलप करने के लिए, सोचने के लिए, समझने के लिए मिला। एसएमई एक ऐसा सेक्टर है इंडिया के अंदर जो आज वर्ल्ड में मेरे को ऐसा लगता है सबसे सस्ता प्रोडक्ट बनाता है। एक क्लोज टीम, फैमिली ओरिएंटेड बिजनेस है, जहाँ वो लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि कॉस्ट को और क्वालिटी को बहुत अच्छे से बारीकी से कंट्रोल करके चलते हैं। इस ड्यूरेशन में मुझे लगता है एसएमई को बहुत बूस्ट मिला। वो प्रोडक्ट जो हम लोग डिपेंड थे कहीं इंपोर्ट्स वगैरह के अंदर, इंडिया के अंदर डेवलप हुए, एसएमई वालों को ग्रोथ के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला। कंज्यूमर्स को भी एक अच्छा प्रोडक्ट एक सस्ते प्राइस में जो ऑलरेडी यहाँ अवेलेबल था उसको देखने का मौका मिला।
बिल्कुल।
और कुछ सेक्टर छोड़ने के अलावा बाकी सभी लोगों ने ग्रो किया है। आज हम लोग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं, बिल्डिंग मटेरियल से हैं, जो एक किसी का भी लाइफस्टाइल का या एक बेसिक नीड का पार्ट है। जैसे जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेटर होगा, हमारा लाइफस्टाइल, एक इंडिया का ग्रोथ स्टोरी अपने आप चेंज हो जाता है। जैसे साहब ने बात किया कि चाइना को उन्होंने बहुत स्टडी किया है। चाइना ने सबसे पहले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप किया था, रोड्स, लोगों के लिए फैसिलिटीज़। जब तक आज आप अपनी पॉपुलेशन को ही अपना कंज्यूमर नहीं समझेंगे, तब तक आप ग्रो नहीं कर सकते। जो भी नीड है उसकी नीड के हिसाब से हम प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनाएंगे, समझेंगे, तब तक ग्रोथ नहीं कर सकते।
तो बदलते वक्त के साथ कंज्यूमर को भी समझना होगा। सुभाष जी, आप फ्यूचर को फूल प्रूफ कैसे करें, पैंडेमिक ने हमें सिखाया, और आप लोगों को, ख़ासतौर से जो आप बिज़नेस चला रहे हैं, उनको तो ज़्यादा बहुत कुछ सीखना पड़ा होगा कि हमारा भविष्य अगर आगे ऐसा कुछ होता है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट हमारी बिज़नेस पर ना पड़े। आपने स्टडी किया, आपने कुछ चेंजेस किए अपने बिज़नेस में?
काफ़ी कुछ चेंज किया। एक तो पेंडेमिक ने एक चीज़ बड़ी अच्छी सिखाई कि हमें एक्चुअल ग्रोथ कितनी है, एक्चुअल डिमांड कितनी है, उसका पता पड़ा। क्योंकि हमें खुद नहीं अपने बिजनेस के बारे में इतना ज़्यादा मालूम कि कितना ग्लास इंपोर्ट होता है, एक मोटी मोटी फिगर होती है, लेकिन एग्जैक्ट तब समझ आई कि यहाँ पर कितनी ग्रोथ की अभी गुंजाइश है, कितनी रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसका पता पड़ा। और दूसरे ये कि चैलेंज बहुत सारे हैं। एक चीज़, अगर ग्लोबली हमारे को ग्रो कंपटीशन नहीं कर पाते किसी दूसरी बाहर की इंडस्ट्री के साथ में, उसका एक लॉजिक है। मेरी इंडस्ट्री, उसमें फ्यूल की कंजम्पशन ऑलमोस्ट मेरे प्रोडक्ट में 30% की है। फ्यूल की कॉस्ट जो अगर हम मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया, चाइना, इनके साथ में कंपेयर करें तो वहाँ की कॉस्ट और हमारी कॉस्ट में, आज मलेशिया के अंदर जो फ्यूल की कॉस्ट है, गैस की कॉस्ट है, हमारे यहाँ 3 टाइम है। और हमारा 30% अगर फ्यूल ही लगता है तो इसका मतलब मेरी तो पूरी कॉस्ट उसी में निकल गई। दूसरे, पावर के ऊपर गवर्नमेंट ने इतना बढ़िया काम किया, उसका मैं भी एक एग्जांपल हूँ कि जो सोलर एनर्जी के ऊपर काम हुआ, तो आज जो टैरिफ किसी भी लोकल गवर्नमेंट का है अपने स्टेट के अंदर, अगर मैं उसी को सोलर एनर्जी से पूरा करता हूँ तो मेरी कॉस्ट हाफ हो जाती है। तो अभी वो फ़ायदा हमारे को मिला, जो हमारे बिल थे वो आधे हो गए, रुड़की की फैक्ट्री में भी और बेलगांव की फैक्ट्री के अंदर भी। तो पावर में तो गवर्नमेंट ने कर लिया, लेकिन फ्यूल का ना कोई अभी अल्टरनेट है और ना ही अभी कुछ ऐसा लग रहा है कि इसकी कोई कॉस्ट कम होने वाली है। लेकिन अगर फ्यूल की कॉस्ट इतनी ज़्यादा ही रहेगी तो फिर उसके बाद कंपटीशन किस तरह से होगा। मेरी जो चीज़ मेरे को $14 में मिल रही है, वही चीज़ मलेशिया में $4 में मिल रही है। तो वो कंपटीशन सिर्फ इस पर एक दूसरी एक और चीज़ है, इंडिया एक बहुत बड़ी कंट्री है, एरिया वाइज भी बड़ी है। फ्रेट एक ऐसी चीज़ है, मेरे ही ग्लास की इंडस्ट्री के अंदर 10% फ्रेट कॉस्ट आती है। यही सोच के हमने, क्योंकि एक इंडस्ट्री हमारी नॉर्थ में हो गई, एक साउथ में हमने लगाई कि ताकि फ्रेट कॉस्ट कम हो जाए। लेकिन फ्रेट कॉस्ट सिर्फ इससे कम नहीं होगी। गवर्नमेंट जिस पर बहुत अच्छा ध्यान दे रही कि रेलवे ट्रैक अपने इस तरह के बना रही है, कॉरिडोर बना रही हैं, उनमें क्या नाम कॉस्ट कम कर रही हैं। लेकिन सब जगह रेलवे नहीं जा सकती, सब जगह से रेलवे सामान नहीं उठा सकती, डोर टू डोर नहीं जा सकती। अगर कहीं से लेकर के सामान दूसरी जगह जाना, मेरा ग्लास का ही बिजनेस है, ग्लास को मेरे को ग्लास डीलर्स को उतारना है, तो कैसे जाएगा। तो अभी तक उसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट का वो नहीं है, ध्यान नहीं है कि वो कैसे पूर्ति करे। अब अगर बेलगांव में इंडस्ट्री एरिया डेवलप किया, इंडस्ट्री एरिया तो डेवलप हो गया, लेकिन वहाँ पर ट्रक्स तो अवेलेबल है नहीं, तो वो मटेरियल कैसे ढोएंगे, कहाँ लेकर के जाएंगे। तो मैं 2 चीज़ों के ऊपर गवर्नमेंट का भी ध्यान और आपकी इसके कॉन्क्लेव के उससे देना चाहता हूँ कि नंबर 1 तो फ्यूल की कॉस्ट किस तरह से कम होगी, नंबर 2 ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कैसे अवेलेबल होगी। यहाँ पर किसी भी सूरत में ना ही तो टैलेंट की कमी है, ना इंडस्ट्री की ग्रोथ की कमी है। आप सोच सकते हैं कि इंडिया की ग्रोथ आज की डेट में किसी भी कंट्री से सबसे ज़्यादा है और ये ग्रोथ रुकने वाली नहीं है। अगले 20-25 साल तक में भी कुछ अभी इंडस्ट्री ऐसी हैं, कुछ बिजनेस ऐसे हैं जिनमें डबल डिजिट में ग्रोथ है, जो कि कहीं पर भी नहीं है। लेकिन उसके होने के लिए जो फैसिलिटेट करना है गवर्नमेंट को, वो थोड़ा सा इन दो चीज़ों के ऊपर, क्योंकि अगर हम बहुत फ्यूल कॉस्ट के ऊपर काम करेंगे तो उससे सोल्यूशन नहीं होगा।
चलिए, यही वो मंच है जिसमें समाधान के रास्ते हमें तलाशने हैं। अब राजेश जी, एक दूसरा बड़ा सवाल रहता है एमएसएमईज के लिए, फाइनेंस का, लोन का, जिसके लिए स्ट्रगल लगातार बनी रहती है। आप लोग सक्सेसफुल बिजनेस चला रहे हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे एंटरप्राइजेज हैं या इमर्जिंग बिजनेस हैं जो अभी भी पैसों की वजह से जूझ रहे हैं, तो उनकी राह आसान करने के लिए क्या रास्ते हो सकते हैं?
देखिए, जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया, मैंने 2 लाख रुपए लोन से स्टार्ट किया 97 में, और मुझे न तब पैसे की ज़रूरत पड़ी, ना आज पैसे की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। मेरी एक ऐसी इंडस्ट्री है जिस पे कोई फाइनेंस, कोई सीसी, कोई बैंक का लायबिलिटी नहीं है। फूड प्रोसेस एक ऐसी यूनिट होती है। मेरा अपना जो बिजनेस का स्टाइल है, पहले डिमांड पैदा करो तब प्रोडक्शन करो। ये हर जगह नहीं लागू होती, लेकिन मैं अपने सेक्टर की बात कर रहा हूँ। जब ऑन डिमांड प्रोडक्ट बिकना शुरू होता है तब वो इंडस्ट्री ग्रो करती है। देखिए, सरकारी योजना, सरकारी पॉलिसी ये मायने रखता है, ये वातावरण का काम करता है, आपको तेज़ी से बढ़ने का अवसर देता है। लेकिन जिनके पास धन नहीं है, अगर वो ईमानदारी और मेहनत से काम करेंगे तब उनको सब सहयोग करेंगे। पिता भी अपने बेटे को 500 की नोट तभी देता है जब वो जान जाता है कि ये 500 की नोट को फाड़ेगा नहीं, कागज़ नहीं समझेगा। तो ये समझ पैदा करना तो हम लोगों का काम है। अगर हम इस समझ को नहीं पैदा करते हैं, उसी का परिणाम है कि आज जैसा भाई साहब ने कहा, इंडस्ट्री ग्रो कर रही है, हम सब विकास की गति में बहुत तेज़ी से चल रहे हैं। यही आज के 10 साल 12 साल पहले की बात होती थी, जब सरकारी रहम और सत्ता के रहम पर जिनको समझ नहीं है उनको बड़े बड़े लोन दिए जाते थे, तो इंडस्ट्री सेक करती थी, उससे देश का भी नुकसान होता था और गरीब आदमी भी मारा जाता था। जब बैंक डिफ़ाल्टर होती है तब उसमें गरीब आदमी को पैसा जाता है। और आपदा में अवसर खोजना, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का मेन विज़न है
जी।
मैं आपको बताऊं, जब कोरोना काल आया तो 2-2 वर्ष तक बड़े गुणी स्किल्ड जो महानगरों में अच्छी अच्छी फर्मों में काम करते थे, वो घर आ गए और उन्होंने घर पे आ करके अपने साथ उन अकुशल श्रमिकों को लगाया, और जब वो यहाँ से छोड़ के गए तो 2 साल में वो अकुशल कारीगर वो हम लोगों के काम आ रहे हैं। आज हम लोग अच्छा प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, इसका लाभ बहुत हुआ। और बड़े बड़े शहरों में हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के ही लोग वहाँ जाके अच्छे अच्छे कारीगर बनते हैं। कोई कारपेंटर है, कोई मैकेनिक है, तो उन सब का भी लाभ मिला है। यही कारण है कि आज ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में इंडस्ट्री ग्रो कर रही है। अनुभव आया, जो एक जगह बड़े शहरों में संकलित था वो गांव भी पहुंच गया। तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि सरकार आज ब्याज दर घटा दिया है, आसानी से ब्याज भी दे रही है। और आज हम लोग जब कोई MOU साइन करते हैं तो मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में बैठा प्रमुख सचिव वो हमको फ़ोन करता है 15 दिन में एक बार कि आपको क्या क्या दिक्कत आ रही है। तो इसका लाभ है। और मेरा अपना मानना है कि इससे देश का भविष्य उज्जवल दिखाई पड़ रहा है और उसमें उत्तर प्रदेश महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगा।
बिल्कुल, आपकी इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी सुनकर मुझे तो लग रहा है कि काफ़ी युवा अब फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ेंगे और बिजनेस शुरू करेंगे।
नहीं, बिल्कुल। देखिए,
जी।
हमारे कृषि प्रधान देश है।
हाँ।
जो किसान पैदा करता है उससे जुड़े हुए उद्योग, और मैं उसी सेक्टर में हूँ, इसलिए मेरा ब्रेन उसी तरफ जाएगा। आप ग्लास सेक्टर में हैं तो आपका दिमाग ग्लास सेक्टर में जाएगा। हर आदमी हर चीज़ का मास्टर नहीं होता, लेकिन जो भी है, चाहे वो इंजीनियर हो चाहे साइंटिस्ट हो, उसको खाना है। फूड सेक्टर का भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल है। हम व्यापार अच्छा कर रहे हैं और हम सबसे अब नए उद्यमियों से ये अपील करते हैं कि आइए इसमें देखा जाए। बहुत गुंजाइश है। आज हर आदमी रेडीमेड जैसे उद्योग बढ़ रहे हैं और बड़े बड़े देश हैं, विकसित देश हैं, तो उनके यहाँ काम करने के लिए, घरेलू काम के लिए वक्त नहीं है। वो अपनी क्रिएटिविटी अपने उद्यम में लगाते हैं।
जी।
तो उनको खाना चाहिए रेडीमेड। अब आजकल रेडीमेड ईट फूड का
Ready
बहुत
to eat।
चलन आ गया है,
बिल्कुल।
तो बहुत गुंजाइश है और बहुत विराट भविष्य है।
चलिए, एक सेक्टर तो हमें पता चल गया, एक व्यवसाय में पता चल गया। नितिन जी, वो कौन से और बिजनेसेस हैं जिसमें आपको लगता है इस वक्त युवाओं के लिए अवसर है?
देखिए, आज गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी कुछ किया है, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए बहुत सपोर्ट है। आप लोग अभी फाइनेंस की बात जैसे कर रहे थे, सबसे ज़्यादा इशू वहीं आता है कि जो एक एमएसएमई वाला जब स्टार्ट करता है, जो 2-3 साल जब तक ब्रेक इवन आता है, वहाँ तक इंटरेस्ट पार्ट यदि गवर्नमेंट उसको कुछ कंट्रोल करे तो काफ़ी कुछ डेवलप हो सकता है। हम लोग बिल्डिंग मटेरियल के अंदर है, आज हम लोग ऐसी कंट्री में रहते हैं जहाँ आज भी मोर देन 50% पॉपुलेशन के पास प्रॉपर टॉयलेट्स नहीं है, पक्के मकान नहीं है। ये इंडस्ट्री भी, आज हमारी इंडस्ट्री डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ है अगले 10 से 15 साल के अंदर। तो यहाँ भी काफ़ी अच्छा ग्रोथ है
जी।
अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि जो सरकार की पहल है, जो उसकी इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, वो इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और उसी से पुश
काफ़ी अच्छे
भी
लेवल
मिल
पे
रहा है, लेकिन बहुत गुंजाइश अभी भी बची हुई है। सुभाष जी, यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप्स की चर्चा होती है और काफ़ी लोग इसमें जुड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन इस वक्त उनके लिए क्या ज़रूरी है, क्या बदलाव हों ताकि ये स्टार्टअप्स एक टर्म बनकर ना रह जाएं, बल्कि वाकई एक सक्सेसफुल बिजनेस बने?
देखिए, स्टार्टअप का जो प्रोग्राम चलाया है ये तो अच्छा है, लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम है बहुत बड़ी। मैंने अपने बिजनेस को बहुत पहले शुरू किया। मैं फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ और पहले ग्लास की ट्रेडिंग की, फिर ट्रेडिंग से प्रोसेसिंग की, प्रोसेसिंग से अब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की। ये एक बैकवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन हुआ। लोग क्या करते हैं कि जिस भी ट्रेड के अंदर स्टार्टअप करते हैं, हर बिजनेस का 99% मेरा अपना तजुर्बा है कि बिजनेस में अप्स एंड डाउन जरूर आते हैं। ये नहीं हो सकता है कि कोई भी इतना सेफ बिजनेस नहीं हो सकता है कि उसमें आए और आते ही वो चालू हो जाए, और अगर वो फर्स्ट स्टार्टअप वो खुद ही अपने आप कर रहा, ना कि उसकी किसी पहली जनरेशन ने किया हो। तो होता क्या है कि मेरे सामने भी इतनी बार अप्स एंड डाउन आए कि कई बार सिचुएशन हो गई कि सब कुछ बंद हो जाएगा, कई बार सिचुएशन हुई कि नहीं, अच्छा चल पड़ेगा। वहाँ जो हिम्मत छोड़ देते हैं स्टार्टअप वाले लोग, वो उनमें इतना गुंजाइश नहीं होती कि थोड़ा उसमें मेहनत करें, थोड़े उसके सोर्स ढूंढें, लेकिन उसको छोड़ने की कोशिश ना करें। तो ये जो स्टार्टअप बंद होते हैं, ये सिर्फ उसका लॉजिक और कोई नहीं है, यही है। अगर मेरे बिजनेस में मैं अपनी हिम्मत को छोड़ता तो मैं कम से कम 4 बार ऐसी पोजीशन में आया जिसके अंदर बिजनेस टोटल बिल्कुल फिनिश हो गया। और आज तक अगर किसी बड़े आप टॉप 10 फेल्योर का भी नाम लो, तो उनके पीछे के जो लॉजिक है वो सिर्फ ये है, अगर 2 भाई भी काम कर रहे हैं, एक सक्सेस हुआ, एक फेलियर हुआ, उनको आप देख लीजिए कि दोनों में गैप क्या था। तो सिर्फ एक ही गैप आता है कि वो जो हिम्मत जल्दी छोड़ देता है कि नहीं, बस अब नहीं हो पाएगा, लोन बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है, अब मैं इसकी किस्त नहीं दे पाऊंगा। हिम्मत ना करना, हिम्मत छोड़ना, वही एक सबसे बड़ा फेलियर का कारण है। अदरवाइज जिस दिन उसने शुरू किया था स्टार्टअप, उस दिन क्या ये सोचा था कि मैं इस बिज़नेस को बंद करूँगा? उस दिन तो ये सोचा था कि मैं करूँगा। दूसरी बात ये कि स्टेक पे कौन लगा हुआ होता है। आजकल बिजनेस ज़्यादातर वो भी फेलियर हो रहे हैं कि जिसके अंदर स्टेक पे वो खुद नहीं है, पैसा कहीं और से लगा हुआ है। अगर किसी और का पैसा है तो वो पेन नहीं ले पाता। अगर पैसे में वो खुद स्टेक पर है कि कल को खुद भी सड़क पर आ जाएगा, फिर फेलियर नहीं होगा, फिर 100% वो सक्सेस होगा, क्योंकि वो खुद भी स्टेक पर आ गया, उसकी फैमिली स्टेक पर आ गई। तो बिजनेस के स्टार्टअप एक बहुत अच्छा वो है। अब एक चीज़ देखिए, मैंने 97 में ग्लास प्रोसेसिंग शुरू की थी, तो मैं सेकंड आदमी था सिर्फ इंडिया में। मैं ग्लास बनाने वाला था, एक और ग्लास बनाने वाले थे। आज 500 ग्लास बनाने वाले हैं जो ये प्रोसेस ग्लास करते हैं, जो बिल्डिंग में ग्लास लगता है, लेमिनेटेड, इंसुलेटेड, टफन ग्लास। 500 हो गए हैं। 500 में से एक भी फेल्योर नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने क्या शुरू किया, पहले उन्होंने ग्लास की ट्रेडिंग की, फिर वो प्रोसेसिंग में आए। प्रोसेसिंग से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जाने वाला 140 करोड़ की जनता में मैं अकेला हुआ कि उसमें मैं सक्सेस हो गया। लेकिन एटलीस्ट ट्रेडिंग से प्रोसेसिंग में आने के लिए वो तो वहाँ तक तो पहुँचे, 1 से 500 तो हो गए हैं, और ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ। 97 से भी अगर आप देखें, और अगले 5 सालों में ये 1000 को क्रॉस कर जाएंगे, इतने वो हो जाएंगे। दुकानें हज़ारों की तादाद में ग्लास की दुकानें खुल रही हैं। तो वो सक्सेस होता है जिसमें वो खुद स्टेक पे होता है, खुद अपने बिजनेस पे बैठता है, वो फेलियर नहीं होता स्टार्टअप
तो
कभी
आपने
भी।
2 फॉर्मूला सुझाया कि हिम्मत रखें और खुद स्टेक पर रहें ताकि आपका बिजनेस आगे बढ़े। लेकिन राजेश जी, युवा उद्यमियों को जो इस वक्त आपको सुन रहे हैं, उनको आप क्या सुझाव देंगे कि ताकि उनका जो बिजनेस है वो सुरक्षित रहे, उनका फ्यूचर ग्रोथ ओरिएंटेड रहे? उन्होंने 2 फॉर्मूले बताए। आपके हिसाब से युवा जो हैं, जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, उनको क्या ध्यान रखना चाहिए?
जो सुविधा योजनाओं की मिलती है उसको उद्यमी अपना मान के चले कि वो अपना है, और जब तक कर्ज रहे तब तक ये मान के चले कि कर्ज है मेरे ऊपर, और उस कर्ज को उतारने के लिए रात दिन ईमानदारी से काम करे। ये तब असफल होते हैं, जैसा भाई साहब ने कहा कि जिससे अपना इंटरेस्ट हट जाता है कि ये गवर्नमेंट का है, बंद होगा तो ये यूनिट से हो जाएगी, ताला बंद होगा, हमारा कुछ नहीं गया है। तो ऐसे लोग जो ज़्यादा चालाक बनते हैं वही ज़्यादा डूबते हैं, और जो डूब कर काम करते हैं वो कभी नहीं डूबेंगे। और मेरा अपना मानना है कि स्टाइल 2 होती है, एक करोड़पति अरबपति इंडस्ट्री फैमिली और उद्योग घराने वाला, और एक होता है रोड छाप। तो हम लोग तो रोड छाप से, हम तो रोड छाप से आए। हमारे पास न जाने को कुछ था, ना आने को कुछ था, और ये था दिमाग में विज़न कि जो मैं कर ले जाऊंगा वही मुझे मिलेगा। तो ऐसा करने से एक तो पछतावा नहीं होता है, हमने अपना किया, नहीं मिला तो नहीं मिला, लेकिन अपना किया तो। और जब आप इस ईमानदारी से काम को करेंगे तो आप निश्चित सफल होंगे। और आज मुझे यह कहने में संकोच नहीं है कि मसाला इंडस्ट्री में आज नंबर 3 का ब्रांड रूरल एरिया में बना है राजेश मसाला।
जी, बिल्कुल। और आप, जैसा कि आप बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि आपने कोशिश की, हिम्मत नहीं हारी, आपका अपना अनुभव, आपकी अपनी कहानियाँ इंस्पायर करेंगी हमारे दर्शकों को, यहाँ मौजूद ऑडियंस को। एक आखिरी सवाल नितिन जी, 2 मंत्रालय के मंत्री हमारे इस कॉन्क्लेव से सुबह जुड़े और उन्होंने अपनी प्रतिबद्धता ज़ाहिर की भारत सरकार की, लेकिन इस वक्त आप क्योंकि उस सेक्टर के हिस्सा हैं, एक ऐसा तुरंत रिफॉर्म या सुझाव आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सरकार को जिस पर तुरंत कार्रवाई या काम होना चाहिए, जिसकी ज़रूरत इस वक्त है इमर्जिंग बिजनेस के
देखिए,
लिए?
सरकार बहुत बार कह रही है सिंगल विंडो, काफ़ी जगह कुछ स्टेट के अंदर उन्होंने कर भी दिया है, और जीएसटी काफ़ी हद तक बहुत सपोर्टिव रहा है। ये सिस्टम हर स्टेट के अंदर ना लगे, एक नेशनल लेवल पे रहना चाहिए कि जहाँ कोई भी इंडस्ट्री, जैसे साहब ने कहा कि आज ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बहुत बड़ा मैटर है, हम लोगों को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि हमें ग्लोबली अपने आप को एक सक्षम बनाने के लिए क्या क्या पॉइंट्स ऐसे हैं जो इंडिया हमारा उस चीज़ में पीछे है, या वो फ्यूल है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, लेबर कॉस्ट है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। यदि उस प्लेटफॉर्म को आज एसएमई को दिया जाए, एमएसएमई को दिया जाएगा, तो हम ग्लोबली उसको बहुत अच्छे से कम्पीट कर सकते हैं।
जी, बहुत शुक्रिया आप तीनों का। आपका अनुभव और आपका जो समाधान रहा आपके अपने बिजनेसेस के लिए, उसी से आगे का रास्ता निकलता है, ये आपने हम लोगों सभी को बताया। बहुत शुक्रिया इस चर्चा में शामिल होने के लिए, और हम बढ़ेंगे अगले सेशन की तरफ, लेकिन उससे पहले एक फ़ोटो ऑप।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। बस 1 मिनट रुकिए प्लीज़। आपके लिए हाँ हाँ, उनका इनका नाम लिखा हुआ है ना, या थैंक यू, थैंक यू। सॉरी। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। And we are moving ahead with our next session. My colleague Vishnu Shom will take it forward.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad you're here this morning. Dr. Panagaria, would you like to join me? Good to see you, sir. In person, finally, for an interview. Come, please. How have you been? Well?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. Today we are diving into the powerhouse of our economy, the MSME sector. These micro, small and medium enterprises are not just numbers, they're the heartbeat of innovation and employment, contributing a whopping 30% to our GDP. From rural artisans to tech-savvy startups, they're reshaping our industrial landscape with resilience, with creativity. With government schemes fueling their growth, MSMEs are exporting dreams, creating jobs, and driving India towards self-reliance. Watch on as we explore how these engines of growth are igniting India's economic journey. What is the potential? What are the headwinds? Joining us, an incredible guest, somebody I've spoken to in the past, but meeting face-to-face for the first time, Dr. Arvind Panagaria, Chairperson of the 16th Finance Commission. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
My pleasure, Vishnu.
In simple terms, I think, how important is the success of MSMEs as we work towards 2047 and getting to a status in our country where we are a developed economy?
One, of course, as you just said, MSMEs are the source of vast amount of employment. And in this sense, their success is important. But it is also very, very important that these MSMEs grow. Micro should become small, small should become medium, and eventually some of the medium should also become large. I think that is critical. That has been a bit of an issue because without that happening, productivity will remain low. And without productivity rising rapidly, we can't get to 2047 Viksit Bharat goal.
In simple terms, when we talk about our MSME sector, the fact that the numbers are fairly robust, productivity, as you mentioned, is something that we need to focus on. How do we compare in terms of the viability and the success of the MSMEs in India compared to, say, other economies, for example, Germany or China?
So, you know, the productivity levels are very different, whether you compare with China.
How does one define productivity,
or you compare
I
with
think,
Germany?
is also key.
Simple way would be value added per worker. I think that's the average productivity. Economists also like to worry about marginal productivity, which is a little harder to measure. But average productivity, as measured by the value added per worker, is easy to measure. The MSMEs are, you know, I'll say more kind of small and medium. I don't think, you know, the Germans think in terms of micro. So small and medium in Germany or any of the other developed countries, especially in the United States, are certainly much larger than ours. They have a lot more capital per worker than our MSMEs do. And they are much better plugged into the organized sector, as we call it, or for formal economy, as economists like to use the term.
Dr. Panagaria, as we talk again about India moving into the status of a developed nation and the battle, in a sense, to ensure that that happens, one of the biggest challenges is to reduce, if ideally completely, the economic disparity between urban and rural areas in India. Now, that's possibly impossible. It's very unlikely to completely happen. But what role do MSMEs have in potentially bridging that gap? The gap at the moment between MSMEs based in rural areas and MSMEs based in urban areas is significant. How do you see this as a challenge?
Well, look, you know, if we are really moving towards Viksit Bharat, and therefore a developed country status, one of the transformations that has to happen during this period is a lot more urbanization than there is today. And so I don't think so much in terms of disparities between rural and urban as across the population. And across the population, you can reduce the disparities by bringing, by a lot more urbanization, meaning therefore the workforce moving out of sort of rural areas into urban areas. So we need to have much larger urban population as a part of this transformation. I mean, that's not the only thing. You know, there has to be larger growth of industry, services, and shrinking of the workforce in agriculture. So all that process has to happen, and as you do that, more and more workers come into the urban economy, which is more formalized economy. You would automatically be reducing inequalities as well.
Are you looking for a day when that reverse migration takes place, where the development of MSMEs in rural parts of the country actually attract talent? Our cities are already overburdened in so many ways. For economic growth and the development of MSMEs in a more equitable fashion, how important is it to support MSMEs in rural areas?
So look, you know, if the MSMEs do very well in the rural areas, I would expect the rural areas to turn urban. That is the nature of the beast. I mean, a very good example, my favorite example is Shenzhen, which started out, you know, with a population of maybe about something like 300,000. This is 1980. And a bunch of fishing villages. And then industrialization began to happen. And today it is one of the most urbanized spot on the face of the earth.
And that was driven
That was driven by a lot of industrialization, and MSMEs were a part of it. But remember, one very important characteristic, I think we don't pay enough attention to it, that for the success of the MSMEs themselves, it is extremely important. So as I say, success of the micro and small, because one of the features of, you know, we in a single breath say MSMEs, but the truth of the matter is that we have hardly any medium-sized industries, enterprises. Largely, when we are talking about micro, small, and medium, we are talking micro and small.
Yes.
Medium enterprises exist, but they're very, very small proportionately. And that is part of the problem, actually. So in a country like China, for example, you would see that even as far back as 2005, so almost like 20 years ago, the employment structure within the industry was that about 50% were in the large enterprises, 25% were in the medium, and another 25% in the small. Now, when this happens, the productivity, the whole ecosystem is defined by the medium and large, which also make the small ones to work much harder. Because you have to operate in that ecosystem, you have to be very productive to keep up. Otherwise, you lose your workers to them.
Right.
And so this is the issue. When a very large part of the workforce, as in India, within the industry happens to be in micro and small, then they define the ecosystem. And there is a sense in which, the productivity doesn't quite rise up to the level it needs to rise up. So part of our transformation also has to be that a bit more of the larger and medium enterprises, particularly the medium enterprises, have to be there. So we have to consciously think in terms of making medium as an integral part of micro and small.
Skilling is obviously a huge challenge for us. As the nature of the global economy changes, as the nature of jobs change, opportunities change, how important is reskilling to the MSME sector? And the second question would obviously be, if we are talking about India and the economic viability of India going forward, how essential is reskilling attached to that vision?
Absolutely, skilling is extremely important. But now, once again, give me a minute or two to walk you through this. For skilling also, the availability of capital and factory production is extremely important. Now, if we go back historically, and this is a part of my recent book, The Nehru Development Model, 50s and 60s, when we started, we took the view that, well, we'll have the industrialization through heavy industry. So on the one extreme, we had the heavy industry, steel, machinery, chemicals, fertilizers, etc. And then we said for employment, we are going to have these village, household, small enterprises, which Nehru sort of called hand industries, meaning because there was no capital, so they were hand industries. And so this workforce, well, which means much of the workforce, because, you know, this heavy industry employed a tiny 4-5% of the workforce. The bulk of the workforce stayed here.
Yep.
Now, what happens is that in the development process, workers acquire skills by working initially with some simple capital.
Yes.
Then, as you become richer, more complex machinery comes in, and you begin to work with more complex machinery, and you acquire higher level skills. Now, if you look at the evolution in the 60s and 70s and 80s of South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, etc., this is the process which led to this skill formation. But, you know, if the workers are not going to be working with a significant volume of capital, then skill formation itself is not going to happen.
What about education? And I ask this because across the West and in East Asia as well, workers are trained through diploma courses. Why is it that in India, if there is a car mechanic, he's trained on the job? Why isn't a car mechanic, and this is just an example of the top of my head, and the auto segment, the ancillary segment is so important. Why is that person trained on the job? Why can't we institutionalize in a better way training at the level of education where a person walks away with a diploma and has so much more to offer to many more employers?
So, you know, education helps because you learn how to absorb the information and
Sure.
how to change and so forth. But practically all skill is on the job. I mean, you tell me in your profession, in journalism.
All on the job, I agree.
Okay, so it's no different elsewhere, you know. On the job, ultimately the skill formation, which is why I always emphasize.
So
that,
you disagree with me?
Well,
Or do you believe that there is a
you
role
can't
for
walk out of an
diploma-led?
institution
Yeah.
ready to be, you know, it may take maybe only 6 weeks or sometimes 12 weeks. In some cases, it may take a year. But on-the-job training is your final skill acquisition. Without that, there is no, you know, the finality to skill acquisition doesn't happen till you go on the job.
And the point you're making is that there needs to be capital in small industries and micro industries to ensure that that skilling takes place.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What about structures within MSMEs? Why does an MSME have to be at many levels informal? Why can't it be more formalized in terms of the rights of workers, of workers going up with more opportunities within an existing organization? Why does it have to be limited by its structure?
Yes, this is where the argument I made earlier comes in, that what defines the ecosystem? If ecosystem is pretty much 80%, 75% of the workforce is in this type of employment,
Yeah.
then the pressure to change is not there. But if, you know, you got large industry, you got medium industry, which is competing for these workers, then these workers actually have to be very much up on the game.
Right.
But if the whole ecosystem is defined by industries or enterprises which really don't work with a lot of capital, then there is no pressure to acquire skills because, you know, you will go from this enterprise to that enterprise, but pretty much doing the same tasks.
What about salary structures? Why do those who work in most micro and medium industries potentially earn less than perhaps they should? Why is it that big industry attracts big salaries?
Yeah. So you know, this again goes back to when it's said Nehru era, that we have had, you know, what economists have traditionally called the dualistic development.
Yeah.
That you know, you got the enclave development, so you got the steel, now I'm talking 50s and 60s, how we did it, so steel industry, machinery industry, chemical industry, you got the workers, those workers got trained. We also created engineering colleges, we created management schools, brought the managers, engineers into these. But then the vast workforce is nothing. And so it's dichotomous that these guys are sitting here, those guys are sitting there. The two are not linked. But if the labor market is really truly integrated, you know, higher levels of skills and lower levels, medium levels of skills, lower levels, lowest level skills, unskilled, then you get a continuum.
Right.
But this continuum in India doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because labor-intensive industry, which is what generally trains the workers from the lowest level of skills, doesn't exist in India.
Yeah.
I mean, it exists, but it's really not large enough.
Are you sold on the idea that AI is going to take away jobs? And if I was to ask you to look at the potential impact of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and where this is all going with the MSME sector, what would your answer be?
No, I don't believe that AI is going to, AI will destroy some jobs. As any new technology comes in, it destroys some jobs, but it creates new ones. This is a historical debate that goes on and on. But I am yet to find a single example where a technology came in and aggregate employment levels fell. New technologies always raise productivity, which means they reduce cost of production. That also opens the door to expanding the economic activity. For example, you can, dig the foundations in construction activity with the shovels, or you can bring in the bulldozers, which can do the job much faster. That's automation. If you do it with only shovels, maybe you will make 5 houses, you make 10 houses. Bring in the bulldozers. You make 1,000 houses.
Right.
So you change the scale.
But in a labor-intensive economy like ours, would it not result at jobs going away at some levels?
Look, these are the jobs at the top level where the expansion is happening and it will continue to happen. When the computers came in, laptops came in, everybody thought that the secretarial jobs will disappear. In a way, you could argue that the old secretarial jobs disappeared because that involved typing, but the form of the job changed. It is the nature of the job that changed, but you still need assistants, you still need secretaries. So it's not like that. I think technology is generally, by raising productivity, improves all outcomes, and the total employment really does not depend. And also, remember that we think that Tesla is automating, and even the Adidas was trying to automate the shoe manufacturing and all. But at the end of the day, first technological feasibility has to evolve, and then commercial viability has to happen. The two factories, automated factories that Adidas has put up, one in Germany, one in the United States, cled down because commercially they couldn't remain viable.
Yeah.
They had to, so they moved back to China, So it's not that automation. Also, this is the argument against the reshoring that people make. It's not that, in the end, commercial competitiveness, right? Even if you technologically invent something that stitching can be done by a robot.
Yes.
Question is that going to be commercially less costly than a human being stitching? And when the wages in some countries are much lower, they will remain competitive commercially in the marketplace.
Dr. Panagaria, the formal credit gap, something which affects the MSME sector despite several government initiatives, that's said to be a concern. Could you walk us through this challenge?
The credit gap?
Yes.
Yes. Well, the banks look at productivity when they extend credit. They got to be sure that whatever credit I'm extending will come back.
Yeah.
And the micro and small enterprises, which actually establish a reputation for paying back their loans, they are able to go back to the banks, they are able to borrow. But for the banks, certainly it is, for the banks themselves is a big challenge, because there's, the number of micro and small runs in millions. And how are the banks to actually, figure out which ones are credible in terms of their ability to pay back and which ones are not?
Right.
And this is why you need the government intervention. This is why, interest rate subventions are done by the government. The whole, the small enterprise lending that is done through mudra loans, for example. These are all initiatives by the government because, ultimately the government can take that kind of risk. But for the banks commercially, it becomes a challenge.
Yeah.
A lot of the smaller loans are done by the, the non-bank finance companies, the
Yeah.
NBFCs,
Yeah.
because they operate very differently, and so they are able to operate in that business. So, but of course, NBFCs charge much higher interest rates,
That's true.
and they also
That creates all sorts
are
of
tough at
problems.
recovery. They're also tough at recovery. The
Indeed.
banks are not as tough.
We pride ourselves in our digital back-end, digital infrastructure. It helps in so many regards. In the MSME sector, there's the Udyam registration scheme. How is this effort by the government to formalize the MSME sector, or large parts of it, through encouraging registration online, ultimately very beneficial?
Yes. No, I think that holds a lot of hope. This holds a lot of hope because we right now the UPI system itself, as far as the payments are concerned, is working quite well, right? But this next layer of this digitization is still work in progress,
Right?
where data on virtually everybody who is transacting through the banking system, which is almost all of us, will become available in a systematic kind of form to potential lenders. I think that will go a long way towards facilitating the credit flow even to the smaller ones, because that kind of, the MSMEs, when operating through this system, transact, and you see a pattern that they are generating incomes, that they are paying their bills. That record itself is a very good indicator of the fact that they would pay the money that they borrow.
Yeah.
And so I think that will facilitate. That's still work in progress, but once this particular layer of the digital public infrastructure is completed, I'm very hopeful that this will certainly improve the efficiency of the credit system quite dramatically.
Dr. Panagri, I'm not going to let you go without asking you some tough questions about the overall economy. GDP growth rate for Q2 2024, 5.4%. I know what the overall sentiment is, very positive, not getting there. But are you disheartened by this number, and how closely is this linked to, on the one hand, declining private consumption?
Yeah. So, economists look at these things a little differently than the financial analysts do. I mean, financial analysts really are analyzing numbers in real time. Economists sort of...
So how do you as an economist interpret this?
So while I obviously look at the quarterly numbers, I don't draw long-term conclusions based on quarterly numbers.
Okay.
No, 5.4 is a bit disappointing. There's no doubt. I think, I can't hide that fact. But I would wait and see where else we go, because there are good explanations for this 5.4. I mean, it's not something I would have predicted, but now that we observed it, I can go back and see, what led to it, what can be behind it, and there are good reasons, because of the elections and the model code and all. Not only the government investments themselves slowed down, even almost practically came to a standstill in during some periods, but also the private investment then gets impacted
is a problem
with the election. Well, no, I don't think it's a problem. I'm just saying that during when the elections are happening, and so
private investment goes down during an election cycle.
Right. I mean, it can be impacted. It can be impacted because election activity is happening, and private enterprise also gets impacted by that. So perhaps, that is partly the explanation. Partly, of course, we have to be aware of the fact that manufacturing is still work in progress in India. Manufacturing, still we see that, that you get spurts of growth. Then, and even the spurts are not like 12, 13, 14, 15%, which is what we should be doing, but the spurts are like 8 or 9%. But then you do see these dips in the manufacturing growth. So, let us wait and see. I personally think that all the vitals are in place. If I look at the overall fixed investment as a proportion of the GDP. That's been quite robust, actually. It's been staying around 34%. Even before COVID, actually, it dropped to something like 29%.
Yeah.
And so 5 percentage point increase, and these are 5 percentage points as a proportion of GDP.
Yeah.
So it's very large, expansion of the rate of investment that has happened. So that actually is a very good sign. That's holding up.
Sure.
And I also think that we have built up the infrastructure at a breakneck speed in the last some years, particularly last 3-4 years. Very, very rapid expansion. And I've been traveling as part of the Finance Commission work quite a bit, and the roads all around, no matter where you go, and we have also, it's not like we take a flight to the capital city only, we also go around a bit, within the vicinity of 200-300 kilometers, and almost so we've done 14 states out of 28 now, and we are doing tremendous job of infrastructure, whether it's civil aviation, whether it is
absolutely
roads.
incredible. I just look at roads. I mean, civil aviation, of course, everybody talks about, but I just think roads, and as an economist, you would know and perhaps explain the direct link to economic growth just by the construction of roads. And the infrastructure, everything goes up, the valuation of property, the importance of land, the logistics chains. How is that something that is completely changing in the areas that you've been?
Right. So I think, at some time, in the 1990s, I always used to be worried that, okay, we have done the economic reforms. But in the end, to really get the economy going, you need infrastructure. And who is going to build this infrastructure? Because the government, I thought, was so dysfunctional in India that, roads. I've had episodes, when I would arrive from the United States to Delhi and I had to go to Jaipur. And I would usually take a bus. Yeah. And if heavy rains fell, the roads will all be broken. But that is past history, So now we are doing that. So that's very good. I think, we probably need a few more reforms, which would happen. A lot of it has already has happened. But some, I think 20-25% remains. But I think we can do that in the years to come.
Dr. Panagriya, let's talk about global headwinds a little bit. The manufacturing sector has been impacted, for example, by global supply chain disruptions, rising input costs, a lack of a significant demand boost as well. How are these concerns? Just off the top of my head, one of the areas which has been impacted was the auto sector. The supply of semiconductors was a problem. We haven't had resilient semiconductor supply chains. So when we talk about our own growth, we are sort of also guided by what's happening around us. Is this again a concern for you?
I don't look at the global economy pessimistically. In their developments that have happened, right? We had initially this US-China trade war. Then there was the sanctions on Russia following the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Then COVID happened and a lot of the supply chains got disrupted, as you have just described. But on the whole, the trade systems, the disruptions certainly happened temporarily, and we know that, even after that ship got stuck in the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal and all. So, but international trade somehow has the incredible ability to bounce back very rapidly. So pre-COVID, as an example, pre-COVID peak of exports, global total exports, was about $19 trillion. Post-COVID peak is already $25 trillion. So global economy worries me a lot less. For our country, for India, what I worry more about is ensuring that our internal systems are in place. If we can really, smooth out some of the business challenges that businesses have in kind of ease of doing business kind of area, taxation area, labor markets, land markets. I think that these are the sort of, reforms that still work in progress. If we complete these, I think there's nothing stopping us. Because look, our share in the merchandise exports today is still only 2%, less than 2%. Even if you do 4 or 5%, that's enormous volume of growth. And just to underline the fact that this is certainly entirely possible, well within our reach, is the observation that China's share is about 13 to 14%. So, and now China is declining. It is also, scaling back from the global economy. So it's vacating some of the space. We ought to be the ones to be taking that space.
Is our demographic dividend our biggest gift?
Sorry?
Is our demographic dividend, the fact that we have a young population,
Yes.
is that potentially our greatest gift to ourselves?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely 100%, because the young produce, young save for the future, whereas the old are neither producing nor saving. They are actually eating up the past savings.
Yes.
So both, and the young are much more dynamic, they're innovative, they're willing to take risk. So these are huge advantages that come with the young population. And again, during my travels in the last 6 months, it has been amazing experience, The young are everywhere, crowds where I used to see generally, growing up at least, more mixed kind of demographics.
Yep.
Today you go and wherever you see the crowd, it's the young,
Sure.
and it's just enormous energy. So absolutely, I think that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal.
One or two more questions. We are still bound by our agricultural sector in so many ways. The well-being of farmers so critical. But climate is a factor which affects so many segments of our economy. And there are hard numbers as well that if you've got droughts happening with greater frequency, if you've got floods happening with greater frequency, if you've got a rise in seawater levels, if you've got temperature going up as it is, it has a profound economic impact. What is that impact potentially in India going forward?
No, this is a major concern all around the world.
Yeah.
But for us, even more so, because we are still an economy with a per capita income of about $2,400 to $500 per year. So we are, and this is where I really think that we do need to invest a good bit in adaptation. Again, as we are traveling, we also interact very extensively with the state governments, and in part because part of our mandate is also to make recommendations on the disaster relief funds assistance to the states by the central government. And as a part of that, we are studying this, and it's amazing, every single state actually complains of the frequency of disasters, different forms that these disasters are taking. And so we absolutely, one way, of course, is partly the development. As economic development happens, ability of every individual to face the consequences of these frequent natural calamities improves at the individual level. I mean, as a very simple example, if you have a car and you happen to be in a region which is going to be hit by a cyclone, you can quickly evacuate, you can quickly exit out of it. In the same way, public infrastructure, if roads are well developed, then driving out becomes easier. So overall development itself is a part of adaptation for me, but I think specifically targeted adaptation and relief, both. So, relief is also a part of our terms of references, so this Finance Commission. And so for relief also, we probably have to start investing some more in relief activities as well. Both the states and the central government have to.
And a final question. Teaching in the United States, you were at Columbia, and now at the Finance Commission. Of course, your heart has always been in India. Your work has been closely related with the India story at so many levels, in economic theory and understanding policy. How has the change been for you? You like teaching students first and foremost, young minds.
That certainly is very true. So even now, luckily this new book has just come out, so I'm getting to go around and speak about the book. So at least part of that passion is being fulfilled. So that certainly is, but you, as you say, also my heart is in India. And so, one thing I should say that now that the digitization has reached the kind of stage that it has reached. You can be in New York and do what you would do sitting in New Delhi. Almost, you can do it a little better because you get better internet connectivity and the general. So I think you do that. But you can see that, in 10 years, I've come twice back here to work with the Prime Minister. I first came to the Niti Aayog, served there for about 3 years, and I'm back here. So yes, I think,
Well, wonderful speaking to you, Dr. Panagaria. And, we look upon incredible minds like you to take us forward in terms of the India story, the economic story. And it's been a pleasure speaking to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vishnu. Always a pleasure.
We've got a little gift for you as well. Come. So this is for you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come, let's take a picture over here. Thank you, Dr. Panagare. It's been wonderful speaking to you. Please, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an exciting session, one of several which are coming up in the next little while. My colleague Suchetna will be here in a little while from now. I'd ask you all to be seated as we get set for the next session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a riveting first few hours of this event, the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave, the first edition of it. I request all of you to break for tea and coffee while we prepare for the next session.
returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had got him to pay up for all the damage.
Yeah, so?
If something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
Dad, you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had got him to pay up for all the damage.
Yeah, so?
If something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
Dad, you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had got him to pay up for all the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start our next session. Hope you've had refreshments, you've refreshed yourself with some tea and coffee. We're about to begin our next session. I request all of you to take your seats. Those outside, if you can hear me, please come back into the hall. We have a very exciting next few sessions coming up. I'm saying this not because I am going to moderate it, but because it is sincerely going to be very exciting sessions. We're talking about technology. After this, we'll talk about breaking barriers, women and MSMEs. We'll talk about many other things. So request all of you to come back into the hall, take your seats as we prepare to begin our next session. We are now going to move from the macroeconomic landscape that we heard Dr. Panagaria speak so evocatively about to the tectonic shifts that are shaking up our world and in turn our businesses. Please join me in welcoming Kirtika Reddy, founder and CEO, Virtualness, Mr. Ranganath Sadasiva, CTO, HP Enterprises, and Ajay Rajan. He's the country head, government, multinational, and international business, transaction banking, and knowledge units for Yes Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please come up on stage. We're about to begin our next session. The session is called Technology, the Game Changer for Emerging Businesses. And who better than the panelists that I have to talk about it? My first question is to you, Kirtika. We were having a lovely chat outside, and I'd like to take on from there itself. You know, when you were in India heading Facebook, at that time to now, what is the shift that you've seen as far as business solutions that big tech companies like Facebook provide? Because at that time, well, I wasn't reporting on Facebook, but whatever I read in the newspapers, the focus would be on people like me, on social media, and large companies for solutions. But suddenly, over the last 10 years, 12 years, you've seen that the buzzword is MSMEs. When did you see the shift happening? And are MSMEs really that, that space where the sun never sets?
Suchita, it's so great to be here. And I will tell you, I landed from the US a week ago. And the buzz, the pace, the momentum of India is so tangible. So very, very excited to be here. On your question, I would actually say that the focus on MSMEs was there right from the very beginning. Maybe it didn't hit the headlines. I remember the first NGO case study with Olympic Gold Quest and Viren Rasquina, where they used our platform for driving awareness around the wonderful cause that they have. I remember working with companies like Dialogue in the Dark, again, another incredible organization, and I actually ran ads for them and helped them with their strategy to actually gain new customers. So that focus has already been there, and the beauty of the platform is that MSMEs, the addressable market really opens up. Whether it's a small organization or I was recently in a conversation with Anant running Mensa brand who spoke about how the ambition of building global brands from India comes because of this kind of technology democratization. Also excited about Naya Sagi, who announced yesterday that she's building her new company, Edition, which is about consumer brands built for the world. So those are the opportunities, and I'm really, really excited about what comes ahead for the MSME sector in particular.
From here, I'll take this question to Ranga. When we talk about technology in MSMEs, which are the most critical technologies that Indian MSMEs need to adopt?
Yeah, I think no business can survive without technology today. I think all industries are based on technology, and many startups are essentially technology and business together. But most of the others have made the transition. If you use the word digital transformation, I think it was a word about 10 years ago, and in the last few years, it's really taken shape, and every entity that I see and interact essentially are on that curve. But if you were to look at some of those kind of, what should I say, peg-pointed technology, key trends, if you were to look at it, I see data being very, very important. Every organization realizes that it is the backbone of their business. It's their asset. I see that experience of cloud that was there, has really transformed the way people look at putting technology behind their organizations. And there is this greater realization of connected devices, the edge, and having that connectivity and networking really happen. All being underlaid by, say, a sense of greater security, perhaps a little bit of sustainability as well, right? And that's the overall gambit of things that I see. And people are also looking at innovative ways of consuming technology today because they know it's very, very important. So these these 4 or 5 are the technology trends that I see.
Before I come to you with a question on data, and also I'll come to Ajay, I have to ask you that, we're talking about technology, we're talking about latest trends, but Indian MSMEs, they suffer from a very, very vital problem, which is access to funds. When you don't have money, how will technology take center stage? And even if it does, do they even have the money to spend on it the amount that they should? Because without technology, there is another problem. This is really a catch-22 situation, right? Because you can't be globally competitive without technology. So how can you help that? How are you, working towards lifting those barriers? I can start with you, Kirtika, and then move to our panelists.
I see a lot of time companies saying, oh, how do I use technology? I would actually switch that question to, what are the key business problems that you have, and how can technology accelerate that? So it's not technology for the sake of technology, but it's technology towards a particular outcome. And if you think of it that way, there are ROI measures that you can derive and drive. If I stick with the Dialogue in the Dark example, they were having a rally where the visually impaired were going to drive through Hyderabad, and we were a week away. We had to sell tickets. I remember running 4 different types of ads, one for targeting people who were socially inclined, one for people who were race car enthusiasts. And in a day, I was able to see trends, and we were able to sell the tickets with a very strong ROI. So think about the business problem that you want to solve, and how is it that you have technology. I'm also really encouraged by all of the public sector initiatives that are being put in place for MSMEs to access technology. I'm also encouraged by the number of big tech companies, including the companies here, who are making it that much easier for MSMEs.
Yes, banks are playing a very critical role, and now, finance and technology, they've become intertwined. So how is Yes Bank partnering with fintech companies to, provide targeted solutions to MSMEs?
So, before I kind of, come to that, I think if I give some perspective at the ground level, right? So while I think it's very clearly acknowledged that digital technology have become an imperative now for any business to run, leave aside a large corporate, but even for an MSME. But I think it's important to first understand at a ground level, how does it play out, right? So if you look at numbers, there are broadly around 6 crore MSMEs, as we all understand. But when we look at credit inclusion or financial inclusion of these MSMEs, we are only talking about 1.2 crores, who are GST enabled, right? There are equal amount of which are bureau enabled. So effectively what it means is that they are still not in the very formal sector, right? Now, what has happened is, if the government has now launched the Udayam registration, right? So that plays a very big role when it comes to including MSMEs in the formal sector. So broadly, as we speak, around 3.5 crore MSMEs have registered under the Udayam registration, right?
Portal.
And what it has helped is that now the data is available for those MSMEs, because they are now formally included in the sector. So that is one big change which has happened. The second change which has happened is the whole CGTMSE guarantee, which has been a big enabler for banks, because initially lenders, when they lend to this sector, would look at hard collateral. Whereas this guarantee now has made sure that you are able to expand the scope to MSMEs from a lending perspective. They are now, the whole process was also very broken, but now they have APIs for which, you can actually not only get the guarantee, but also invoke the guarantee. Okay. So this has been a big enabler for lenders to actually now start looking at, this guarantee to enable more lending. Right? And not look at only hard collateral, to do that. So that's a big thing. The third is, the government initiative from launching TREDS, which has again been an MSME lending platform, and more recently the ULI platform from RBI Innovation Hub. So that again what it has done is brought surrogate information, not restricted to only financial, but financial and non-financial information on a standard platform which banks can use or lenders can use to assess MSMEs, not only from a secured lending perspective, but also the unsecured lending perspective. Yeah. Now, this is really where, the game changes, for lenders, to assess or look at MSMEs in a very different perspective and actually look at on-the-ground credit in financial inclusion. Right. Now, and this is where, a bank like us, so we've been very digital native, right? So our approach has always been technology first in terms of whether it is giving solutions or APIs to fintechs or startups or also to MSMEs. So a leverage of all of these, with partnership with digital lending platforms or with fintechs has been our approach on how we, go towards the MSMEs.
Right. You want to come in here?
Yeah, no, I mean, as I even look at what Yes Bank has done and talking about technology transformation, it feels like it's a tech company that provides financial services. Absolutely. And that's the transformation that the company has been through, and it's been phenomenal to see.
Absolutely. So I'll maybe just elaborate on this point, Kritika. So we've done two things, and this has been the differentiator for the bank. A, we have created our own digital lending platform. So looking at MSMEs in a very different lens from cash flow-based financing, GST-based financing, or bank statement-based financing, not only collateral, but also, looking at these surrogate information, understanding, behavioral patterns, and looking at lending there. The second is, and to your point on the fintech platform, so one is the organic part of how we expand our own MSME base. Second, we also should acknowledge that fintechs have played a huge role in terms of digital inclusion or, within the MSME segment. So here, while the front end can be digitized by them, innovated by them, but at the back, they still need lenders and financials. And this is where, when you expose your APIs with them, do the partnership with them. The regulator has played a huge role here because, they've brought out a formal digital lending guideline. They've brought out a formalized FLDG structure. So all of this have made sure that, you are doing these partnerships in a very structured manner, secured manner, and organically and inorganically growing the base.
Right. And Sucheta, I'll also add that when you talk of money and getting to tech, every big tech company almost has some scheme for MSMEs, whether it's a Microsoft or Salesforce. I'm sure HP has the same. And by the way, as I sit here, I relate to an MSME more than big tech. I have my own startup now, of course, Virtualness, Verix, and every dollar counts. So we are redefining how verification is being done and making sure that it's globally verifiable, shareable. And so even as a startup, we have, first 50 credentials are free for people who want to come use our self-serve platform so that people can see the ROI of it and then use that to drive the next wave of growth, the next wave of growth. So really explore what's available would be my recommendation for MSMEs here.
Right. I'll try to pull in Ranga into the conversation. I have a specific question for you, and also please respond to what the other panelists said. My question to you is that what has come out is that affordability and accessibility is a concern for Indian MSMEs. So what are the solutions that HP Enterprises specifically has to help MSMEs bridge this?
Yeah, it's very important at the rate at which technology changes today, right? You're reading something and the very next minute it's very different. I just forgot to mention that there is artificial intelligence into this mix as well, which demands a lot of things to come together for organizations to really benefit. But one of the biggest challenges for MSMEs, at least in the India context here or globally as well, is your ability to take on to technology, right? And in many cultures, it's not self-driven. You need some kind of help to do that. And that's where we are kind of focusing on the outcome and putting together resources that will enable organizations to input this technology at a rate that is very comfortable for them, and also in the sense that they don't waste time in implementing technology and losing out on the business opportunity. So that's one of the ways we focus on the entire MSME or emerging businesses per se. The other thing is, how do you protect the technology investment that you have, right? Can you essentially look at leveraging this technology for periods of time? If at all there is a call for refresh of that technology, how do you ensure that you absorb the cost that comes out of that technology and get the new technology onboarded? So these are some of the areas where you're able to plug the gap in terms of adoption of technology. And there is an ecosystem that banks on various solutions for various industries, because these segments, I think, are perhaps the best when it comes to absorption of technology. I interact with a lot of these emerging technologies, and the rumblings of new technology actually are seen with these entities, right? Because they're smaller entities, they can take the risk, they can fail fast, and if they do good, obviously they benefit out of it. So that's one of the areas that we are focusing on. And, the success has been in terms of the many other examples that you saw here in terms of adoption of technology, putting that to practice and quickly gaining benefits. So that accelerated path is also something that we focus on.
You said something very interesting. You spoke about the ability of Indian MSMEs to adopt technology. Yes, you want to come in there? My question is that I would like my panelists here to elaborate a little bit on that from your personal experiences of interacting with MSMEs. You want to go first, Ajay?
So I was about to actually pick that point only because it's a very, very good point he made. So when we look at MSMEs, right, we cannot color MSME as a segment with one paint, right? Because the MSME segment is so diverse. You have sole proprietors, you have kirana shops, you have small businesses, you have manufacturing, you have service, you have exporters, it is, you have traders. So it's the whole sector is very diverse. So you cannot have one solution for the MSME segment. Yeah. Second, so far we've spoke a lot about financial inclusion or credit inclusion. What is equally important, and Satya touched upon it, is the adaptability of the MSME promoters, right, to digital. Now, why is that suddenly happened, and why is that tectonic shift happened over the last decade? You see that all of these owners, right, they are used to technology in their day-to-day lives. So they are the same people who are using the Amazon or the Swiggy or an Ola, etc. in their day-to-day lives, right? So they have come to accept technology in their lives, personal lives, and hence want that the same technology enabler should also be available in their business life.
In their personal life, they are tech natives.
Exactly. So they become digital natives. So they expect that mere business mein bhi ye hona chahiye, right?
Correct.
Now they expect that the bank's app or the financial service app should also have the same features.
Exactly.
Second, why should I only do manual khata book, etc.? Why should I not digitize my whole ERP, my cash flow forecasting, and everything, right? So this is again where banks have had to change their whole way of approaching, thinking about MSMEs. Yes. Fintechs have come and again played a big role. They've selected theme by theme and built some solutions around it. Yes. I'll just give you a very live example of what we as a bank have done here. So we did two things. One, we created our own super app, right? And we just, in fact, launched it recently. So it's called Iris Business. It is a one-stop shop for all banking and beyond banking requirements for MSMEs, right? So whether they want to do payments, collections, reconciliations, it solves for everything. What it also solves is it also becomes a B2B marketplace. So that means that if a fintech, if a MSME needs an ERP solution, or they need a invoicing solution, or a reconciliation solution, these may not have anything to do with banking or financial service, but we have also tied up with partners, and the MSME can subscribe to or use all of these services through our own platform. So it has become like a banking and beyond banking proposition for them, and for their banking, for their operating needs. They are able to use this as the same thing. So it creates operational efficiencies, it creates financial efficiencies. So I think that's really where the game is.
Of course. And then you have, that's a very interesting conversation, maybe for another day, where you're talking about your consumer who's completely undergone a change, who's expecting an Amazon app when they're coming on your banking app. We'll have that conversation, but before that, I'd like to go to Kirtika. An aspect of what Ranga said about adaptability is also perhaps hidden in culture. And you've worked in both spaces. You've worked in the Bay Area, you've worked here as well. So when it comes to technology, what is the difference that you see when you are interacting with MSMEs and emerging companies here, and when you interact in the US?
The first thing that I'll say is the pace of technology change is overwhelming for anyone. Whether you're a large company or an MSME, I actually think that that's the same. And yes, different sites have different resources to be able to tackle that. And in both cases, I actually strongly advocate building communities around you, communities around you who are facing similar challenges. I think it's phenomenal that NDTV is having this emerging business conclave to bring together the best practices here. And so really seek opportunities like these. I personally have, founder groups. Better Capital is one of our investors. They have an incredible founder group where we share knowledge about what's coming up. And no matter what business you've built before, when you start a new business, you're almost starting from zero again because there are new tools and new ways of doing things. So you constantly have to learn. I would also just stress to demand simplicity from the companies that you're working with. I remember early days of Facebook India, we used to ask, are you on the internet? They would say no. Are you on Facebook? They would say yes.
Yes.
Right? And so similarly, all right, all of the companies should be abstracting that technology complexity for you. At Verix, we are an AI-powered blockchain platform. But if we come to any MSME and say, do you want blockchain? The right answer should be no, right? Why do you need blockchain? But if we say, hey, we can give you global verifiability, we can help you verify who are the sellers on your system, what skills the people in the company are taking, what awards you have gotten, and have that be globally verifiable, then that's a different answer, and that's yes, yes, yes. And it is a responsibility of all of us on this stage to make sure that the complexity is abstracted, but the value is easily available to MSMEs and global companies.
So your solution to the maniacal pace at which technology is evolving is community, a community of MSMEs, like communities and platforms where there can be easy exchange of information and knowledge.
100%. It does also require people to lean in. And there's so many things that are free right now, whether it's free courses from the Coursera's of the world, to the MITs, to Google, all having free courses. So you do have to lean in, and I fully acknowledge that it's hard. And my message there is you have to choose your hard. Falling behind technology is hard, keeping abreast is hard, choose your hard. And market share is won and lost at times of disruption, and it's our opportunity for all of us to really be on the right side of that disruption.
Now, as a founder, which is the hard that you choose?
Well, I think I tend to look around and say, what's the hardest thing I haven't done? And I jump into that. And so, yes, it is very much about jumping in and seeing how is it that, in our case, given the world of questions about with AI, is this real, is this not real, is this human generated, is this AI, our platform is about building trust and transparency in the system. And so whether you're an organization doing learning credentials or like physical products, so a recent example is a partnership with Indri where they had a limited edition Game of Thrones release. And so each of the physical bottles has a QR code that if you scan, goes to our AI-powered blockchain platform that one establishes authenticity as well as ownership. And so think about supply chain, all of the amazing aspects of the businesses that MSMEs run.
Right. Ranga, I'll go to you with this, the conversation that we're having about the pace of technology. MSMEs, what are the solutions that HP Enterprises comes up with to ensure that MSMEs are helped to build a sustainable roadmap for technology adoption, which keeps both innovation and operational realities in mind?
Yeah, going back to the fact that technology drives everything, a little bit of planning would definitely help, and that's where we focus on. And I was speaking to you about the data aspect, right? And many organizations seem to adopt technology for the sake of adopting. And it's time now, and if I were to look at conversations in the last 12 months to 18 months, a lot of MSMEs understand the value of data, right? To an extent where they should strategize on data. Then arises the problem in terms of how do I do that? There's so many sources of data today. Even in a small enterprise, there are so many other attributes like you mentioned, right? There is some data coming in from finance, there is sales data, there's operational data and stuff like that. Your ability to harness data becomes very important. And that's one of the foundations that we kind of speak to many of the MSMEs today. Because if you have the right kind of platforms for data, you can build anything on top of it, whether it is the applications that help you in a digitization way, go to the edge and connect, or if you were to look at it and drive some analytics on top of it, you need to have the right data platforms there. So the focus on your ability to encompass all data farms, right? 60% of the data is now coming through the edge. right? Your new data center is at the edge. Your ability to get that into your consideration set becomes very important. So how do you ensure that happens in a very simplistic outcome-based approach? Like she said, right? People don't bother whether it's blockchain or whether it is, you know, a SCSI-based block data or a file-based object data, whichever that's there, right? They just want all of their data to be seen in a single uniform platform, and I need to harness that. So that's where we are driving and coaching a lot of MSMEs. And as I said, you know, the theme
to get
there,
the framework correct,
there's a framework.
on which
There's a framework on which you can adopt to and build on that, and that becomes very outcome-based and slightly varies from industry to industry, but that's the approach that we kind of propagate and then help them through, you know, several solutions around it as well.
We spoke about, yes.
Sorry, if I can just add this, you know, so two things, right? One, we should acknowledge that the MSMEs are super smart when it comes to data,
smart,
right?
yeah.
So you know, see, building a few crore business is not a joke, right? And that is what they have done. Second, they do understand data because that's what they're doing and that's how they build the data. I think the only thing which needs to be done now is democratize and digitize the data and help them to build it in a scalable manner, which is, I think, the role that people have to play. In fact, the digitization of data also has been done by the government itself, right? The entire DPI which has been created by the government is their way of democratizing data and making it available. Now what needs to be done is only subsume the data. First, analyze the data and subsume the data and make sure that you are using it for inclusion in a democratized manner. I think that's really where efforts have to be done by tech companies, fintechs, banks, lenders, you know, whoever that you...
Thanks, Ajay, for bringing me to that point. There are private companies in India, big tech companies, even banks, and many other sectoral giants who are working to building solutions to democratize access to technology. How about perhaps a platform where private players come together with policymakers, with the government, and create a platform so that technology access is democratized for MSMEs? I'd like to begin with you, Kirtika. Does that sound like a solution?
I think that's the only way forward, and I see, you know, plenty of examples of that across the board. Even if I think about what we are doing with Verix in terms of AI-powered blockchain credentials, we have a very strong intersection with, you know, all of the DigiLockers of the world, or what people are doing on APAR, and it's that combination that will bring both the democratization, the access, and also then in our case, adding the global verifiability part of it. So that's just one quick example, and I would love to hear from the rest of the panel.
So this is no longer a wish list. It is actually already in action. So if you, and you can, you know, Google Finternet. So Nandan spoke about it at the Global FinTech Fest. You know, there is a white paper now already in place, which has been written by Nandan and also the BIS. It's actually sponsored by BIS. So the work has already started where anything related to financial services on the internet, you know, the potential of bringing all of that together and using the Finternet as a mode, you know, to provide democratized financial services, you know, to the people who are underbanked, underserved, is already in play. So I think you will, over the next few years, definitely see a lot of action towards how to, you know, how do you see the combined strength of all of this information to create real financial and credit inclusion in the country.
And my only push there is also to make sure we are thinking about the connectivity between Indian markets and global markets, because that is the potential and the opportunity. You know, when I can get a product that's built in India off of Amazon and it has all of the standards and the certifications that I can verify sitting out there, you know, that is the beauty of then exposing all of the amazing work that's happening right here in India to people across the globe.
No, and Kritika, you made an extremely good point. And, you know, the regulator, in fact, you know, we've been blessed to have a regulator who's actually also progressive, has also created regulations around cross-border commerce, where Indian small MSMEs wanting to sell on, say, Amazon.com or other platforms, and vice versa. You know, the whole enabler has actually been created by the government to do it at a scalable manner, yet regulatory, within the regulatory framework. So I think it's already underway.
I think India's targeted to have like 1/3 or 1/4 of the total number of GCCs in the world, you know, on the technology and skill side.
Absolutely.
It's incredible.
Absolutely. Ranga?
Yeah, I mean, I strongly feel that technology is, I mean, if you were to look at the PPT of, the T being technology, the people and process part, if there's a platform to enable all of that, I think technology just follows suit. There is immense capability from a technology perspective, and that enables any kind of acceleration to happen. People just ask me at times, why are roads bad in Bangalore? We get the headlines for sure, but nevertheless, I say, we forgot about the road revolution. We have more airports today. So it's time for MSMEs to look at not only leapfrogging, but I think, pole vaulting to an extent, to kind of take technology and kind of accelerate to global markets or any other market that way today. The world is open. When you're saying, you're digitally aware or digitalized company, you're essentially catering to the world. 365 days, 24/7.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure speaking to all of you. We've completely run out of time, but a great session we've had. We've spoken about technology. We've spoken about adaptability, culture. I mean, I couldn't have expected to pack so much in just half an hour. It's time for the next session, and for that, I would like to invite my colleague, Gauri Dwivedi, on stage. Thank you so much, and before you go, a group picture, please. You're looking lovely in red in center.
This way. I know. Are we all moving or?
We're fine? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure. Pleasure. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful session. And it's time now to talk about one thing that we must have heard several times during the day, and which is about access to funding. One of the speakers, in fact, said that it's time to pole vault, but how do you pole vault if you don't have the right funding? To talk about that, let me now invite my panelists in this session, Mr. Dilip Chenoy, Chairman, Bharat Web3 Association, Aditya Sharma, who's a partner at McKinsey & Company, Mr. Alok Mishra, who's the CEO of MFin, and Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, who's the founder and CEO of Xeron Microsystems. Thank you so much. Please come, sir. Thanks, yeah. You have a mic, sir? Do you have a mic with you? Yeah. Yeah. Please, yeah, please. Okay. We are waiting for one more panelist to join us. Okay, let's start the conversation, and then of course we'll get as we talk about credit, as we talk about funding, and I think there's one thing that we heard during the day as well, that unless you get money, unless you get the right resources at the right time, how do you go about actually fulfilling your own aspirations and that of the sector and the industry tied together? Let me start with you, Mr. Mishra, about the challenges that MSMEs face in terms of critical access to credit at the right time, and how big a challenge that really is for MSMEs.
Thanks. I think, see, if you look at the data, in India there are around 65 million MSMEs, out of which 60 to 62 million are micro, and majority of it, I would say, are not even micro, they're nano. And I represent a sector which is microfinance, which specializes in nano, financing of nano enterprises, and you can say a bit of micro. I think it's not fair to say that that access to finance has remained a big challenge now, because but for the nano enterprises, because right now the microfinance sector funds around 8 crore low-income clients. 8 crore. So even if I say within that 3 or 4 crore are proprietorship nano enterprises, that's a huge number. That means out of 65 million, you take out 40 million. But the problem, what we see, because microfinance typically will say funding needs of 2 lakh, 2,50,000. But the problem is in the range between, I would say, 3 to 4 lakhs to 10 lakhs. That is where the major obstacle of access to finance is. Why? And why so? Because of two factors. One, they don't have clear records. Second, the issue of
lack of collateral, is that another?
Lack of collateral, plus the bankers, typically in India, what we have seen is that the policy, despite being talking about channel neutrality, is more focused on banks. And for a typical banks, typically adopt a top-down approach. And for a top-down approach, what they do is they would always like to have a clean balance sheet, audited statements and all that. If suppose somebody is making cricket balls in Meerut in cluster and has a good business, needs around 5-6 lakhs of working capital, very difficult for a banker to identify it. For that, I think the fleet-footed NBFCs are required. And that segment is where the criticality of access to finance is more. Nano, we have covered well. But I think that is the part, and that is why if you see the government's Mudra scheme also, which gives loans up to 10 lakh collateral free, there also up to 50,000 SISU loans, which are covered by microfinance, good coverage. Loans up to even 3-4 lakhs, good coverage. But if you see 5 to 10 lakhs, we start lagging behind. So that is the problem which policy needs to give attention on.
I'm going to come to the bit about fintech versus banking, traditional banking models in just a bit. But I want to first ask this to the entire panel about the need for this discussion that we are having right now, that why is access to credit such a big challenge? And then we go about identifying maybe the top 1, 2, 3 areas in which work can happen to expedite or at least reduce that kind of challenge. Aditya, let me also bring you in terms of the challenge that MSMEs face when it comes to being able to get the right credit at the right time. It's also about getting it now when you need it rather than at a later point of time. In your assessment, how acute that problem is?
No, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I think it's a severe problem, and I think it's a very timely topic. And you said, why is this important? Because I think first, there are 60 million SMEs, but they are the engine for job creation in the country, right? They employ more than 110 million people, account for, I think, about 25-30% of our GDP, but almost 50% of exports, right? So I think there's no question that this is a critical segment. I think the situation is quite acute, where more than 60-65% of the credit demand is unmet. And I think, as was being said by my fellow panelists, what ends up happening, these SMEs then go to informal credit sources. I think those are not viable financing options, and it further puts them down the sort of slope on how to build productivity and scale. And I think those who do end up getting financing also often have mismatches with their working capital cycle. There are unique requirements of each SME, right, in terms of like in sectors like dairy, logistics, agri-related SMEs, where there are specific working capital cycles, and traditional banking products may not fully fit in that framework. So you are unable to match your working capital with requirements. So I think that's where the struggle comes in. And I think this is because mostly the banks have focused on the bigger SMEs, right? In the MSME, the M's of the world, right? So which actually are like the small and medium is only 0.5 million out of our 60 million SMEs. The most are micro and nano, as was being said. And then there is a standard framework in which you would want your risk appetite to fit in standard documents, collateral, lack of seasonality, stable cash flows, etc., etc. And that's where SMEs have struggled. However, I think, as you were saying, what needs to change and so on, the good news is there are positive green shoots. Change is underway. I think with the advent of a lot of, I would say, formalization, digitalization, account aggregator, GST, more and more SMEs do have formal documents to share. So there is a forward-looking path, and we should discuss in terms of how that forward-looking path can happen. Yeah.
I consider myself a tech Luddite, but I still feel that when answers are not available, it's probably technology that provides those answers in terms of being able to, reduce the kind of compliance burden that most SMEs do find overwhelming. And that really takes away, the process of it getting overshadowed by the fact that, compliance burdens exist. Before I get in, Mr. Bhattacharya, on the aspect about fintech and, how that could actually bridge some of that gap. Mr. Chinoy, let me ask you, as someone who's understood this space, who's dealt with this space for a very long time, how have you seen this challenge being met in the past? I mean, this is not a new challenge. This is, as long as SME industry has been there, this has been a recurring problem. There have been some instances, some efforts being made. COVID disrupted all of it completely. Do you see that now recovery happening and some of that credit concerns being addressed or being at least limited now as compared to what they were in the past?
Thank you, Gauri, and thanks for inviting me to be here. But actually, if you look at the MSME sector, COVID was a great boon. Because
I have data that says that a lot of them shut, but here you are saying it's a boon. Okay.
I'll tell you why. A lot of them shut, right? That's correct. But the ones that survived had to go digital. They had to find a way to operate in ways that people who can't have access to them, who could not even see them, just talk to them, needed to develop confidence in them so that they could, reach out and fund them. So there was a very interesting change in the dynamics in the companies that survived.
You're saying COVID expedited the digital journey of those who survived?
Absolutely. Far greater than the CEO or the CIO. So COVID was the greatest accelerator of adoption of technology. The second thing that happened there is the government came out with a lot of schemes to actually address the credit availability to the MSME sector. And a lot of that has been mentioned here, and that is continued till now. So whether it was the enhancement of the Mudra loan or the collateral-free, loans that were there, and a lot of it was digital. So you saw that happen. And if you look at the other challenge which was not talked about here, you talked about availability of money, but the real challenge here is the cost of money.
Of course, yeah.
And the cost of money enhances if you go down the chain from a large company to a medium company to a nano company here, and also the periodicity of a loan. A lot of small nano businesses want loans for a day. If you can find a way to actually get, and the loans are not, small, you will be surprised, a vegetable seller, a medium-sized vegetable seller needs 2 to 3 lakh rupees a day in a metro, and there are hundreds and thousands of them. So these products that are being developed for them is actually enabling that to happen. The other thing that's happened, the Udyami portal which came out, has thrown up a fantastic statistic. 6 states, account for 51% of the MSMEs. And the number 1 state for MSMEs is, guess what, West Bengal. Number 2 is Uttar Pradesh. And these governments, and they're roughly about 8.6 million each, the gap between the top 6 and last 6th one is Karnataka. These states have come out with state-level products for their MSMEs to actually identify kind of financing. The bill discounting scheme came in here. The loan to discount revenue or take loans against revenue also actually came out during this period. So a lot of new products have come out which actually benefit the MSME, but again, you have to be a technology native and you've got to understand technology. Also, if you have digital accounts, as I mentioned earlier, and if you have GST records, that's sufficient evidence to actually give you a loan, which was not there before. So a lot has happened in the past few years, but yes, as was mentioned, there is a challenge for MSMEs to access money, the cost of money, and the time it takes to get money. While the nano challenge, in a very nice word that Ajay has used, has been addressed, but that limit between 10 lakhs, and I would actually take it further, even to, if you take it on the other side of over 1 crore, that is still challenging.
So access, cost, and timeliness, all three are concerns. And I'll tell you something, when the Mudra scheme started, and there was a very sharp criticism that also came in the sense that, and I heard this from multiple experts as well, not just those who are policy makers in the past, that what about asset creation? This is unsecured loan which may or may not lead to asset creation, burdening the banking system. And that's a question, in fact, I want to ask you, Mr. Bhattacharya, that, 10 years on, it's been actually more than that in terms of the kind of journey that Mudra loan has taken. It's changed also in that time period as well. Its objective remains the same, but the policy has changed its shape as well in terms of how it now identifies people. In your assessment, is that a direction India needs to focus on even more, given the fact that MSMEs drive our economy and we want them to pole vault, not just leapfrog?
I think let me just put some more color to the context, and the answer will be obvious once I put that color. Taking off from what Dilip mentioned, very interesting statistics about West Bengal and Uttar Pradesh having large number of MSMEs. This is directly proportionate to the lowest amount of formal jobs as a ratio of the total population. The lower the number of formal jobs as a ratio of the population, the higher is the number of MSMEs, because people need to get their jobs. And that's the criticality of MSME. The second challenge that comes in is the fact that MSMEs need not necessarily be plant and machinery driven MSMEs. So let me take the example of the Rediwala. Again, taking off from what Dilip was mentioning, what's the cost of capital and how things play out on the ground. A Rediwala will take 100 rupees in the morning and return actually 110 rupees in the evening. But let me take 101 rupees because 110 sounds so preposterous when I put it in terms of annual return on investment. If he just pays back 1 rupee on 100 rupees on a daily basis, he's paying 365% as his interest rate.
Yes.
This is usurious to an extent which is unimaginable, right? What is the plant and machinery over there? The Redi is the plant and machinery. That is it. Now, when we are saying that services is a large industry in India, but we will not consider services for MSME while giving them loan, or kind of demean them because of the fact that there is no plant and machinery, and we understand the banking part of it, right? If there is no asset, how do they do recovery and so on and so forth? That becomes a huge challenge. One of the chief ministers from the eastern side, in West Bengal, said, "Why don't you tell your mother to open up to cook you chole or something, and you sell it, and that becomes your business?" Now, even for that, you need capital. You need that 100 rupees, 1,000 rupees to do that. Where do you get that capital from? Now, what does an MSME need the capital for, right? It needs it for one, plant and machinery, obviously, so capital per se, but also for operational, which is working capital, right? Now, if I don't have working capital, how do I even have the confidence to go and pick up an order, right? Because if I pick up the order and I invest in picking up the order, right, there's a cost of sales to it. But I don't know whether I'll be able to execute it or not, because I'm not sure whether, as an MSME, whether I will get access to capital or not. Now, you flip it from the other side, right? From those who are providing the capital. If it's a 1,000 crore project, you will put some people, a team which probably costs 10, 20 lakhs over a period of a few months, who will then evaluate your project and then say yes or no. So 10, 20 lakhs divided by 1,000 crore, hardly anything, right? But if somebody needs, let's say, 5 lakh rupees, you still need to pay 20, 30,000 rupees to the BC, the banking correspondent who walks around and collects money. You need to pay him that much money. And there is, therefore, the ratio, the costing for that loan becomes significantly higher as the size of the loan becomes smaller and smaller. And that's where the problem lies. So in microfinance, there were politicians who went to the village chowraha and said, "Ye aapko loot rahe hain. They are charging 36% and they are cheating you." Now, 36% is far better than 360%, and there's a reason why it's 36%. There's actual cost incurred, there's a cost of default. All of that adds up to 36%, and therefore that's what's being charged. Now, the political climate at that time when microfinance started going down was not fine, was not correct. And so on and so forth. I will not go through the history of it. I think most of us know what happened.
Yes.
To the extent that we have now come to the digital part of giving the loans. Why digital? Because you don't need to send a person down. You don't need to pay for that person. Now, digitally, if it's possible, we would like to start providing loans. And that is where the account aggregator that was mentioned starts playing a very important role.
Yes.
There is no other option but to go digital. How do you give loan to that person who wants to open up a pan shop in a village? Or the panchayat who wants to take a loan so that they can have a sanitation pit so that it complements the Swachh Bharat toilet which is being put up.
That's an important point. You want to come in there? Yeah.
Actually, talking of technology and capital, right? And since, I'm from the Web3 space, actually tokenization of capital is a good way to actually raise finance here. For example, there's a person who's actually building a ship in India. He just tokenized the ship and he's selling tokens of the ship and giving a return of interest. Incidentally, in the UK, whiskey casks, and they're very, very expensive. They've been tokenized. So you can actually raise money through tokenization of your assets. So capital, I think capital finance is more or less solved. There's a lot of, hypothecation, a lot of things.
Do people know about these possible avenues? Aditya, you wanted to say on this?
No, I think first of all, I don't think there's as much awareness, and as we said, SMEs also, I mean, there's as much on access, but on education, on what are the, there are many schemes which sometimes may not available. In fact, even vice versa, if you go in many financial services organizations, down to the last branch, people may also, the employees sometimes are not fully aware of different schemes or government schemes which SMEs could fit in. So I think there's definitely an awareness angle. I was also wanting to come in on the point around the technology-based, the model which we were discussing. I think that is the way forward, a digital, evolving a digital-based lending, and it's a win-win for everyone in the ecosystem. And it's enabled by account aggregator. I think that provides a good sort of standard set of protocols that you can use. Right now it covers largely sole proprietors, but those are 90% of the MSMEs in any case, so I think it would evolve. And I think it is also complemented by alternate data that is available. I think you can use FASTag data, you can use utility bills data. You have the ULIP platform, which combines 8 government departments on different logistical, like Vahan and others, right? I think the need of the hour is, in terms of stitching together this data as reliable alternate proxies for cash flows, right? If you don't have the right audited financial statements, can you recast cash flows using proxies based on GST, account aggregator, consent-based sharing, or these utility and so on, right? And I think the financial services organizations, many of them are already trying to do this, including banks, NBFCs, fintechs. Those that are able to stitch this together seamlessly in their credit journey will end up getting a big part of the forward-looking demand supply.
I think the other important part about it is also creditworthiness, right? Which is taking on from this only, where technology can probably solve some of the puzzle about creditworthiness, because there's also a lot of default prospects, and it impacts the banking system simply because of the scale at which we are talking and the size of possible disbursement. How does one get around that? Because that is probably one of the most fundamental things, right, about creditworthiness.
Yeah. No, creditworthiness, because oftentimes this aspect gets thrown on nano and micro when we talk about it. And like I was just thinking about it, like he very rightly raised the point of 365% rates of interest at 1 rupee return also. So I will come to that later, but first to answer your question, see, if I take microfinance sector, today the sector serves, last data of September says 8.1 crore unique borrowers, okay? So 8.1 crore into 4 is the size of a household. If I multiply, around 30 crore people out of a population base of 130 crores are covered by microfinance. And it has been in function since last 20 years as a regulated form from banks, SFBs, NBFC, MFIs. And if I look at 15 years, despite several crises, Andhra crisis, this crisis, that crisis, the default rate on a trend line basis has been 2%. So what are we talking about? Creditworthiness. Any asset class in the financial sector.
I'm sure this must be less than several other classes, right, in terms of 2%.
That's what I'm coming. So if 2% default rate you can't tolerate, and that becomes very huge for you because you distort the trend line. Suppose you take COVID, it was 11%. But you always measure the risk cost over a time period. So if I look at 15, 20 years, the data says it was 2%. So the lower the chain you go, the more granular your portfolio becomes, it becomes much less risky. But still, we keep throwing the work of risk. What is the NPA rate in corporate loans? What is the NPA in big sector project loans of power and other things? Much higher, 20%, 25%. Here in 2%, we start getting worried about it. And then when you also raised an important point, because I think it has been there in the newspapers, because the RBI has also made statements about unsecured lending. Now, it is made to look like unsecured lending is a pariah and secured lending is the solution to all. Now, if on two parts to it. First, the poor persons, the micro enterprises, they don't have much collateral to offer. You have to do it based on cash flow basis analysis. It is not an asset-based financing. And second, they have proved their credit worthiness over 2 decades. And unsecured is not something which is away from secured. And even in secured, first of all, here the default rate is low. And in secured, if somebody defaults on a corporate loan, you go to IBC. And in IBC,
exactly.
what is the recovery percentage? So what are we talking about? So sometimes when all our risk lens, all our mind about growth trajectory only focuses on them.
That's an eye-opener what you said, sir, in terms of the fact that the default rate is sub 2% or 2%. And the amount of impact it has, the cascading impact of MSME loans on the economy is much bigger. And I think that's something that also should clear a lot of, preconceived notions that exist when it comes to lending in this particular.
Let me give you last line on this, that when you talked about contribution, in 2022, we commissioned a study from NCR that we said that client level anecdotal studies are many. But we want to see what is the contribution of the microfinance sector, which lends annually around 3 lakh crore. Out of total banking sector credit is 160 lakh crore.
Yeah.
So roughly around that. So we are only 3 lakh crore. So hardly percentage, 2%. What is this contribution to India's GDP? And the study, we used an econometric input-output model, and it has worked out that the contribution of the sector to India's GDP is 2.5%. At a fraction of the credit flow which is happening in the sector.
That's amazing. That's actually amazing. It's a salute to the MSMEs of India, actually. Yes.
Yes, and I think if you stretch it beyond micro to the full, it's about 25-30%, 30 lakh crore, I think, so linearly extending. I think just a point on credit worthiness, I think also to give a balanced perspective, while inherently, I think if you look at why the risk question comes in, the reality is several banks in India, including large public sector banks, the NPAs in their SME portfolio are 7, 8, 9, 10%, right? Those are, so it is not that the banks have not seen losses or NBFCs have not seen losses. They, of course, price it in or try to price it in terms of their products. I think it's really to your question on credit worthiness and how you assess credit worthiness and which, who sort of gets which, how do you, and you avoid adverse risk selection. And I think where the struggle has been trying to fit a corporate lending type framework to SMEs and not being able to then find the SMEs that fit that framework. You may get a few, you may not get as many. So hence the need to evolve. You
can't have the mold that fits the MSMEs.
The traditional approach,
to be the other way around.
Traditional approach has been financial statement based, combined with credit bureau, and you use a corporate lending framework with the right ticket sizes.
Yes.
But for SMEs, you need to evolve a different credit architecture.
Create the mold. Create the mold that suits
which uses alternate data, but also uses qualitative data. I think one point which I do want to emphasize, a lot of what you said, the touch and feel judgment sits in the last mile credit underwriter or employer. But how do you parameterize and use technology to standardize that in your credit evaluation?
That's an important part. You've been wanting to come in.
No, actually, if you look at the different products that are available here in India, so, VC funding, private equity funding, bank lending for capital, they're all fairly, in microfinance, is fairly well developed. What the segment that is really underdeveloped here is the venture debt segment. There are hardly any venture debt companies here. So even if you look at the startups or micro, and when you want to grow, you don't have equity to give. But we term it as a working capital requirement or other requirement, but that requires venture debt where you take the risk, and if it is not paid, you have the option to convert into equity, which you anyway do under the IBC process. But for the small and medium companies, this whole segment in India is lacking, and we need to actually develop it.
Great business opportunity for all that are listening. Quickly, sir, we are...
I just want to amplify two things that he said. One is in terms of the credit itself, which is without collateral and small amounts. It is nothing different from credit cards. They are giving you credit without any collateral and in small amounts.
They're also charging 36%.
They wouldn't bat an eyelid giving it to you. But when it comes to the segment that he's talking about, all hell breaks loose. You know, there is huge amount of issue. The second thing I also want to point out is that he very elucidatedly, very well elucidated the impact of the small and medium sector in terms of economic impact. But the other dimension is the jobs, as it came out from the statistics that Dilip was talking about. Without that sector, you will not have the jobs and you will have huge amount of discontent in the society. It's a very important socio-economic factor. It's not just economic, but it's a major socio factor that is being played.
And I think that's pretty much what India's economic puzzle really needs to be solved in. That, you know, the amount of effort, focus and energy that goes into large corporates is important because that, you know, creates that big ticket, inflection point for the economy. But it's these MSMEs that really keep the growth engine going, which is why credit is so important. Ensuring technology adaptation, something that we spoke at length in the previous session about, is equally important. And skilling, that we spoke about in the morning. All of that sort of come together, but nothing can move a needle unless you get the funding. You wanted to come in, sir? Quick 30 seconds.
1 second.
We're holding the people from lunch now.
I just wanted to say that we often use the word creditworthiness. Our whole struggle has been creditworthiness implies that you must have collateral or something so that you're worthy of credit. We talk about in microfinance purposeworthiness. If your purpose is to raise your economic life, we say the whole idea is creditworthiness, move from creditworthiness to purposeworthiness. So that is more important. If somebody is trying to set up a micro business, may not be credit worthy at that time, but if the intent are good, micro business, that's the thing to go.
Exactly, and that's the note on which I'm going to end. And in fact, the other note that I think is most important for me personally, the takeaway, that whoever thinks that MSMEs are the defaulters in the banking system needs a reality check. Those are the people keeping the economy together and also most disciplined in terms of the loans that they take. Thank you so much, all of you, for sharing your thoughts on a very important issue that we hope to come back to later after the lunch break. We'll have a quick photo op now, sir. No, sir. Thank you. Now invite all of you for lunch. That's being served now.
returns share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, there's an agreement.
Dad, you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
Remember, when someone
जाके बोलूँगी। मैं जाऊँ ऊपर? वो तो बैठी हुई है मेरे पास।
On the pizza. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today. I hope you've had a great lunch. It's time now for us to honor some of our close partners at the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave. It means the world to us that they've been here and have contributed so much to what the message that we are trying to spread over here. It's our honor to invite Mr. Kapil Jain, Managing Director, Benson Polymers Limited, to come up on stage and to accept this small token of appreciation. Thank you. Here you go, Kapil. This is for you. Come. Come, please. We're also delighted to have with us Mayank Agarwal, the CEO of the Gallant Group of Industries, to come up and to accept this honor, this little award on behalf of, it's not an award, it's recognition for your help. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mayank. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll get started in just the next few moments. Once again, thank you for your patience. We've got some exciting conversations coming up in the next little while. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, would request all of you to quickly settle down because our power-packed sessions are going to take off again. महिलाओं के लिए MSMEs में कितनी गुंजाइश बनती है? Well, that's the agenda. Next, would now request Ms. Anna Roy, Principal Economic Advisor, NITI Aayog, to join me on stage. Ms. Roy will elaborate on a unique initiative of NITI Aayog that nurtures an approach towards enabling women-led development through entrepreneurship. Ms. Roy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So it's always a challenge speaking post-lunch. I hope you are not too kind of feeling sleepy after a heavy lunch. With that, I'll start a very brief presentation just to, tell what exactly this initiative is. And also, for me to attend these kind of events is really to pitch this, because this is a partnership-led initiative and it will be a call to partner. So this is basically also a sales pitch which I will be presenting today. What this initiative is really doing is creating a robust ecosystem. And when I say ecosystem, that means we do not have any program of our own. We do not have any initiative of our own, but we work with the stakeholders in the ecosystem and present a platform where they can come, work together, consolidate their efforts. So that is what WEP, the Women Entrepreneurship Platform, is all about. In 2017, we had the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in Hyderabad, and at the conclusion of that summit, a women entrepreneurship cell was announced, and on 8th March 2018, we actually did not launch another cell because we felt there are too many of these cells going around. We launched a platform, and a platform which helped leverage the convening power of NITI Aayog to forge collaborations, convergence amongst various stakeholders. So basically, this is the first slide, is really the sales pitch, which I spoke about. We create scalable impact by empowering women, build their enterprises and scale their enterprises, enhance visibility by showcasing commitment. This is for people who partner, their commitment to inclusivity and sustainable development. We develop tailored initiatives aligned with focus areas, and support, you can support us in our capacity buildings and various other programs, and also empowering young girls who will be entrepreneurs of tomorrow. So far, we have either completed or in the process of completing coverage of 750 women, more than 750, under various programs covering all the sectors, which are presented here. So Ours is a community. As I said, it's an aggregator platform. It is a digital public good. We have more than 33,000 registered users. We have more than 34 partners. And we also have a mentorship platform which sees more than 550 mentors. So when we launched it in 2018, we gave a 3-pillar approach on growing WEP. One was Ichha Shakti, Gyan Shakti, Karma Shakti. So we cover the behavioral aspect. We look at the knowledge aspect to overcome information asymmetry. And we also look at how we can handhold women in their entrepreneurial journey. And till date, since 2018 till date, these pillars remain intact. We cover the entire spectrum. So when I say behavioral, it is motivating women who are not in the entrepreneurial space to become entrepreneurs and who are already there to help them scale up. Our missions, as I said, is to collaborate, consolidate, converge, and then catalyze the whole system. Our theory of change is to give 360-degree support. So when we launch any program, we do not focus on any one particular sector, but we meet 6 ecosystem needs which are listed here. So I will not be reading out each and every word. Basically, we will not have a program which will only tell people how to raise funds, because if your enterprise is not credit worthy, nobody is in the business of doing charity. So we make women credit worthy, we make them market ready by addressing 6 ecosystem needs which are mentioned here. Our approach is knowledge sharing, because what we saw in various studies that women do not get, for that matter even men, do not get the relevant information at the right time seamlessly. So we are focusing on developing a system where knowledge flows seamlessly, ecosystem outreach, where people, like there are so many people, organizations, individuals who in their own way are contributing in some way or the other to build through various initiatives. So basically bring them together and develop the ecosystem and leverage the technology. So technology is one of the, besides onboarding partners, the second major thing which we focus on is technology. How can we leverage technology in overcoming access barriers, reaching the last mile? This is a brief journey. I'll just skip this. In 2022, we transitioned into a public-private partnership. Before that, it was incubated in Niti Aayog. And in the public-private partnership, we have a leadership committee, which is with the sorry, I think it's fallen off. A leadership committee, which is chaired by CEO Niti Aayog and co-chaired by Sangeeta Reddy, the industry representative. We have ex officio members from the government, as in 5 secretaries of ministries in Government of India are part of this, and ecosystem experts, where right from UN to FICCI to various individuals who play, who are in some leadership role are there, and an operational committee, which is, we call it the executive committee, where we have ex officio members, joint secretary level officers from the ministries, and several volunteers. The names on the right are individuals who devote their own personal time, resources to work for WEP. So what sets it apart? We, as I said, an aggregator platform. We have curated bespoke programs. These are not cookie-cutter programs, so we design them based on the cohort. We build networks instead of duplicating existing work. Seamless access to relevant information, as I already said, building skills, and now in our latest move, we are actually going to states so that a bottom-up approach can be done. And the first state chapter has been opened in Telangana, and several others have been lined up. These are some of our marquee assets. We have a knowledge portal, which is continuously evolving over time, a mentorship platform, which has, without a lot of, kind of push by us merely by the content, and organically it has grown, and we already see a lot of results. Once it was made public a month or so back. Our plug-and-play model we brought in last year. Before that, our partnerships were more ad hoc. So Award to Reward is our plug-and-play, where we just tell anybody, you know, we'll find you a role if you want to work. So you don't have to come out of your comfort zone. Whatever you are doing, we'll find some kind of a role for you to work for our programs. We have collectives so that we can have like-minded stakeholders, whether it is finance or market, to work on it, and a community model to build a robust networking of women, online networking community of women. These are some of our other offerings. We have, you know, for our outreach, we have expert speak, going to states. We have something called WEP offerings. And also for media, we have a very, very, you know, nuanced kind of a media plan. This is again a pitching deck where, you know, I don't know whether the audience, the nature of the audience here, but you can help us by providing funding, mentorship, be a part of our ATR programs, join our collectives, and become our expert resource for either giving, you know, sessions, or be a jury, or any other aspect, and support our media outreach. In case you want to kind of partner, our team will reach out to you with curated projects. And so I just skipped it, but anybody can be a partner. You could be an individual, a CSO, entity, a corporate. So there is really no limit to it. These are some of the ways in which you can fund WEP. And this is our mentorship platform. You know, just to show the way the partnership works, Reliance Jio has offered their platform, Jio Meet, free of cost, which is being used for enabling the online sessions. This is our Award to Reward program. As I said, so far we have 750 people have in some way or the other are getting benefited or will get benefit in future, various sectors. So Make My Trip anchored the Award to Reward for homestay owners in Northeast, because that is what they work in. Urban Company works for services to be rendered at home. So they are working for a program aimed at building businesses amongst women who run beauty salon owners. So as I said, everybody aligns their own interests with us, and we then help them curate these programs and make them more broad-based. This is what we have launched with Ministry of MSME for women in MSME. We have an awareness campaign which is already ongoing, and the previous programs which you saw were really pilots. These will be built up, and in a pan-India way, we will have a cluster-based program, which my colleague Sonal will be, you know, they did a major research. They identified 9 sectors and also the major clusters where, you know, large number of women are present. So we will be, the pilots will be scaled up pan-India, and from next year, we will be having much larger scale projects under the Award to Reward. And all this work has been done, so it's not as if we just decide, okay, we'll do this. These are all backed by proper research. This is what we aim. So we cover the entire spectrum. We do not say this is for startups or this is for, you know, MSME micro. We even cover the informal, like we are doing in a program in a municipal corporation in Thane, where we are looking at women who were part of SHGs but want to now transition into their individual enterprise. So for each program, we have kept our goals very achievable. That is, we will see that how these women who are covered in this program can achieve the next stage in their business. So informal, if it is informal, enterprises, we will make sure that at the end of the program, they are all registered on Udyam portal. So this is how we are trying to, cover it. This program we have launched in collaboration with Ministry of Skill Development, aimed at college-going girls, because what we saw that women enter into enterprise without knowing the basic ropes of the business. So these will not be too classroom-oriented, but more like practitioners telling the girls what to expect when they decide to enter into entrepreneurship, what should be their level of preparedness, what all should they look for. So more like a practitioner's guide, and we launched the first pilot with Sri Sri University in Orissa, and now with Ministry of Skill Development, we will be launching in 5 other universities in the coming months. This is how you can partner into a award to reward. So you can become an anchor. Say, Make My Trip was an anchor for the homestay owners. Urban Company was an anchor for the beauty salon. Microsave was the anchor for green tech. Or you could be a partner by pitching in for meeting any of the other components. We have a reward component where we reward those women who after the training show promise, so that they remain kind of engaged. So you can sponsor a reward, you can sponsor the event where they will be felicitated. You can say that we try to provide one-to-one mentorship. You can offer your services for one-to-one mentorship, or in the capacity building programs. So this is the knowledge portal. So far we have mapped around 835 schemes of governments, out of which 151 for central government and 634 for various states, and mapped them to these 6 ecosystem needs. So if it is a finance, if that scheme provides you financial help, it will come under that. So it's not like a data dump where you go through each and every 835 schemes. It helps you identify the scheme which will benefit you. As a next step for this, CII Young India is supporting and funding an intelligent layer to be built on this knowledge portal, which for each scheme we will be able to, based on the profile, the women will know whether they are eligible. If they are eligible, what documents they need to keep in readiness, and to track their application. So that is something which is in the works. This is our community module, and past 2 months we have engaged a company, a startup again by a woman, to manage the community module. And this is also has been growing organically, so we would need people to manage the community, start conversations, etc. These are, often we find that they are looking for services, but they don't know where to go. So if you are providing a service which will be beneficial to an entrepreneur, a woman entrepreneur, we will put it on the platform by way of knowledge sharing. Also, if you provide any kind of discount for availing those services for registered women entrepreneurs, then we put it under a different tab, and it's like, okay, if you get registered, this is some additional benefit which you will get. And it could be products, services, even programs, say mentorship programs, or any kind of programs. What do you get by partnering with WEP? You get visibility. We are actually undertaking an impact study of all our programs. So you actually can document the impact that you are creating. You get networking opportunities where you connect with other partners to work together, and obviously recognition. These are some of our, this is a slightly dated but still relevant slide, some of our existing partners. And this is, I would request you to copy the QR code, reach out to us, and our team will get in touch with you. As I said, if you are willing, we'll find a role for you, and we will. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू मिस रॉय, आपकी इस प्रेजेंटेशन से बहुत सारी जानकारियाँ सामने आई हैं। महिलाओं के लिए एमएसएमई का इकोसिस्टम तैयार है, बस ज़रूरत है कि महिलाएं ये इनिशिएटिव लें, क्योंकि एमर्जिंग बिजनेस में हमारी आधी आबादी कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलने को तैयार है और हमारी महिलाओं का जोश भी देखने लायक होता है। लेकिन क्योंकि ये सबसे बड़ा दूसरा ऐसा सेक्टर है एग्रीकल्चर यानी कृषि के बाद जो रोज़गार देता है, इसलिए ज़रूरी है कि महिलाएं भी एमर्जिंग बिजनेस शुरू करें, उससे जुड़ें और अपने इनिशिएटिव्स को आगे बढ़ाएं। सरकार की पहल लगातार बनी हुई है ताकि महिलाएं भी आगे आएं और इस इनिशिएटिव से जुड़ें और अपने बिजनेसेस की शुरुआत करें। तो यही मुद्दा रहेगा आगे भी हमारे अगले सेशन के लिए, और इसके लिए हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे कई खास मेहमान और मंच पर होंगी मिस सोनल जेटली, मिस मीरा झाला, मिस्टर सचिन अरोरा और सौम्या मिश्रा। आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत है। हम शुरू करते हैं पैनल इस बस 5-10 सेकंड के बाद। Please. Thank you. We'll just start. Do you all want tea or coffee? Someone? Do you all want coffee or tea? ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स बिल्डिंग बिजनेसेस, यानी रुकावटें तोड़कर व्यवसाय निर्माण। एमएसएमईज में महिलाओं की भूमिका जो समाज की परंपराओं, आर्थिक बाधाओं, पारिवारिक जिम्मेदारियों और कई चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए अपनी पहचान बना रही हैं, ये सब उनकी यात्रा को मुश्किल बनाती है। लेकिन इन चुनौतियों के बावजूद वो अपने जुनून और साहस से नई मिसाल कायम कर रही हैं। तो इस सेशन में समस्याओं के समाधान के साथ जाने की कैसे महिलाएं हर रुकावट को पार कर रही हैं और अपने व्यवसाय को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जा रही हैं। हमारे साथ बेहद खास पैनल, सोनल जेटली एसोसिएट पार्टनर है माइक्रोसेव कंसल्टिंग की, मीरा झाला फाउंडर फ्रोगो HBS क्योरफिट, सचिन अरोरा मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर वन कंसल्टिंग PwC और सौम्या मिश्रा फाउंडर एवाटार स्किन केयर टेक्नोलॉजीज। सोनल, अगर मैं आपसे शुरू करूं, हमारे इमर्जिंग बिजनेस में MSME सेक्टर में महिलाएं किस तरह से इस सेक्टर को रीशेप कर रही हैं इस वक्त?
अगर आप देखें तो MSME सेक्टर में ज़्यादातर हाउ द लैंडस्केप ऑफ आर MSME सेक्टर लुक्स लाइक is women are mostly concentrated in the informal sector. Informal sector में करीब 90 से ज़्यादा प्रतिशत महिलाएं concentrated हैं। उसमें भी अगर आप MSME को तोड़ के देखें, सो माइक्रो जो पार्ट है, माइक्रो में सबसे ज़्यादा महिलाएं माइक्रो सेक्टर में हैं। और अगर आप उसका सेक्टोरल स्प्लिट देखें तो ज़्यादातर महिलाएं टेक्सटाइल्स, फूड एंड बेवरेजेस एंड इस तरह के सेक्टर्स में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ज़्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड हैं। जो हमने देखा है कि विद ऑल द रिसर्च दैट वी हैव डन, वी आर सीइंग दैट women are coming up in many other sectors apart from the traditional sectors. So अभी सिर्फ traditional sectors में ही आपको women का entrepreneurship नहीं दिखेगा. Of course, entrepreneurship is one in the MSME sector, and also a lot of women-led startups are coming up. So we see women emerging in a lot of deep tech sectors also. MSME में manufacturing को छोड़कर service sector में भी काफ़ी opportunities हैं women के लिए. And also we increasingly see that because of initiatives taken by the government, whether it's the Women's Entrepreneurship Platform, which aims at providing a comprehensive support across all needs to women, क्योंकि with all the research and evidence, what we've learned is that only finance doesn't work. Entrepreneurship is extremely tough. So if you need to create opportunity-oriented entrepreneurship जो कि profits create करे, employment create करे country के लिए, उस entrepreneurship को promote करने के लिए you need to also create an ecosystem which provides a continuum of support across training, capacity building, access to finance, access to markets, mentorship and networking, which is a very critical thing which WEP is also doing, and also business development support services, which are very much required as you start on your growth journey in entrepreneurship. So women across government programs also and multiple schemes are getting all of these services increasingly, and that is helping them to formalize. So the graduation from the informal to formal is happening at a very rapid pace. And the second thing is now they're not just concentrated in the traditional sectors. They're coming up in more diversified sectors, but we have a long way to go.
Long way to go. लेकिन हमारे साथ इस पैनल में सोनल दो ऐसी महिलाएं हैं, क्योंकि हमारा चर्चा का मुद्दा यही है ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स, जिन्होंने ये बैरियर तोड़ा है, सौम्या और मीरा. आपकी अपनी जर्नी आप दोनों से मैं जानना चाहूँगी कैसी रही. बैरियर तो आप लोगों ने तोड़ दिया, लेकिन चुनौतियाँ कम नहीं रही होंगी. सौम्या?
बहुत मुझे लगता है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इटसेल्फ एक बहुत ही कठिन और चैलेंजिंग जर्नी है. पहले डिसीजन मेकिंग की मुझे अपनी 1 तारीख की सैलरी की आदत है. महिलाएं जैसे हम तो मैरिड हैं तो घर में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, वो अब बंद होगा. वो डिसीजन में फैमिली को एक साथ लेके आना, बिकॉज यू नो यू आर इम्पैक्टिंग द हाउस होल्ड, से चुनौतियाँ शुरू होती हैं. फिर आप जब फैमिली को कन्विंस करके आप घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो हमारे देश ने बहुत प्रोग्रेस किया है. बट आई थिंक देश भी क्या, मैं ग्लोबली भी बोलूँ, महिलाओं पे ट्रस्ट इन जनरल लोग करने से पहले थोड़ा ज़्यादा सोचते हैं. तो चाहे आपको ट्रस्ट आपके लैंडलॉर्ड का चाहिए कि मैं एक विमेन ड्रिवन बिजनेस को अपना ऑफिस दे दूं, पता नहीं इनका 4-5 महीने भी चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा, या आपको इन्वेस्टर से चाहिए कि मैं अपने $2 मिलियन इन महिला पे लगाऊं क्या, जिनके घर में पता नहीं उनका परिवार उन्हें कितना सपोर्ट करेगा, पता नहीं किसी दिन उनकी ममता जाग जाएगी तो ये बिजनेस को डिप्रायोरिटाइज कर देंगी. उस तरह के बहुत बायसेस हैं. अगर मैं डेटा कोट करूं, अभी कलारी कैपिटल ने एक बड़ी अच्छी रिपोर्ट निकाली है. only 8% of the total funding that has gone into startups over last year has gone into startups which had a women CEO. तो आप अगर हम population wise अगर हम आधे हैं तो अगर कहीं ना कहीं, and capital is the prime most thing to run a business. आप debt funding में statistics देखेंगे तो वो और कम है, क्योंकि शायद महिलाएं ही भी कतराती हैं अपने ऊपर डेट की लायबिलिटी लेने में, उनकी फैमिली भी कतराती हैं, एंड द सेम टाइम द लेंडर्स आर आल्सो. सो एंड उसके बाद जब ये 2 चीज़ें, तो बस अभी कहानी शुरू हुई है. बहुत सारे एम्प्लॉयज़ अभी भी एक मैडम जी का ऑर्डर पे नहीं काम करना चाहते हैं. मैडम चिल्ला रही हैं तो मैडम बहुत एरोगेंट हैं, सर चिल्ला रहे तो सर तो चिल्लाना पड़ेगा, बिजनेस नहीं तो कैसे चलेगा. तो आई थिंक कदम कदम पे विमेन हु आर स्टेपिंग आउट ऑफ होम, उनको प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. बट आई थिंक जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, जो बिजनेस चला रही हैं महिलाएं, उनको आई थिंक उनके चैलेंजेस थोड़े से और ज़्यादा है.
मीरा, आपने एक मैन्स वर्ल्ड में अपना एक मुकाम हासिल किया, ये चैलेंजेस आपके भी रहे होंगे, लेकिन मैम
आप सर की तरह ऑर्डर देती हैं और सब सुनते हैं?
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन। पर जैसे सौम्या ने कहा, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इजी नहीं है किसी के भी लिए, आदमी या औरत। सबसे पहले एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज सच अ टफ राइड that anybody who decides to get on this path has to really know what they want. उसके बाद सर की तरह नहीं, मैम की तरह ही ऑपरेट करके तभी भी सक्सेस पाना बिल्कुल भी इजी काम नहीं है। मैंने जो देखा है कि women are very capable people managers. Generally empathetic leaders होते हैं, इसलिए people management skills उनमें naturally आती है। पर जो lacking women entrepreneurs में मैंने देखा है is a risk appetite. Generally women are not open to taking such big risks. जैसे सौम्या ने कहा कि फैमिली का अप्रूवल लेना होता है, ममता जाग गई, all of those things. To put that on the back burner and continue on this path is not easy. I have found, my groove over the years. I'm on my third startup now, having seen an exit and gone on to build, future ventures. I know that it's not an easy path, but it can be done.
Can be done, and women are those achievers.
Women are doing it, and
yes.
Currently, if you see, there are 19 unicorns in India that are women-led. We
Wow.
just need to increase the representation and get more women to have the risk appetite and be bold to be out there.
जी बिल्कुल, और बी आउट देयर। और सचिन, सरकारी पहल, ख़ास तौर से ड्रोन दीदी योजना की बात करें, ग्रामीण इलाकों में ये सरकारी पहल पहुंची और महिलाएं अब ड्रोन पायलट हैं। तो इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स की अभी भी ज़रूरत पड़ रही है, वो एक्स्ट्रा पुश इस वक्त ज़रूरी है, ख़ास तौर से ग्रामीण इलाकों में?
First of all, I'm very happy to be a minority in this panel, and thanks for inviting. देखिए, अगर डिवाइड करें इकोनॉमी को रूरल वर्सेस अर्बन में, तो अर्बन महिलाओं को एंड women segment have a lot of opportunity. They have gone to better schools, colleges. These opportunities does not really exist in the rural sector, and obviously the conservative nature of that strata of our economy does not allow them to go out and blossom themselves. So you need that extra push from the government to make it happen, and Drone Didi is one of such yojana where there is a training done by the government to this women staff and people to do the fertilization in the crops, because it's a very craft oriented job. It's managing a drone is not easy. If anybody would have tried here, it requires a craft, and women in general are very strong at craft. I mean, from all sorts of things that you see, whether in different industries, right? So I think, and that is giving not just in employment, but an entrepreneurship option to women to play out in the market. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, as Meera was mentioning, it's a risk-reward ecosystem. The more risk you play, the chances of higher rewards go up. And if you go back to our social strata and the way we have been groomed as an economy and as a community, boys and men in general have been, played a lot of outdoor games, whether it's cricket or a football. They understand winning and losing, and everything becomes a goal. Like, that's why we call a football a goal, right? So by design, that from the very beginning, that risk-taking ability in cricket to play out of the crease, all of those things have been somewhere taught to us at a very DNA level to do that. And for women, if you have to change as a society, it's not going to be a change that will come at a very surface level during college and during the job. It has to come from the very teaching, from the very, from the very beginning. So I think that requires a massive change in the mindset, not just of the government, which it is, I'm sure, trying every bit, but as a society, and both in the rural segment as well as in the urban segment, to let the girls and the women go out, do some high risky things, even in as short as a format as a game, and that changed the psychology and the thought process towards life.
बिल्कुल। सोनल, क्या देखा जा रहा है इस वक्त, जो सचिन बात कह रहे हैं, क्या ये महिलाओं में या परिवारों में, हमारी सोसाइटी में इनग्रेन्ड है कि अगर बिजनेस करना है एक महिला को या कुछ शुरुआत करनी है तो कुछ ही वो फील्ड्स हैं, कुछ ही वो सेक्टर्स हैं जिसमें वो कर सकती हैं, ये उनके लिए है, बाकी तो आदमी या मर्द कर सकते हैं?
सो डेफिनेटली सोशल नॉर्म्स एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है, क्योंकि अभी भी प्राइमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो हाउस होल्ड का है वो महिलाओं के ऊपर ही है। भारत सरकार का एक टाइम यूज़ सर्वे हुआ था 2019 में, जो कि ये बताता है कि साउथ एशिया में इंडिया इज़ वन ऑफ दोज कंट्रीज़ जहाँ पे महिलाएं सबसे ज़्यादा अनपेड केयर का काम करती हैं। और अनपेड केयर जब मैं बात कर रही हूँ तो आई मीन दैट दे डू हाउस होल्ड चोर्स, दे डू चाइल्ड केयर, and they do elderly care also. So there is an entire care continuum that is taken care of by women. Women spend सबसे ज़्यादा समय महिलाओं का घर में इसमें लगता है। 6.5 घंटे से ज़्यादा महिलाएं अनपेड केयर वर्क करती हैं। और हमने जितना भी रिसर्च किया है अक्रॉस एशियन कंट्रीज़, मोस्टली साउथ एशिया इंक्लूडिंग इंडिया, what we find is that time is the biggest currency and the biggest asset that you have to invest. So if you need to be a profitable entrepreneur, you need to invest a lot of time apart from everything else. And time as a currency is missing, and there is a lot of time poverty amongst women. So जब तक आप ये time poverty को address नहीं करेंगे, आप ये नहीं बोल सकते कि you have brought both men and women at the same level playing field, because if I'm working both outside and at home also, how much time do I have in a day to invest in my business? So first, that level playing field has to be brought in. Women's share of unpaid work.
Obviously men have edge of that time.
Yes. So women have to have more time to invest in their own capacity building in their businesses, so that they can be at that level playing field. So that is a very starting point. So we have to reduce the burden of care work on specifically only on women's shoulder in the household. So जब तक हम उसको कम नहीं करेंगे, हम expect नहीं कर सकते कि अचानक से हमारा women will all come in force in entrepreneurship. But even after that, that's happening a lot. And there is increasing formalization. More and more women are starting their startup and entrepreneurial journeys. But there is a lot that needs to be done.
सौम्य, आप स्किन केयर टेक्नोलॉजी के फर्म को लीड करती हैं, आपने ये फील्ड चुना अपने लिए, इंटरेस्ट था या फिर ये एहसास हुआ कि ये करना ज़्यादा आसान होगा बाकी बिजनेसेस से?
दोनों। हम लेज़र ट्रीटमेंट्स घर पे प्रोवाइड करते हैं, एंड मैं इस फील्ड में इसलिए आई क्योंकि मेरी खुद की स्किन बहुत अच्छी नहीं थी, एंड थोड़ा इसमें सोशल बैकग्राउंड भी है। मेरे फादर ने कहा जब मैंने पढ़ाई कंप्लीट कर ली कि अपना चेहरा ठीक करो, बहुत अच्छा लड़के को आपकी शक्ल नहीं पसंद आएगी। तो दैट्स हाउ आई गॉट इनटू दिस रिजीम ऑफ अब तो शादी करनी है, चेहरा फिक्स करना है तो स्किन क्लिनिक्स जाओ एंड फिर वहाँ पे देखिए क्या चैलेंजेस है। सो इट्स अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस। एंड सेकेंड, इंट्यूटिव था, मतलब ब्यूटी जैसे औरतों को समझ में आता है क्योंकि उसकी कंज्यूमर्स होते हैं, फैशन वुमेन को समझ में आता है, फूड स्टार्टअप्स में आप इतने वुमेन देखेंगे। सो देयर डेफिनेटली कंज्यूमर बिजनेसेस में, किड्स स्टार्टअप्स में यू विल फाइंड अ लॉट ऑफ वुमेन। सो आई don't have data, but I do feel anecdotally there are certain sectors which women relate with more. Beauty mein most of the startups are women-led, but at the same time we have exceptions like Meera, and now women are also doing a lot of SaaS work and B2B work. So that's really heartening to supply chain to see.
जी मीरा, आपने मुकाम हासिल किया, आप जो करना चाहती थी आपने वो किया, लेकिन आसपास जब आप अगर देखती हैं तो वो प्रेशर बाकी महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर्स पर दिखाई देता है, सोसाइटी का प्रेशर, उन फैमिली की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ वो बनी रहती है, उसको तोड़ के आगे निकलना एक बड़ी चुनौती रहती है।
बिल्कुल, प्रेशर तो विमेन पे है। द हाउस होल्ड वर्क दैट was mentioned, the responsibility does lie on the woman, right? मैं जो काम कर रही हूँ, हमारी इंडस्ट्री में बहुत ही रेयरली मुझे और कोई महिला मिलती है। At Frogo, I'm building a dark store network which helps brands reach their consumers in 60 minutes. ये logistics supply chain का काम है। इसमें बहुत ही मेल ड्रिवन सोसाइटी पूरा इंडस्ट्री है और इसमें अपना नाम बना पाना बिल्कुल आसान नहीं था। लेकिन मैं एक बात कहूँगी कि अगर फैमिली का सपोर्ट हो, अगर आपके साथ आपके घर में लोग समझते हैं कि आप घर से बाहर जा रहे हैं और जो भी काम कर रहे हैं कोई वर्दी कॉज के लिए कर रहे हैं, so it becomes that much easier. And of course, women should not try to do everything themselves. You have to build a support system. You have to build a network where, caretaking becomes a joint effort instead of just being a single person's job to manage a household and child and family. So you have to find your niche and build that support system to be able to devote time to work.
बिल्कुल सचिन, आपने बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स में इन्वेस्ट भी किया है, आपका एक्सपीरियंस अनुभव क्या कहता है? जो महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, गो गेटर्स होती हैं, ज़्यादा काम करती हैं मर्दों के तुलना में?
I will answer that, but just before, to give some context, the biological clock of a woman and the economical clock of the woman are at war with each other. So the peak of the time for any human being to go out, attempt things, is between age 25 to 40.
Right.
And that's a very different age group that women go through in general. I mean, this is not just true for India, this is true globally. So most of the entrepreneurs that you find in women are, outside of this bracket. But one thing is for sure that, and it goes back even in school, the toppers used to be all girls, right? Because they are very focused, they're very sharp, they're very craft driven. Given a thing, they do it to the perfection. So all I have to do as an investor is to not doubt the craft because that's there. I just have to doubt or check the desire and that want to become and to do something for society or for themselves. The cause could be different. Some people are societal driven, some people are self-driven, some people are driven to attract, some sort of a whatever you want to call that. But that combination of craft and desire is a very rare. In men, with very less craft, they can be a lot more desirable. And then they do that all the time. But with women, I think all you have to just get that testament right that, oh, okay, there's a person who wants to do something. And chances are that the success ratio is very high. Kyunki craft to hai. Desire agar mil jati hai usse, so then that multiplying effect results into something very meaningful and outcome. So Meera is sitting around that, I'm also an investor in her startup as well, shows that, really want to take this step forward and support as many companies as possible, both in an individual capacity.
जी, MSMEs का सचिन एक चुनौती बहुत सारी हैं, उनके फाइनेंस को लेकर, मार्केट को एक्सेस करने को लेकर और मेंटरशिप को एक्सेस करने को लेकर। लेकिन अगर आप एक महिला एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं तो ये चुनौतियाँ मैनी फोल्ड हो जाती हैं, ये हकीकत है इस वक्त इसकी?
हाँ और ना दोनों. Again, there is a very small proportion of the mentorship and the investors which are very, very focused towards that aspect and very favorable. In fact, for me, it's not a neutral, it's a positive sign if we get a women entrepreneur. Because, as I said, we feel the success hit ratio is very high. It may not become a unicorn or a decacorn or things like that, but my money also is very safe. It's not going down, or it's not going to get lost, because their truthfulness to the business, their integrity quotients are very, very high, which is a very positive thing for an investor. You know, if I'm putting money on the table and I know that there is a huge chance that this money can be misutilized, and we have not tens, hundreds of instances in India and globally where money was misutilized by the entrepreneurs at different times, which is a big relaxation that I get with the women entrepreneurs. So the percentage of people support that is less, it's a fact. It's also a changing population, it's increasing. The number of women entrepreneurs have gone 800% in the last 5 years. But any percentage on a small base can be higher. I know that. But the fact is that from here till next 5 to 10 years, I think they will enjoy tailwinds of both government and the investment fraternity. The only thing that I feel the gap is desire. I think if we can, by societal interventions, by government interventions, by parental interventions, by community interventions, if we can propel and push the desire, I think rest of the stuff is ready. The craft is ready, the integrity is high, the sense of ownership is very high. All of these are entrepreneurial, ingredients, and that one ingredient which goes missing is like the salt in a dish, right? It tastes bland without it, and that salt is desire.
तो मंशा होनी चाहिए और ब्रेकिंग बैरियर्स, ये चर्चा का मुद्दा है. लेकिन सोनल, एक क्लीशे लाइन में यूज़ करूँगी, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर इमर्जिंग बिजनेस में महिलाएं चल रही हैं, लेकिन इसकी एक बड़ी तस्वीर, एक लार्जर पिक्चर अगर हम देखें तो ये हमारे समाज में जेंडर इक्वालिटी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी अहम भूमिका निभा सकती हैं.
बिल्कुल. इनफैक्ट जो भारत सरकार का विकसित भारत का जो एजेंडा है और मिशन है, उसको हम अचीव नहीं कर सकते. एंड आई थिंक मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द रिसर्च और इकोनॉमिस्ट जो हैं उन्होंने ये बोला है कि वी हैव अ वेरी लिमिटेड टाइमलाइन लेफ्ट. 10 से 15 साल के बीच में इफ़ वी डू नॉट मेक दोज इंटेंसिव एफर्ट्स टू ब्रिंग आर फीमेल लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन टू 50% लेवल, देयर इज़ नो कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड विच हैज़ बिकम डेवलप्ड without women's equal participation in the labor force. So जब तक हम उस level को और आगे नहीं ले जाते, and thankfully that is increasing, now we are at 37%. So till the time we increase economic participation of women, it's very difficult for all of us to be, to reap the benefits of being a developed country. So that is extremely critical. Second, it is extremely critical, no civilized society, can reap the benefits of human development. Right. And, we can't go up in human well-being if half of your population is deprived of a number of things. So that's not possible. So that it is also a moral imperative to achieve gender equality. And there are multiple fronts on which we have to work. जैसे it's not only entrepreneurship, but entrepreneurship, employment के साथ safety, mobility improve करना महिलाओं की, young girls को confidence देना, also giving them the confidence to take up entrepreneurship. और जो entrepreneurship की pipeline है women की, उसको और strong करना. And also उसके साथ साथ increasing care infrastructure, so that more and more women have the support system that they need, whether it's from outside or from their families, but that support is required
to start their business. बहुत छोटे में आखिरी comments आप दोनों से, आप दोनों सफल achievers हैं, और क्या ये बदलाव आया जब आपकी सफलता आपके बैलेंस शीट में दिखाई देने लगी, सोसाइटी में, फैमिली में? आप दोनों से मेरा सवाल.
आई थिंक सो. अब ऐसा होने लगा है कि हम फैमिली के साथ ट्रैवल करते हैं तो एयर होस्टेस पहचानती हैं क्योंकि हम शार्क टैंक में आए थे, या कहीं पे कस्टमर मिल जाता है एक एवतार का, तो आई थिंक माय इन लॉज, माय पेरेंट्स, दे फील वेरी प्राउड. या वो पूछते हैं आपकी बहू क्या करती है, उन्होंने बोला उनका एक वेंचर है एवतार, तो कोई मिल जाता है बोलता हाँ मैंने उनकी सर्विसेज ली हैं. तो ये छोटे छोटे मोमेंट्स ऑफ प्राइड होते हैं, एंड thankfully translating very well into financials and numbers also.
So, Meera?
Bilkul. Family is extremely proud, especially my daughter and my parents. You know, they can't stop sharing stories and, show the pride that, they feel. So, जैसे balance sheet profitability आती है, तो हर जगह से it becomes positive for sure.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप लोगों ने इस चर्चा में हिस्सा लिया। आधी आबादी तैयार है इमर्जिंग बिजनेस का हिस्सा बनने के लिए, कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर आगे चलने के लिए। बहुत शुक्रिया। अगला सेशन कुछ ही देर में। आप सभी पैनलिस्ट का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जाने से पहले एक फ़ोटो और उस फेलिसिटेशन। This for you. Please stay. This is Soumya. Soumya, this is for you. Okay. This is Meera. Ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for taking our time. Thank you.
बात हो गई.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my colleague Suchetna will carry forward the next session. Suchetna.
Okay. ऊपर जाऊं? Yeah. Hello, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to invite my panelists for the next session for the day. We're going to talk about startups and MSMEs building synergies for India's growth. And join me in welcoming Punita Kumar Sinha. She's Independent Director and former Senior MD of Blackstone. We're very happy that she's taken the time out to join us from DC. We also have with us Alok Mittal, founder NDTV, Anil Bhardwaj, Secretary General FISME, and Madhav Kasturia, founder Zippy. Request all of you to please join me on stage. A round of applause would be nice. Thank you. Please. I'm just waiting for a minute for Punita. Okay. Right. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me here. Punita, thank you very much for taking the time out. It must be an unearthly hour there, yet you took the time out for NDTV. Thank you once again. Punita, I'm going to begin this session with you. And my first question is going to be about funding and investment, given your large experience in it. You know, MSMEs often face barriers in attracting institutional investment compared to startups. What steps can be taken to make the MSME sector more attractive to private equity and venture capital investors?
Well, first of all, I think MSMEs, a number of them are getting government funding. So I think it's very important that the government support is there at the very early stages. And there is an MSME, exchange also now, where companies can list informally, and that's attracting a lot of capital. But I think first and foremost, it's family support, it's government support, And only then can you get venture capital support, because venture capital invests in early stage startups to late stage, and then companies either list or they go into the private equity funding model, and then after that they list. So there are many stages of capital raising, but it's very important that the idea is good. Second, the governance has to be very good, because the biggest issue facing MSMEs is trust and whether the companies are going to survive. So if any investor or family office or high net worth individual wants to invest, the biggest risk they face and worry about is trust. And so it's very important that you have credible people on the board. If you can create a board, although it may not be required, credible members on the management team, and then a great business case. So if you can put all of that together, then I think SMEs will not be much different than startups. And all these requirements also exist for startups as well. I've just been on board of a couple of startups, and one of them, MobiQuick, just had its IPO. And they started off as a small firm, funded mostly by the entrepreneurs themselves, bootstrapped by the entrepreneurs. You could, at that point, almost like an SME, and then they grew into being more venture capital funded, and now they've institutionalized their management team, their board, and finally now they've been able to do an IPO. So I think there are many, many things that go into creating a great MSME.
Right. Punita, I'll take off from you on and keep to the question of finance and funding, and I'll come to Alok with this question. Access to fund is a huge issue for MSMEs, but the bigger challenge here is actually risk underwriting. How are startups bridging that, the fintech sector bridging that? Tell us something about NDTV as well. How is NDTV looking at bridging that gap?
Thanks, Suchetna, for having me here. Most of the impact that startups, including NDTV, are having on MSME credit is in terms of reimagining how credit should be underwritten. Conventionally, if you have paid back credit in the past well, that makes you eligible for more credit in the future. Right? A lot of it is also based on the formalization level of the MSME. And because of that, the micro and the smaller MSMEs have not had access to financing. Almost 85% of Indian MSMEs don't have any access to formal financing. What we are doing is we are trying to use other data sources besides the proven credit repayment track record to be able to qualify customers. So for example, what do the cash flows of the business look like? Right? Today, with the account aggregator coming upstream, it is possible for us to automatically ingest the deposit account statements of a business and be able to analyze that to understand both the risk signals as well as eligibility signals, right? What does the working capital cycle look like, and hence how much money should be given to a particular MSME. Similarly, we have seen that the level of digitization that MSMEs are adopting is turning out to be a good indicator of their prospective credit performance. What I mean is that MSME promoters who are at the leading edge of digitization are demonstrating a degree of aspiration, a degree of growth appetite in their choice of digitization, which then also translates into their willingness to pay back money and continue to build the business forward. These are the kind of new data points that we are bringing into the credit evaluation realm, and hence being able to cover a larger set of MSMEs in the credit spectrum.
Absolutely. Anilji, I'll come to you with the next question. I'll talk to you specifically about the collaboration that is possible between MSMEs and startups. MSMEs, they can take, there's many things they can take from startups, the agility, the spirit of innovation. What are the other such areas where you think where startups, MSMEs are best suited to learn from from startups, sorry.
Good afternoon to you, and thank you NDTV for inviting me. See, yesterday across the media platforms, one news appeared which was very, very important, and that is that in India's economic journey, for the first time, the services exports increased or surpassed the merchandise exports. And this is a news that should set the alarm bells ringing among the policymakers. Why? See, exports or ability to exports is the benchmark of competitiveness. That your whatever produce you are doing or services you are providing are competitive globally. So increasingly what is happening is that India's exports, goods exports is shrinking, whereas the services exports are increasing. We are seeing this also in the domestic manufacturing also, and it will have naturally its implications on the employment, etc. If you look at China, for example, the goods exports is almost 10 times than the services exports. So they export approximately $3 trillion worth of goods and around $300 billion equivalent to India is their services exports. In case of Germany, it is 6 times, goods exports is 6 times than the services exports. Even US is double, I mean, they export goods, the quantity of which is, a value of which is almost double than the services exports. Although it is world's largest exporter of services, $1 trillion.
It is a very old-held paradigm that to be a developed nation, your manufacturing will have to overtake services in terms of exports.
So the point here is that in order for the manufacturing to survive and grow, it is necessary that they take advantage of the innovation that startup community is producing in India. Currently, they are operating completely in different silos. They are not talking to each other, and they have not been able to take advantage of each other's presence. Whereas Indian MSMEs have cracked the code that how to survive the regulatory environment that we have in India, which is pretty challenging. Whereas the startups are finding it difficult to get the scale.
Yes.
So if both of them marry, if the twain meet, then what we would be able to see is that Indian MSME manufacturing services would be able to, Indian manufacturing would be able to take advantage of innovation that the startups are producing, and startups would be able to get the scale that they are looking for. I think then it would be a win-win for both.
Anil, I'll come back to what solutions we can propose from this discussion. But before that, I'd like to go to Madhav. Madhav, as Anilji just mentioned, that to scale, for a startup to scale, you would require to tap into the large MSMEs that we have. So for you, what are the opportunities that you see coming in from MSMEs as far as the demand side of your business is concerned?
No, I think what he just mentioned was absolutely correct. It's a two-way street, right? If SMEs and MSMEs benefit from the startup ecosystem, it goes two ways, right? If you look at a bunch of use cases in the ecosystem, right from urban company and its service providers, all the way to Uber and its fleet operators, all the way to maybe the new upcoming EV companies and their charging station operators, right? For us, on the startup side, I think a lot of these companies are focusing on demand. The supply side is where the SMEs and the MSMEs provide a very strong supply and act as a backbone. So I mentioned various use cases, right? If you go deeper and you look at other use cases, whether it's the consumer ecosystem and the warehousing network, whether it's the delivery ecosystem and the delivery rider network, right? You will find thousands and lakhs of such service providers, which are essentially MSMEs. They act as a backbone and supply for a lot of these companies focusing on demand. So I think that's very, very important for the startup ecosystem. They can bank on this entire network. And as you go down from the metro cities down to the tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s, tier 4s, this network becomes stronger.
Absolutely. Puneet, I'll come to you with my next question. You know, from an investor's perspective, what would you identify as the most untapped opportunity in the collaboration between these two sectors? And as Anilji mentioned, startups and MSMEs, they continue to operate in silos.
Well, I'm not sure whether they do operate in silos, because in the sectors that I have seen, they actually work quite well together. So for instance, I was giving you the example of MobiKwik. I was also on the board of Payments Bank before they listed and when they were, really just a startup in that sense. And in the fintech space, at least, there is a very high level of collaboration for both of them to succeed. So for instance, the MobiKwiks or the Finos, they are their success rides on signing up a lot more merchants to serve the underserved communities for financial service products. So whether it's when they want to get their products out to rural areas, they actually sign up a lot of the merchants who are already in those areas because they don't have the reach by themselves. Even the banks, for that matter, do not have the reach in all these rural areas. So they have to work with MSMEs and startups to get credit out to the last mile. And so they signing up, the more merchants you have, the more your products are able to reach the last mile. And so you work very closely together with how I would call each of them an MSME. Now, in the auto sector, where also I've been on the board of a few companies, we also, the dealers are very, very important part of the ecosystem to work with the automobile manufacturer. And so each dealer could also be called an MSME in many, many ways. And so that relationship between companies and MSMEs are very, very important because the MSMEs serve a very important purpose, which is bringing the customer in areas that are underserved. So if you have an MSME that is operating in an underserved areas, I think then you actually have a niche that can be very, very valuable for your own growth and for the growth of the ecosystem and for the growth of the economy. So I go back to financing and funding. For any business, I think funding and financing are very, very important because without financing, you can't scale. And to get financing, you need to have the right attributes. And to the extent MSMEs can get government support, that's great. To the extent that they can get support from other investors, they should operate in areas which are underserved and products that would provide a service to their ecosystem that isn't available from perhaps anything else. So competitive advantage, niche product, all of those, location, business. And so I mean, I can't speak for all sectors, but I think basically all sectors of the Indian economy work very closely with MSMEs for lots of little things. And so there's a huge level of collaboration.
Thank you, Punita. I'll come to Alok with a question. That is, when you look closely at MSMEs, this entire layer of digitization that they ride on is actually built by startups. What are the different areas of collaboration when it comes to digital tools that startups are building for MSMEs?
Yeah, I think there are 3 or 4 important categories. One, as Punita was mentioning, payments is a key one. And for retail businesses, of course, UPI, is the largest port of call. But there's also a fair bit of payment automation that is happening for corporate payments. So especially for small and mid-sized businesses, that's a compelling opportunity to streamline things like, reconciliation, payment transactions, digitizing those. The footprint of payment digitization also creates the credit opportunity. Right. So, if formalization was, taxes and filing audited returns 10 years back, today formalization means, having a digital payment track record. And that is the basis on which many of us who are doing cash flow based lending would underwrite a customer, right? The third area is, as was mentioned, act as suppliers on on startup platforms. Right, so everything you look at, the examples of Uber, but for larger MSMEs, all the sellers on Amazon, all the sellers on Flipkart are MSME businesses. Right, all the restaurants sitting on a Zomato or a Swiggy are MSME businesses. All the contract manufacturers to Moglix are MSME businesses. Right. So I think there is a tremendous opportunity to partner there, and from an MSME standpoint, increase and diversify their demand footprint through partnership with startups. The fourth leg, I think, is the software layer. There has been a lot of activity in the startup world to build software that makes MSMEs more efficient. Right? Whether this is in the working capital management and the account payable side, whether it is on the accounting side of things, whether it is in managing customer interface. So I think digitization is also offering a strong automation opportunity for MSMEs. And thereby bring in some of the competitiveness that we spoke about earlier. Some of those are a matter of public policy. But many of these are a matter of operating efficiency, which can be triggered through some of these startup tools. So I think payments, credit, software, and supply. I think those are the four kind of key elements in my mind where digitization can help MSMEs grow much more efficiently.
Right. Madhav, I'll come to you with this question. That is, looking at your business, which is Zippy, you provide dark stores for companies which are MSMEs as well as much larger companies. What are the other areas you think in which a greater collaboration between you and your MSME partners are possible? Tell me from a Zippy lens.
From a Zippy lens, we enable super fast deliveries for about 150 plus customers today across 13 cities. But dark store is not the only synergy. If you go 10 years back in time, look at the entire e-commerce era, right? That's when the largest 6 courier companies were born, right? They're not actually the people who are delivering. If you go down into the pin codes, there are certain these MSME providers picking up the loads from these larger e-commerce companies, delivering them hyper locally, right? That's the larger opportunity. The larger opportunity is not dark stores, it's actually last mile. From our lens, I think that's the biggest synergy.
Right. Anil, I'll come to you. You know, startups are touted to be these global disruptors, while MSMEs continue to be the backbone of our economy. So it is in the interest of India that both these sectors collaborate and create a win-win situation. So from that perspective, what are the solutions that you would provide on the problem that you began with in your first answer?
Let me again reiterate one thing, that when I was saying that they work in silos, is primarily the manufacturing MSMEs on the one side and the startups. If you look at the startups, in the 140,000 startups that we have approximately registered with DPIIT up till August 24, almost all of them are in the services sector. And if you look at the top 40, not even one is the manufacturing, is in the manufacturing segment. So what I'm trying to say is that, the service innovation has not been able to has not been able to marry with the manufacturing MSMEs. And that's why Indian MSMEs have not been able to take advantage of many of the competitive advantages that perhaps they could have if they start talking to each other. That was the point. So the question that how it could be done, I think one would be that can we build a platform where both of them can start talking. When we are talking about manufacturing MSMEs, they are not more than 30 lakh MSMEs. I mean 6.5 crore, etc. This is all political figures. This is not reality. The fact is that we hardly have approximately 30 lakh MSMEs, which are in the manufacturing segment. As a matter of fact, number of companies or factories that employ more than 10 people is just 2.5 lakh. So if we have 1,40,000 startups and 2,50,000 as manufacturing enterprises, I think it's possible to create such a platform where they can start leveraging each other's strengths.
Right. I'll go a little deeper into what Anilji is saying, and please both of you chime in whenever you want to. That is, sir, the reason why startups, young entrepreneurs like Madhav do not want to get into the manufacturing space, and I speak to a large number of them, is because of the maze of regulatory and compliance challenges. That is an area where MSMEs have mastered beautifully over the last many, many decades. How can they, in that way, collaborate? Because startup young entrepreneurs do not want to get into it at all.
Correct. You are absolutely right. Indian regulatory system or Indian ecosystem that we have, business ecosystem, has created quite a number of difficulties for manufacturing. So, but we have enough number of enterprises that have mastered this, that have cracked the code, as I say. So if the startups, if they have some innovative idea for manufacturing, for improving the quality of the product, for better services, etc., and they start collaborating with the manufacturers who have already mastered the idea of working in India, then I think it would be in the interest of both, as well as for the country. The MSMEs would be able to take advantage of the competitiveness, and they would be able to get the scale that they are looking for.
Alok, why don't you come here? As an investor, you interact with a large cross-section of startup founders. What is the pulse that you feel? Do they want to get into manufacturing? We all understand that it's a sector which is poised for great growth, but again, regulatory and compliance challenges make it a little unattractive.
Yeah, I think the real opportunity here is as under, right? It's not whether startups want to get into manufacturing or not. The startup financing model, angel investors, VCs,
right, risk capital,
they don't like asset-intensive businesses. I think that is where the real opportunity is, right? And all the assets are being owned by MSMEs, right? So suddenly you have this opportunity where startups, when they want to get into manufacturing-oriented businesses, they will want to partner with a lot of MSMEs, right? Rather than build their own plants and machine.
Yes.
So if you look at, Moglix, for example, right? They will bring in a lot of demand, but they are, as a purist business model, not interested in setting up factories.
Right.
For vertical integration in some categories, they may start to acquire factories, right? But net, they don't want to be an asset-intensive business. And that is where the real collaboration opportunity comes in. That also lands up leveraging the MSME's own ability to manage regulation, drive a certain quality of output, maintain consistency. But what ensures that the startups are not competitive to MSMEs but collaborating is this fundamental notion of being asset light.
Right.
So, we used to see those pictures, छोटी-छोटी मछलियां बन के एक बड़ी मछली बन जाते थे और वो shark को भगा देते थे. That is the battle we are fighting, right? Because most startups are trying to aggregate a lot of MSMEs, give them that framework to look like a big fish,
right,
and go against the large corporates. Right. So that is where the synergy in my mind comes in.
But in the interest of the Indian economy, perhaps a symbiosis would be a better term for it. Before I come to you, Puneet, quick word from Madhav. Madhav, in your business with Zippy, when you interact with MSMEs or even your partners who are large companies, what are the services that they most appreciate from startups like you?
I think from startups like us, the key factor that a lot of these small emerging businesses value is no strings attached. So when they're going with larger players, larger established players, they come in with their own set of terms and conditions, with their own set of lock-ins. When they're working with new age insurgent players like us, it's for us, like in our agreements, we don't have lock-in periods, we don't have any minimum guarantees. It's a plug and play. You keep your inventory, you sell your inventory and you move out. Right? So that's very important for small and emerging businesses because for them, that minimum guarantee pinches them at that scale in that business.
Right. Absolutely. Puneeta, final words from you on a suggestion that Anilji made a while back, which is how about creating a platform where we ensure that startups and MSMEs talk to each other on areas of collaboration, and this platform perhaps would work best if it is supported by associations like his FISME along with policymakers and the government. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, first of all, it's not just that the MSMEs need to speak to the startups. MSMEs need to speak to large corporates as well. Because if you look, as I was listening, one of the questions you were asking is in the manufacturing sector. I just wanted to make a comment that in the manufacturing sector, for instance, it's the automobile, auto components, used parts, there are lots of MSMEs. And so there are MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. Textile, for example, is another area where you do see a lot of MSMEs. Pharma, drugstores, I would call them MSMEs. So there's a lot of MSMEs across different sectors, even in manufacturing. And I think what is most important, as I said, is you've got to have something that, in addition to financing, that will help you grow and access your partners. So whether it's technology, whether it's location, whether it is reach, it's a number of things. And I think one of the things that I find is that access to working capital is also very important. Not just long-term credit, but working capital, because a lot of MSMEs struggle on a day-to-day basis because they're, even if they have partners, they don't often, their vendors aren't always paying them on time. And so they struggle just on working capital and sometimes they just can't survive because of that. So partnership at many levels is important, and a platform that you're saying, I think is a great idea. Here's another idea for some startup to create a platform. And if there is a platform where everybody comes together and talks, then I think it will definitely help. But as I said, there is an MSME exchange that has kind of informally come up where investors are able to tap into a lot of these MSMEs. So that itself needs to be given a lot more prominence, a lot more visibility, awareness that such a platform already exists.
Thank you, Punita, for that. We have absolutely run out of time on that note of a solution of a platform that will be created. I'm going to wrap up this panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being on this panel. Thank you so much, Punita, for taking the time out. It's over to my colleague, Vishnu Shom, for the next panel. I would request my panelists to come up on stage. It's a small memento that I'd like to give away to the three of you. Punita will send across yours and a group photo. Mr. Anil Bharadwaj from FISME. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alok Mittal of NDTV. Thank you for making the time. Thank you. And Madhav from Zippy. Thank you for making the time.
So much.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Pleasure. I think they'd want to do short. Come out. After you.
Okay.
Digital bags. उनके साथ कर लीजिए तब तक.
Come. Come, please. Can I invite Mr. Rajneesh Kumar to also come up, please?
I don't actually see him in the room.
Is Mr. Kumar here? We're just waiting for him to come up.
No, he's definitely not in the room.
Can we just ask Mr. Kumar to come in? His session is on. He's on his way. He's here. Where is he, Neha? He's on a call. I'm sorry. He's on a call. Yeah, I don't know. He's here. He's just on a call. Yeah? All right. Well, in our fast-paced world, leaders are at the helm of navigating through a sea of change. From the corridors of power in Delhi to the bustling tech hubs of Bangalore, India is setting the stage for global leadership. Today, we delve into navigating the future, leadership, policy, and global opportunities. We'll explore how policy reforms are catalyzing innovation, with the MSME sector becoming a linchpin for economic resilience. Global challenges like climate change and AI are reshaping our policy landscape, offering unprecedented opportunities for growth. How are India's leaders steering through these waters? What international partnerships are being forged to turn challenges into avenues for prosperity? Stay with us as we unpack these critical issues, offering insights into the strategies that will define India's trajectory in the global arena. I'm joined by Shubhrakant Panda, MD of IMFA. Thanks very much for being with us. And we'll be joined shortly by Rajneesh Kumar, Chairperson of MasterCard India. Thank you very much, Mr. Panda, for being with us. Let's talk a little bit first about global competitiveness. And I ask you this because with the rise of protectionist forces around the world, and I think there is a real worry about, for example, the United States and the policies which they might have, how might this impact the growth or the ability of Indian MSMEs as they progress outward?
Well, first of all, Vishnu, thank you for inviting me onto this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, the question you asked, I think, goes to the heart of India's growth ambitions, which is how do we rank in terms of competitiveness, because that is absolutely the most important aspect if we are to make a mark as Indian companies, whether large, medium, or small, on the global platform. And in that regard, I think first I'd like to just touch upon a little bit of what has happened over the last decade or more in terms of making Indian companies more competitive. So the various measures for improving the ease of doing business, such as decriminalizing minor offenses and various other steps which have been taken, and also from a point of view of reducing the cost of doing business. I think both of these initiatives and generally reforms born out of conviction is the way I would put it, is what has added to the competitiveness of Indian entities, right? Now, when we look at what are the opportunities which arise, I think clearly there is a, with India's rise, we are now the 5th largest economy in the world, going to be the 3rd largest in a couple of years or thereabouts. This creates opportunities not just for Indian companies within India or investors looking to come into the Indian ecosystem, but also for Indian entities looking to go out. And from that perspective, I think the opportunities which are there, especially in terms of being part of global value chains, etc., is critical. And from that point of, looking at it from that perspective, I think the world's our oyster really in terms of, I think Indian, corporate India today is in a very good space where what used to be a twin balance sheet problem is today you find many of the cyclical sectors have deleveraged and are in a strong position. Banks have raised funds and are in a position to fund growth. The opportunity which arises in terms of both servicing a large domestic market as well as growth opportunities overseas is what we must really focus on encashing.
Mr. Kumar, as we look at the Indian MSME story, it would be interesting to see how a country like China has actually worked their MSME sector. Obviously, their regulation is very different, the nature of their industry very different, but MSMEs have also contributed greatly to the creation of special hubs, for example, Shenzhen itself. Could you give us an idea of how that in some senses may be aspirational for us?
Yeah, so role of MSMEs, we all know that how critical they are when it comes to the economy and employment generation capability. In India, for a long time, this was more informal sector. What is happening and what has happened over a period of time because of the reforms, like particularly GST reforms, the formalization of the economy is happening. It is taking a little bit of time for the MSMEs to adjust to that new environment.
Yes.
But today, from bank's perspective or from lending perspective, particularly about if we look at the availability of finance, the formalization and the digitization, both are and will make it easier for MSEs to access credit at least. The other part, which is about the bureaucracy, about the productivity, efficiency, or if you look at the other factors of production, like electricity rates are very high, that is more to do with the attitudes and the laws of the country. But the fact is that our MSMEs, because they work in a slightly difficult environment as compared to many other countries, the entrepreneurship element is very high.
Sure. I just wanted to, Mr. Panda, talk to you, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we also need to look at the future. And obviously, skilling is a key part of that. If we are to achieve the potential of our demographic dividend, then obviously the MSME sector has to contribute massively because young people employed in this sector need to be appropriately skilled. There's a huge number of jobs out there if we can generate those jobs and if people are skilled. So how can you link, A, the demographic dividend to the MSME sector, and how important is skilling to that?
So you're absolutely right about 2 points here, Vishnu. One is that India is today not just the most populous nation in the world, but also the youngest. And this at a time when, generally speaking, the rest of the world is aging.
Yeah.
And that opens up a huge opportunity for us. But you have to be able to skill the young people appropriately for jobs. And as you correctly put it, let me just look at a slightly different angle. Yeah. Many of those jobs that that we are looking at today may not exist in their present form. But equally, there are, if you look at AI and other areas, there are lots of opportunities which will arise for which appropriate skilling needs to be done. And equally, I think linking it with MSMEs is important because, we talk about the growth of the manufacturing sector. It's been in that 15 to 17% range. The government aims to take it to 25% and beyond. And all boats rise with the tide. So when the manufacturing sector grows, the MSMEs sector will have a huge role to play because it's not just in India, everywhere else in the world as well. MSMEs provide the bulk of, job opportunities. So that is one aspect of it. And, skilling has many different aspects. It's not just the initial skilling, but, skilling is a continuous process. I think industry needs to play a role in the skilling curriculum because in order to ensure that people are employment ready from day one, yeah, if I can put it that way. But one final element I'd like to add is let's not also forget the success of the startup sector in India. And, a couple of the previous panels talked about startups. And we must not be only a nation of job seekers. We must be job creators as well. And that's where I think, how the startup sector has sort of grown rapidly and in a positive manner disrupted entrenched interests and created value is something. I think it's both it's a combination of the startup sector and skilling, etc. So we're looking at both job creators as well as opportunities for our young population.
So much, Mr. Kumar, of our startups are based around the digital economy. And yet there is, when we talk about the MSME sector, so much potential associated with India's digital backend. This is only growing. We are moving from 5G to 6G. There is so much opportunity to be part of the digital economy. And yet we have in many sectors a traditional MSME background. How can that change? And how can our digital economy actually contribute to the MSME sector?
Yeah, because MSME, it's a very wide segment.
Yeah.
We have to understand. If we are, say, talking about micro enterprises, like, say, handicraft sector. So there obviously digitization can play a role in creating the digital market.
Yeah.
So it's not that digitization can't help them. They may not be very digital savvy, although I beg to differ because now adoption of, because of the mobile and internet, the penetration has increased. So digitization helps to improve, and it can be in many areas, whether it is production, or it is marketing, or it is availment of credit. As far as the startups are concerned, you're right that they have played on the technology in a big way. And even if you look at the startups in this sector, in India, they have started doing very well because of the opening of the opportunities there. So in India, there is no dearth of opportunities because we are a growing population. We are 140 crore. We will become 170 crore by 2050. And for the traditional sectors, the market support is the most critical, and that is where the procurement, even by the e-commerce companies, quick commerce companies, that is going to happen, and there the digital channels will become more prominent. But when it comes to production, if I'm taking this as an example, so in production, they are obviously not going to use robots or technology. It is all handicraft. So it all depends upon the nature and the size and the product.
Sure.
But if the companies which are part of, say, auto sector supply chain, so there it is inevitable that you cannot survive unless you are very now tech savvy and high tech.
You had a point to make?
I wanted to add to something that Mr. Kumar mentioned. So last year when I headed FICCI, we had done a survey on MSMEs titled Awareness of and Preparedness for Digitalization and Sustainability. And in as much as digitalization was concerned, actually there is obviously a fair degree of awareness. I mean, I don't think there are very many people here who, and even in businesses, who don't adopt digital payment methods, etc. But that apart, I think digitalization is all-encompassing, and there is a lot that can be done. The access to finance that Mr. Kumar mentioned about, also in terms of the interface between MSMEs and various authorities or agencies. If you look at regulation today, the ability of MSMEs, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't follow regulations, but their ability to really file dozens of forms and various other things is a lot less, as compared to larger companies which have people available to do all of that. But areas like this can be made a lot smoother through digitalization initiatives, and that is being done in many areas. So what was very heartening to see was obviously the level of awareness and the desire to pick that thread up in order to make their lives easier, as well as add to efficiencies.
Mr. Kumar, you mentioned the word credit, and obviously that's critical and something that you look at very closely. Why do we still continue to face this huge problem of credit being easily available to the MSME sector?
I have a little bit of a different view on this. As I said, that because of the formalization of the sector and availability of data, the underwriting for the banks, NBFCs, it has become much easier than what it used to be 10 years ago. Today, if I want to underwrite a loan as a bank, I have access to a lot of information. So the cash flow based lending, or where the lender has capability to assess the cash flow and has the ability to capture the cash flow, then getting the loan is not that difficult. There's a little bit of issue around secured and unsecured, where even our regulators will have to take a balanced approach, in my view. A cash flow based lending, typically, because there is no collateral security, it is treated as unsecured.
Right.
Whereas always the regulators have also pushed that the lending should be cash flow based. These enterprises may not have the collateral security to offer. So if it is a cash flow based lending where lender is able to capture, why should we not give the loan?
No, absolutely.
But because it will be categorized as unsecured, then it makes the task of the lenders difficult.
Yes.
So this is something for debate, but I tell you that if today any MSME, which is part of the formal sector, if they are, even if they are not paying too much income tax, but if they are filing income tax, if they are part of the GST, if they have been registered as on the Udyam portal, if they have identifiable cash flow, getting credit is much easier, and there is a sufficient number of players and competition in the market.
Right.
Pricing, it will always be an issue, because when the lenders are underwriting the loan, if the sector or the particular borrower, if they consider to be high risk, then the pricing becomes high.
Yeah.
But still it is better than what they do or at what cost they get from the informal sector.
Sure.
And I have big hope that the platform which Reserve Bank of India is building, called ULI,
yes,
it will democratize credit availability.
So let's hope that that takes place, and we'll talk about that.
It will happen, and that is the next big thing which is going to happen.
Sure. I just wanted to quickly move on to one or two, since time is, of this thing. When we talk about sustainability, which is such an international buzzword, and you've got traditional MSMEs, which are based on practices, based on low capital, having environmental friendly and sustainable practices is often not viable. It's just impossible. And yet we don't have an option. And the MSME sector contributes so heavily to our economy. How does one find the balance?
So, I think we have to discard old thought processes in this regard and look at something that in order for an entity, whether large or small, to succeed on a global scale, I think you have to be competitive, which is what we talked about first. Sustainable practices are an absolute must, and quality.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about sustainability. So the same report that I was talking about, which we had done at FICCI last year, one element was digitalization and the other was sustainability. And what we were very pleasantly surprised to see was that there was a fair degree of awareness, and actually quite a bit of work had been done by MSMEs, which was led by their being part of supply chains.
Right.
So larger companies which have their own sustainability requirements and compliances to take care of have a big role to play in terms of ensuring that their own supply chains, which at some point in time that starts transcending into the MSME space. So I think helped by the larger components of the supply chain, MSMEs have been able to meet some of the requirements of sustainability. But more importantly, there was a fair degree of appreciation of the opportunities that they will be excluded from if they are not seen as adopting sustainability practices, or to put it in a positive manner, the opportunities that they can grab if they are able to do that. So now the question is, how do you handhold them? I think this is where corporates, government, etc. have to come together, because as far as the larger companies are concerned, obviously they either know what to do or have the ability to go to the pricey consultants or otherwise to chalk out an action plan. But this is where I think MSMEs will need handholding. But many of the, there are many ways to skin the cat, as they put it. I mean, one of the low-hanging fruit is perhaps renewable energy. And if MSMEs particularly are part of industrial estates, etc., where there is common infrastructure for renewable energy, so these are the sorts of ways that can be done. But I think the positive angle here is that MSMEs in general, there is a fairly high degree of awareness of the importance of sustainability and a desire to do the right thing. Many of them are doing it, helped by large corporates, and I think others need a little bit of handholding to go down that path.
Sure. Mr. Kumar, the big buzzword now, of course, is AI. And, we've got a traditional MSME space, which is labor-intensive, which is traditional. And then you've got new technology which comes in, often offering replacements. Some would say retrenchments. Many disagree with that. But the AI is here to stay. Is there a link that we need to look at with our MSME sector?
So about AI, I think there is a lot of discussion. But what would be the end use?
Yes.
That is more important. Say, for example, in manufacturing, large-scale manufacturing, where already a lot of work is done by robots. There, AI can play a very big role. Wherever there is a large language processing involved, say, example, in the judicial system, the use of AI would be immense. But again, amongst the traditional sectors, I don't think that it's going to impact that much. I don't know what is Mr. Pandya's view on this. But on the, particularly micro and small enterprises,
it won't have an impact.
I don't think that will be impacted. There are certain sectors of knowledge economy, like I said about, like whether it is education, healthcare, judicial processes, there the use cases of AI would be much more. So larger corporates, they may be impacted more.
Right.
The micro and small may not be impacted as much.
Sure.
It may open up more opportunities and job shift can take place. And I will give you just one example that when I joined the bank in 1980, everything was manual. And there was a huge resistance that if we computerize, then there will be job loss.
Right.
It's a fact that number of jobs in the bank might have reduced, but the job it created in the IT sector, that has been much more. And today banks serve more than 100 crore people. Without technology, it would have not been possible. So whenever a new technology comes, these apprehensions would always be there. But I believe that if in certain sectors jobs get reduced, there will be many more sectors where jobs will be created.
Mr. Panda?
I completely agree with him. I think where due to AI and machine learning, where jobs might be at risk will be, low skill, low level, repetitive jobs. Those could possibly be at risk, or again, large language models in certain niche areas. Those could be at risk. But I think there is much more to be gained from adopting AI than lost, and I completely endorse his views that if there are losses in job losses in certain areas because of the use of AI, then it will be more than made up in other areas. And I don't think it's a question of either or. It's not a question of either we adopt AI entirely or we do not. I mean, so it's a question of blending these two and finding that optimal mix. And I'm personally of the opinion that I think human oversight in certain areas is critical as much as AI. I mean, that might change 100 years from now, I don't know, but 50 years from now, I can't say. But for the moment, I think it's one shouldn't get spooked by it, but look at how do we harness it for the benefit of mankind.
All right, well, I'd like to thank both of you very much for being with us today. From sustainability to AI to new opportunities to where we stand vis-a-vis other countries, the MSME sector is so very important for the future, particularly 2047 and where we intend to go. Will we realize the true potential of the MSME sector? Thank you very much indeed. We've got a small memento for both of you. If you can just receive that as we wrap up this session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come. Mr. Panda, this is for you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kumar, this is for you. Thank you. Come, let's stand a bit closer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for patiently bearing with us. We request you to be seated for the next few minutes as we wait for our next guest. It's a special guest that we have, Dr. Shamika Ravi. She's on her way and would address us shortly. Till then, we request all of you to be patiently waiting for our next guest. Thank you.
आपका, I had cause him to pay up for all the damage. Yes, so if something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
And you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sure fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for me. That agreement is also useless.
हमारे क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली है बिल्कुल राजेश सर की हमारे खाने असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ
ठीक 5 बजे उठे रूटीन सेट हर बिजनेस का भी तो अपना एक सेट रूटीन होता है सैलरी रेंट ऑफ रेमिटेंस सिस्टम पूरा भी था प्रॉब्लम हुआ आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम स्ट्रॉन्ग है तो बिजनेस सस्ता चलता है बिजनेस की हरकतें बिल्कुल लास्ट में चाहते हैं ये सब कुछ अभी प्रवेश पानी पूरी सब कुछ पड़ेगा ही सबमिशन है तो है तो अपने बिजनेस की हर मांगा कैसे प्रदान की है बिजनेस की अपना
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had caused him to pay up for all the damage. Yeah, so if something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
And you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sure fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for me. That agreement is also useless.
हमारे क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली है बिल्कुल राजेश मसाले की हमारे खाने असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ
ठीक 5 बजे उठे रूटीन सेट हर बिजनेस का भी तो अपना एक सेट रूटीन होता है सैलरी रेंट ऑफ रेमिटेंस सिस्टम पूरा भी था प्रॉब्लम हुआ आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम स्ट्रॉन्ग है तो बिजनेस सस्ता चलता है बिजनेस की हरकतें बिल्कुल लास्ट में चाहते हैं ये सब कुछ अभी प्रवेश पानी पूरी सब कुछ पड़ेगा ही सबमिशन है तो है बस सपोर्ट सही टाइम पे मिलेगा करो अपने बिजनेस की हर मांगा कैसे प्रदान की है बिजनेस की अपना
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had caused him to pay up for all the damage.
will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
हमारे भूषण मंत्री ने बिल्कुल राजेश साइड किया हमारे खाने राजेश मस्तानी के साथ
So, can you hand me a mic? I can ask people to come and sit. Ladies and gentlemen, request all of you to come back into the hall and take your seats. Our next guest is here and we'll begin the panel shortly. Request all of you to come back into the hall and take your seats. Excuse me, ma'am. Hi, I'm from NDTV. You're speaking on this topic from... Right. Well, no, I'll not take the podium because I don't have a riser. So, which is the mic I should take? Okay, I'll do that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient. We have with us our next guest for the session. It is the incredible Dr. Shamika Ravi. She's currently a member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and Secretary to Government of India. Previously, Dr. Ravi was Director of Research at Brookings India, Vice President Economic Policy at Observer Research Foundation, and non-resident Senior Fellow of Governance Studies Program at Brookings Institution. Her research focuses on economics of development, including areas of finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, and welfare and poverty. Please, all of you, join me in welcoming Dr. Shamika Ravi for her special address. She will speak about government initiatives with a special focus on vocal for local, for global. Dr. Ravi, over to you. Thank you.
Namaskar. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's very seldom that we as advisors get an opportunity to meet industry. I've been a business school professor now for almost 20 years. So business and what impedes business is a very important area of not just inquiry, but of policy priority, the way I see the role of most advisors within the government as far as the economy is concerned. Today, the topic that I was asked to speak on is from vocal for local to global. But other than the tongue twister, the way I see what I'm supposed to speak about is something I fundamentally believe in and that we have to push for, largely because there is a vision that we are trying to realize in this country, which is we have to go global as far as most aspects of the micro, small, and medium enterprises in the country are concerned. As you might be well aware that MSMEs in India truly are the cornerstone of in any kind of economic activity in this country. In fact, we are currently doing some research because I'm very keen on breaking the myth around self-employment. You know, the belief that everyone wants or is seeking a job of regular employment, either in the government or in another sector, as an employee, is not exactly, you know, the norm in this country, where you do have a very large self-employed population. And self-employment is not a bad word. It does not mean that you go for self-employment only when you have no other options. That's actually not true at all. Because there is fundamentally something entrepreneurial about a very large segment of India's population. Right? And self-employment, if you just look at what has happened to the self-employed population in India in the last 10 years, the improvement in the quality of living is very similar to regular employment. So people who are self-employed, and this is generally talking from quality of life, or as consumers or individuals, and what goes into the self-employment space, or what actually fuels the micro, small and medium enterprises in the country. So I want to focus a little bit of why MSMEs become very important to realize this potential of from local to global. You know, 30% of our India's GDP really is from the MSME sector. So it's a very important sector to begin with. Nearly 46% of our exports are from the MSME space. So it's a very important segment of our economy, even if we look at exports. And you know that we are pushing for all forms of export, largely because there is a very large global demand for all kinds of products and services which are opening up. And one effort in the reform process is to plug our producers into the global market. So we should be able to aspire and reach out to that large global market. If you just look at the number of people employed in this sector, there are various estimates, but when I looked at the Udyam registration portal, I see more than 20 crore employees within a sector like this. Of course, it also includes the informal micro enterprises, but this is a very robust number. It's a very large number. The moot question that we have to think about today is what will it take for our micro, small and medium enterprises across the country, which for a very long time have been extremely localized in their aspirations and planning. How do we take them global? What are the key factors that are required to push each of these entities, let's say, into the next bracket? So what impedes the growth and what is required to make them scale up? Because eventually that is the agenda behind a lot of Make in India, a lot of, if you consider self-reliant India, everything that caters to the MSME sector is about attaining scale. So how do we go about attaining scale for an MSME sector? I'm going to talk about 10 core factors that I identify. And of course, in each of them, my concern is also that there are certain things firms have to do, the industry associations have to do, and there are certain things that the government must do to continue to improve situation. Number one, we have to build strong foundations of any business, but particularly in the MSME, it becomes very important when you think of why compliance must be something which is ensured. Stay compliant with the laws, the regulations, and the tax policies to avoid any kind of disruption. This goes both ways. As far as policy recommendation and our work as advisors to the government is to keep things simple. Most of our advice and efforts towards improving ease of doing business, or if you look at the tax reforms, is around making compliance simpler or less costly. But this is also an ask of the industry and the firms, that you must do everything to maintain compliance so that the disruptions for your business are few. Quality. You know, right now, our GDP is growing at a very rapid rate. But we are at a juncture now where increasingly quality must become the core focus, or it becomes the twin focus along with scaling. So far, we have grown, and you can look at many industries. Even when you look at pharmaceuticals, for instance, India does have a very large share of the global market as far as generics, vaccines, etc. are concerned. But you are increasingly seeing there is a global pushback. against Indian pharmaceuticals on the basis of quality, right? Some of it is, of course, engineered, because that is what happens when any country, any particular sector of a country attains a certain global competitiveness and an advantage, you are going to face certain amount of pushback. But beyond that, there are quality concerns that we have to now look at very, very importantly. Part of that effort is to strengthen the quality control apparatus within the government, but it's equally important to strengthen quality concerns within firms. And industry associations can play a major role again. Also establish robust standards within for products and services to build loyal customer base, right? Not just globally, but also locally. Then the organizational structure. A lot of businesses, particularly within the self-employed, when they are thinking of scaling up, the structure of the organization, not having clear organizational hierarchy, does come in the way of expansion. So defining clear roles and responsibilities, just better organized management, is often the key point. So you should be putting more effort into that. The second, and as economists, concern that we often talk about is access to financing. Now, of course, the most important source traditionally have been the bank loans, right? But there are several special categories for the MSMEs that have been put in place, and particularly after the pandemic. If you look at several MSME-friendly loan schemes, particularly if you look at the credit guarantee schemes of the government, venture capital, as equity markets expand and capital markets expand overall in India, private equity, venture capital, they become new sources. And MSMEs must explore these new avenues of raising capital as well. Of course, there are government schemes like the PLI. Not in every sector, but the idea is to support and incentivize scale-up and growth of existing sectors. Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is very popular in certain segments of the economy, but it must expand in scope because there is a large capital market out there. Indians do save, and despite fear of falling savings at this early stage, we do have financialization of savings, and the MSMEs can tap into this also by using crowdfunding. Third factor, technology. Technology is often the sort of the underchild if you don't give it adequate focus. It must be pushed. Technological adaptation within firms, and sometimes maybe within associations, within industries, thinking of new technology and innovation jointly also reduces costs. So automation to some extent, and of course in a labor-abundant economy, we often shy of talking of automation, but when we think of individual firms and what is required to raise productivity and expand the size and scale of the firm, automation is not such a bad word. Digital marketing, and you're seeing beyond having jazzy, nice websites, digital marketing is an extremely scientific and it's a fast-growing segment. So for many MSMEs, this remains it's not yet adapted the level it ought to be, right? Digital tools to expand market reach, such as social media, if you look at the search engine operations, and of course the e-commerce platforms itself, within the private as well as the ones supported by the government. The ERP systems implement enterprise resource planning systems for seamless operations. So technology is a big enabler today, not just to reach out new markets, but to cut down your existing costs as well. So ERP systems, etc., must be adopted and adapted within firms of the MSME segment. Diversify your offerings. That's number 4. Expand the product line, right? Sometimes you can do it on your own. Sometimes you partner through mergers, acquisitions, vertical integration. But these kind of movements and innovations are actually, they go a long way in expanding size and scale. Target new markets. And you will see this in case of e-commerce. They have done it so beautifully if you consider that some of the fastest growing segments are tier 3, tier 4. Of course, many things are possible today because the Indian economy is networked like never before, right? You have every Indian who has a Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and a mobile. Now, Jan Dhan doesn't traditionally mean Jan Dhan, it means you have a bank account which enables payments. But this is a very large mass of networked market. And to tap into this new market, digitizing, using these new facilities actually go a very long way. Partnerships. Collaborate with the larger businesses to diversify the revenue systems itself. You'll be surprised how underutilized some of these things are. And again, industry association. And I want to encourage industry associations, if there are any, or across different industries, there are many costs which are too much for individual firms to bear. But jointly, it makes sense to bear these costs, particularly when it comes to new kinds of innovation. That's the role for industry associations. And it must be fostered. I think right now that is a very large untapped potential across MSMEs in India. If you think of brand building, right, strengthening branding and marketing, then developing unique brand identity and consistently marketing it. It's amazing how far marketing has gone globally and how still underutilized it is in India's MSME space. Customer relationship management. These are highly scientific and data-driven exercises. They should not be left to anecdotal evidence or one-off. These can be highly systematic. Export promotion. Participate in a lot of the international trade fair, some done by industry, several done by the government itself. There are many of them, but often we see the usual suspects. There have to be, these are platforms set up for you. You should avail these kind of opportunities. Then one of the biggest constraints today that we identify in MSME space is the skill of the workforce itself. Upgradation should be a continuous exercise. Training programs, regularly upskilling employees through workshops and training sessions is very, very critical. Once again, if individual firms find it very costly to do it, associations must take that because the costs are spread. And this is something that while the government is doing multiple skilling and upskilling programs, but industry must carry its weight too. Let me give you an example of some of the more successful paths that went into the early design of skilling programs in India. Came mostly from the IT space. But you know, IT has a scale and a standardization where certain solutions of this nature, where a firm can go and hire 1,000 young engineers from a couple of campuses, get them on board, train them for a few months, and then keep maybe half of them. Other half are let back into the market to go and find something. But these have attained the scale and they do get absorbed. That is what our IT sector saw for the last 40 years. Now the government is trying to do a lot of that because our skill degree gap is very significant. We have graduates with degrees, but the markets value actual skill. The degree is not enough. So what aspect of the skill which is required in the market can be done individually by the firm, and how much can be done at an association level or as a group? So the partnership with government then becomes very important. You should be actively telling government that these are the kind of skills that we require. Right now, as a combination of the new education policy and Skill India, experiments are happening within campuses. Experiments are happening where shop floors or industry is tying up with business schools or engineering colleges, ITIs, etc. But it's happening at a scale which is not sufficient. So we really need industry to have well-defined ask and tie-up, not just with the government, but specific training institutions to meet the needs that you have. Then, of course, you know, leveraging the government support. While the government thinks of schemes, there is often a gap between industry's understanding. And not everyone is able to avail a lot of these benefits and these support because it's not entirely well understood. So, of course, the government's effort and part of our job is to continue advising to make these simpler and more accessible. But I again think that certain effort must be made from industry also to leverage what the government puts out, okay, in the form of subsidies and incentives of different kinds. And of course, skill development I've listed is one of the more important ones in that. Now, we are also at a stage of growth when you will have to think a little bit about sustainability, right? Because increasingly in compliance, we don't really, it's not a mainstream concern for most sectors today, but either due to global standards, because of climate in general, climate change being a concern, in order for our growth to be long-term sustainable And this is something I have often said, that India's growth is not going to be like the growth of the past OECD countries. If we grew the way the past countries have grown, it would be terribly irresponsible of us. Because we cannot pollute, we cannot possibly exploit resources to the extent and in fashion which is not sustainable. But please also recognize we are still under $3,000 per capita, which means we are a country that has just come out of poverty. So sustainability as the prime concern is like putting the cart before the horse. But there is a cart to be pulled. So businesses must concern themselves with growing needs of sustainability. All right? Green practices. Now, some industries are easy or possible to adapt than everywhere else, but adopt sustainable practices to attract eco-conscious customers, meet regularly in terms of the different regulatory requirements, and because these are new and new requirements, so you must work closely with the government. Then there is, of course, we are one of the few countries that also has a CSR requirement. What are those CSR requirements, and how can you as industry associations maneuver that, or how can you help that space evolve in itself? But broadly, I'd like to say that transitioning from one category of MSME to the next, that is right now the key agenda for a government which wants to work closely with an MSME, which is really the backbone of Indian economy. Strategic planning, a lot of patience, and the right investments are absolutely critical for that scaling up to happen. A strong focus on quality, innovation, customer satisfaction will ensure the long-term growth of individual firms as well as the segment within the Indian economy. Utilize the available resources, including government initiatives, funding opportunities, which will fuel further expansion. By systematically addressing these areas, MSMEs across India, which have so far remained very local, can go global. And indeed, in the process, attain scale and emerge as industry leaders required for the vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047, which is to be realized. You are the partners who are going to carry this forward. It's not going to be the government.
Do we give her a plaque? Ma'am, 1 minute. There is a small minute. Okay. There's a photo op that is required, ma'am.
There's a what?
There's a photo op. Just thank you very much to Dr. Shamika Ravi for taking the time out today on a busy Thursday evening and being here. We request a photo op with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, we come to the end of our event, the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave. It was the first edition, and we must, and I must extend a great thank you to all the audiences here. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for sitting through this entire day's event. The first edition of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave is co-presented by National Stock Exchange and Gold Plus Group, co-powered by Yes Bank, Rungta Mines, Prayag Polymers, KEI Industries, Rajesh Masala, Vectus Tanks, and Benson Polymers. Special partners ACC Cement and Ambuja Cement, and Jagat Pharma. Associate partners Ajanta Shoes, Hicks, and Surya Fresh Foods. Without their support, this event wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Have a great evening. Goodbye.
ठीक 5 बजे उठेगी, रूटीन सेट है। हर बिजनेस का भी तो अपना एक सेट रूटीन होता है। सैलरी, वेंडर पेमेंट, रेमिटेंस। बस 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 बस, सिस्टम थोड़ा भी इधर का उधर हुआ ना, आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम स्ट्रांग हो तो बिजनेस हंसता खेलता रहेगा।
बिजनेस की हरकतें ना बिल्कुल बच्चों वाली, लास्ट मिनट जागते हैं ये, फिर सब कुछ अभी के अभी चाहिए, बैंक गारंटी, फंड्स, ओडी वगैरह सब कुछ। अब करना तो पड़ेगा ही, सबमिशन है तो है, बस सपोर्ट सही टाइम पे मिले ना, फिर करो अपने बिजनेस की हर मांग पूरी। आखिर एक एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए बिजनेस भी अपना अच्छा ही तो होता है।
Remember, when someone had hit our car, I had got him to pay up for all the damage.
Yeah, so?
If something goes wrong in this guaranteed return share, I will complain to the exchange and get full compensation. See, this is an agreement.
Dad, you know what? Nobody can promise guaranteed high returns in the share market. Such illegal schemes are sheer fraud. The exchange will not give any compensation for these. That agreement is also useless.
फिल्म में ड्रामा है, इमोशन है, थ्रिल है, बिल्कुल राजेश गरम मसाले की तरह। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद, राजेश मसाले के साथ।
ठीक 5 बजे उठेगी, रूटीन सेट है। हर बिजनेस का भी तो अपना एक सेट रूटीन होता है। सैलरी, वेंडर पेमेंट, रेमिटेंस। बस 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 बस, सिस्टम थोड़ा भी इधर का उधर हुआ ना, आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम स्ट्रांग हो तो बिजनेस